evening. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday stream. It is February 13th, 2021. Happy day before Valentine's Day. And welcome to day 4 of D&D with I&B. It is Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond as we continue with Palace of the Red Pasha as the Tyranny of Dragons high-level mini-campaign continues. I hope you folks are enjoying yourselves today and had a pleasant day today and a pleasant weekend, and I hope so far, and I hope you are looking forward to watching more awesomeness from the world of Dungeons & Dragons as we continue to explore the city of Kalimport and the Palace of the Red Pasha. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you have not done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. That is always appreciated. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, where you can see past broadcasts of the stream. And please subscribe to me over there as well. I'm trying to build the subscriber numbers over there and get to 1,000. We're up to 777 at last count. Actually, maybe 778. So if I could get some more people to subscribe, that would be very much appreciated, and that definitely helps. It will support me without costing you folks anything, so if you could do that, that would be lovely. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And of course, !ArvTweets is my Twitter, where I always try to post when I'm going live or when there are things happening with streaming, gaming, writing, music, teaching, family, and, you know, the occasional thing about politics, although hopefully not always, thank God. But anyway, so stuff like that. So that is always very much appreciated, and any support people can give by supporting over there is much appreciated. The website for all of this, of course, is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get merchandise for Adventures in Middle-earth and also for the Infinity and Beyond crew. And you can also get stuff soon, we hope, for Esper Genesis stuff as well. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 21 patrons, 233 per month. And we are very excited that that number is continuing to tick upwards. You can get inspirations to help our players, and I should mention that it is possible that you had to use a lot of inspirations, I know, on some of the Adventures of Middle-earth crew, and you know, a fair bit elsewhere, but you know, you've got more coming up. I know we got some Esper Genesis stuff coming up the rest of the month, and we've got Adventures of Middle-earth, we got the second session coming up, and Sound Clash and all that, so there's other things too, but still, you have those available to you, and we're just about to the middle of the month, so feel free to use those as needed today if you have them available to you, and you can get cool stuff for both yourself and for the channel by supporting the Patreon. And of course, that sub button, which allows you to subscribe to the channel, get those awesome custom sub badges and emotes, and also, again, depending on the tier that you support, allows you to get inspirations to help the players as well. Otherwise, on the publishing side, !Icarus for details about my graphic novel from Athos Arts. More details about stuff coming from Athos Arts very shortly. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook, of which I am extremely proud, and I am extremely desirous to see this in print form, and as soon as it gets off the freaking customs dock, you know, that would be lovely. We could send that stuff out to people, but it's on the way. It's getting there. So we've got that, and then we have Greyshade KS, which is the Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching next month. The date looks to be March 16th. Very excited to talk more about that. There will be more details coming soon and all that, so please stay tuned. That's going to be a big project for me, and I'm very excited about it, and I really want to see that we get other people, you know, jumping on board, because there's a lot riding on it, and I think it's going to be a very cool project for everybody, but it's also, you know, scary, and it's the time of the pandemic and all that stuff, so I will need every bit of support that I'm able to get, so stay tuned for details about that. And of course, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the importance of Black lives now more than ever, and !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others if you need help, or to reach out to others if they need help as well. Tonight, we have got Palace of the Red Pasha. We'll be running tonight for about 4 hours. We'll be done at about 11:30 p.m., roughly speaking, Eastern Standard Time. Then tomorrow, we'll be back here with Sound Clash the Clampdown. That should be starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. Brandon O'Brien will be GMing that amazing crew. Then on Monday, we have Sod, who's going to be returning with a Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. That'll be happening Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern as usual. And then Tuesday, we have Adventures in Middle-earth. We've got that next session. If you were there for the last one, it was eventful, that session. So we got another big one coming up. That'll be at noon Eastern. Eastern, and then at 4 Eastern, I'll be over on GOG with my Pen and Pixel show with D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, as that is moving into the home stretch of that campaign. It's actually in the home stretch right now as we speak of that campaign, and so that's going to be a lot of fun too. Then we have Wednesday off, we have Thursday off, and then we'll be back on Friday with some Esper Genesis, and Saturday we've got D&D with viewers. So that's what we've got going on. Very exciting week ahead of streams and the like, and we're going to keep it going today. But right now, we have got the amazing D&D crew, so I'm going to unmute myself and apologize as always for potentially interrupting whatever fascinating conversation they were having, and then I'm going to unmute them, and last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal that the full crew has appeared in its almighty glory. This is the same crew.
And so they actually smoked the elements of the grain in sheep dung because that was the only thing they had available. It was amazing. And then I thought, oh, hi, Arv, how you doing?
I thought this was just a continuation of the Vietnamese meals.
Of peat because
yeah. Yeah, no, that's important. I think that's important. Where it's because we're taking on a new
peat in Iceland is.
Right. Well, we're taking a new hyper-realistic role, chat. So all of our streams now, all the campaigns are going to be hyper-realistic. So it'll require all of them to have actual real-world knowledge of food, variable encumbrance. It's going to be a great time. Let me tell you, I can't wait. All of what I just said is a lie.
Nothing like more stats and headaches.
Yeah, exactly. But it's my great pleasure to have the crew of Infinity and Beyond back with us, and I will begin as usual with the gentleman right below me, who is shortly to have an operatic album released of his stuff, which is very exciting. No, I'm just kidding. That is not happening. But he is repping Infinity and Beyond. Now, this is one case where actually Rob's famous "It's in the Laundry" could apply, since we have played this game 3 weeks in a row, and I did have to eventually bail on the INB shirt and put it in the laundry. So we've got today my Carpe Diem sees the DM shirt, which is one of my favorites if I don't have INB. But Tren is repping the INB shirt, so Tren was able to do the job of getting it in perfect working order. How are you, Tren? How's life in the universe and with you? And who are you playing today?
Yeah.
So it's like that then.
Yeah, I've
give him the best news he's had in probably months, and this is how he responds.
Well, see, I'm pretty much finished with the book, and now I don't have anything to do. So
I can change that, sir.
Hey.
Please do, because people on Reddit are like, hey, what's the next book you're going to be working on? Because, of course, we announced that Mercenary Star went live. Yep. there was a guy, I was like, oh, I should post this on Reddit. And I was like, there's another guy who always posts on Reddit. He's set himself a goal to always beat me to the punch on announcing that it's there. And, of course, I noticed like maybe 2 hours after it went live, and I jumped over to Reddit and finally remembered to switch it from hot topics to new topics. I'm like, oh, he already posted it. Okay.
Never switch it to hot topic. That thing's been out of date for years now.
Dude, just start using him for promo. That's all good. It's a good thing.
That's what I'm doing. But
by
in
the way,
course of that,
you knew before I even got the announcement from ACX the damn thing was live. You told me.
Yeah. Well, hello. We have come to know that.
What are you clicking the refresh button every 5 minutes?
No.
Yes. So that stuff is now live. Yeah. No, listen, you're going to have not only work from John, you got some, there may or may not be a assassin, religious assassin work.
The assassin was in the dropship pretty much the whole novel. It was just, they tucked it in. Oh, you mean
he got out.
Book.
Yeah. No.
I see. Right. Different book.
And went back in time.
Yeah. Anyway, so later on in that thread, there's another guy who's like, oh my God. So, what are they going to have you working on next? Like, I don't know. They haven't told me. And there's one thing I've heard about, but I don't know if it's next or if it's, but I didn't mention that part. But he's like, oh, okay. I said, but if you want to see the other ones that I've done, just click on my name on the page and it'll show you all the stuff that I've done. And he's like, okay, well, if you narrate Shadowrun, if you ever wind up doing Never Deal with a Dragon, I'm like, it's already done. It's right there, and he's like, oh my God. And all right. So,
dude, how do you call yourself a fan if you don't already have that? What do you?
It's the BattleTech Reddit. We don't talk
there are hybrids. There are hybrids.
We don't talk about
play and enjoy both.
This is the part where you like this. People start accusing you of come on, stop sock puppeting yourself questions. I can't believe it. This is available to you. No, really,
But
The term sock puppeting, I know what you mean by that, but there's something about that term that just sounds
Weird.
Oh, considering what else males use socks for, let's not go there.
I'm sorry, Trent. Do you have something you want to add to this?
Yes, I would love to. Actually, I'm playing Fively Harper.
Yes, that's a good one.
Who is a Circle of the Moon druid who does not use socks for anything other than putting on his feet.
I didn't even think you were even wearing socks. I mean, Fively. But,
Yeah, Fively has hobbit feet.
Sometimes if you baste them really well and then deep fry them in
slow cook. Mwah.
Very very good.
A little bit of olive oil on it, a little bit of lemon. Mwah, it's delicious.
Yes, absolutely. Fresh pressed virgin olive oil, absolutely important. Sod.
Yes.
Sod.
Yes, please, for the love of God, sod.
For the love of sod.
Love of sod. Sod, good to see you.
Hello, and welcome to Callum-Port Cooking with Fively Harper.
It just struck me, by the way, that Sod, I think, has been going after Tren because of where he is in the position, pretty much like for many years. And poor Sod just has to sit there where Tren goes through whatever nonsense he's going through, and then we get done with it. And Sod's like, "All right, Sod," you're like,
I
"Hi."
had some peanut butter toast. Does that mean anything?
It's close. But also, what we were talking
Hobbit
about.
feet on there, no.
What we were talking about when we were setting up the call with the drop bears, nothing had killed you yet, and then we're talking about the alternate drop bears. I think we should call them Cannon Bear.
Yeah, we basically said, because we asked him if anything had killed him yet, and he was like, "Nope, nothing's attacked me." And we were like, eventually the drop bears just evolved to a form where they attack horizontally, and I was like, side bear, a horror bear. So now we have cannon bear.
Well, that would be kangaroos, technically. I mean, like they pretty much hop at you at full speed.
But do they do they
do that.
aggressively like jump into people's houses and stuff?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Oh yeah. They're very aggressive, actually, especially the males. The males are really bad.
oh really?
I saw a kangaroo in boxing gloves once.
Emus here will
that was just in Tekken 3.
They basically
Sorry.
just run into you. That's their way of attacking you.
They just run into you?
Yeah. They're because of their size and speed. They can get away with it. And
a
then
lot bigger than you think.
After they knock you over, they just start poking at you. And so it's not pretty.
Yeah, that's right. To be fair, Sod brings up Australia, so he beats out anything Trent can come up with. Well, that is true. We have an early raid, by the way. Welcome, raiders from Bulveric. Thank you for the raid and the host. You have just got us at the beginning of this. Thank you, Bulveric.
Raiders from Bulveric is actually the campaign we're playing after this.
Welcome to exactly Raiders from Bulveric, or it sounds like a '80s show right after Thundar the Barbarian.
Doing it in the year of the ox. It's perfect.
Exactly. Anyway, Sod, how's life in the universe with you and all that kind of stuff, and who are you playing today?
Yeah, I had the joy of spending 4 hours driving yesterday. That's lovely.
Oh, man.
And then after that, as soon as I get back, I need your help moving some stuff, some furniture. Okay, I'll help you. Oh, we need like 3 beds put up, 2 stairs, 2 sets of stairs, and a TV taken down. And it's not just any TV; it's an old plasma, so that thing weighs like 90 kilograms. And it was all fun. Like yesterday was just a blast for me.
It just sounds like a delightful. 4 hours gets you like how far, like from where? Like I mean, you know.
So probably say it's still suburban, but it's like it's probably from Sydney to Parramatta, which is like probably the second biggest urban centre in New South Wales. That's about 3 hours if you depending on traffic. 3 hours.
So you can get to something else then. It's not just sort of you like in Texas you drive 3 hours and you just still in
this
Texas.
This is me going for 4 hours trying to frantically find a computer store because the office computers blew up.
Oh no!
I had to get replacement parts on the weekend, and computer stores don't open on the weekend here. So you have to try and find one that is open.
Yeah, because who wants to use a computer on the weekend? I mean, really,
I mean, don't take this the wrong way, Sod. You can't, you call these people or use the website.
Because of for some reason, because of COVID, they get an influx of calls and they don't accept phone calls.
Oh, great!
You have to do online live chats, but the online live chats only during the weekdays and not the weekends.
No! Oh my God!
So you can submit a ticket, but if you submit a ticket, it takes up to 24 hours to 48 hours for it to answer.
Oh man! See, and this is why we love D&D, because we don't have to deal with that until variant encumbrance. Let me tell you the good news. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Saad, but I am glad you're with us. And who are you playing today
survived.
with us?
I am playing a Gromnir Grumblehammer who just received a lovely letter from the window. Maybe the window's a cultist.
Oh, that's right.
The window is the cultist, yes. It's the window cult.
Or it's helping us protecting us from the cultists, because it did give us warning, technically. So it would make us friends.
That's right. That you have enemies, but you may find friends in the palace as well.
Tyranny of defenestration.
Yeah.
Yes. It is, but yes, it is a great pleasure to have Saad with us. You will also see Saad, not tomorrow, but the day after, Monday evening Monday evening in the States, and that is for a Grumbler's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil, and that'll be the last you'll see Saad on this channel this month, because then Saad goes into hibernation for a couple of weeks, at least internet-wise, whilst doing awesome, exciting work.
Trips. Yay.
Yeah. Work trips. But we'll miss Saad, but we will have the spot warm for you when you come back.
I get exactly 3 days of going to a beach in all those.
In the middle of it?
trips.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's something I was going to say. Well, it's good to have Saad with us. It is also good, as always, to have John with us, who is continuing to work on the beard so that the shirt that was gotten for him eventually can measure up. Right now, he is, of course, sporting, I think, the INB shirt.
Yeah.
Yep, repping. No, I know. Listen, I repped it the last two times.
Someone besides Trent's got to do it there, Greg.
I know. I last two times.
1 out of 5 ain't bad.
It is. It's good to see you, John. How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
It's gonna be a balmy, apparently, with wind chill -35 here in Wisconsin.
Okay.
In Wisconsin. Otherwise, good. It's very good. Gonna be back 3 weeks in a row. I'm gonna miss this for the rest of the month while I'm struggling to get work done.
About as fun as a root canal, John.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but I still barbecued. Still did some country ribs on the grill. So
Well,
in shorts.
not that crazy. There's a limit. It's delicious. So yeah, I'm good. Welcome everyone in the stream. Thanks for the early raid. Hope we have more. Party of 6, no problem. Welcome everybody. I am playing Cade Marmados, the irrepressible rogue of the group. Looking forward to delving into the sewers, underground chambers, fortress, something, lair, whatever we're going to. I hear
all of the
wormlings
above.
are involved. Yeah, exactly.
That's like each one in a row. Lair, then underground, then yeah.
I thought we were just going to keep going back and forth between the Grand Ward and the Wizard Ward for like the next couple of hours.
There's wards we haven't even seen yet. We haven't even seen like half.
I know.
Of it.
We should
just go run
we
around
should
the city,
see
take
all
the
of
tour.
them.
We should take the
We should
tour.
see all of them before we. Yes, exactly.
Double
I agree.
decker,
I think this is what
ox
we should
cart
do
or
with
whatever.
today.
And yeah, exactly. So,
Great. I was going to say you
Journey
can
to
get
the
off
center
at
of
any spot.
California.
The double decker flying carpet. Anyway,
there you go.
But you can never leave.
it is a great pleasure to have John with us, and it's also a great pleasure to have Rob with us, who has now got. Before we were joking with Rob that he had his camera set up that made him look to me like one of the Star Trek, like Luke, sort of, because the way the camera was angled looks like I can hold it, red stay on target, I can hold it. And now he's not the good looking. Now he's got the good looking camera with the full, RGB lighting strip there
Real
back
color.
there and everything. Or not strip, but just RGB lights and everything is good. It's good. So how you doing, Rob? How's life in the new pad, and who are you playing today?
It's very nice that you have to highlight to people how shitty my setup looked beforehand when I go through all this work afterwards to kind of make
talking
it
about
look,
great this looks.
halfway decent. Thank
Yeah,
you. It's
that-
really it's lovely. I'm really glad you didn't use that other awful angle that you had before, Rob. Thank you so much for fixing it.
They'll never know what that angle is.
What a
They can
guy,
just imagine
huh,
it.
Chat? What a real
If you want
what
that
a
angle,
charmer,
go
let me tell
watch
you.
him on twitch.tv/GC does that.
Yeah, that's the other angle.
If you want that second angle, go check out my OnlyFans. No, I'm just kidding.
geez.
Anyway,
The darkest side of
Trent,
Rob.
is there something you would like to add to that?
GC, darkest side.
Pay him to turn it off. That's right.
Oh,
Boy.
hey, it's
all the
it's
raiders
it's
are
the
like,
gig economy,
okay,
and we'll
we're
have
just
to make our
gonna
money somehow.
Slowly backs away.
I bring the fire to this stream. Let me tell you. Hi. Speaking of fire, my internet is finally working again after my stream last night. So
Thank
yay. I don't know. There were probably some people from the audience today who was watching that train wreck last night where at 1:30 in the morning I went from having dropout every 30 seconds to it just completely dying after I had gotten raided, which was very lovely of the people who raided me. Yeah, that was fun. So I'm glad my internet is back. So now that my internet is back, I can tell you I do in fact stream to twitch.tv/GCDarksideRob. I am GC Darkside Rob. I am a professional video editor, voiceover person, actor, maker of silly voices with my mouth hole, musician, writer, singer, composer, other things I'm a hickory do, eater of exotic foods and lover of life. So that's me. Yay. How are you all doing? Yes, whoever that was in the background, I agree. I don't even know what I'm agreeing to. But
That
yes,
would probably
I am
be
here today.
that would actually be that would be my son, who was speaking. Of
Okay,
the
I
background.
thought it might be an Arvan Eleron of a form.
It is
Yes.
it is a mini me, so
Yes.
to speak.
It is a mini you.
It is a mini me. God, disturbing that quality.
I have become comfortably robbed. Oh goodness.
Followed by the greatest
but
guitar
yes,
solo ever
and-
recorded.
Exactly. Continued. And to wrap things up so we can get this fun started this evening, I will be playing Reuvi Darkcrasher, a drow sorcerer who is things have changed for him. He is now the head of an order called the what is it? What do I keep calling it? The Circle of the Dragon Slayer. Circle of the Dragon Slayers. I know the name of my group. Yes. And
I love that he reports it once to everybody else, and everyone's like, "It's Circle of the Dragon." Like, they all know it. Like, it's like
it's
whatever
a
my
Circle of
order
the
is,
Dragons,
it's some order. Idiot!
Yes.
I have no time to remember names.
well, I've been asked to come up here and say a speech. We want you to say a speech. I'm going to give a speech for the Order of the Silver Circle. No, that's the Circle of the Dragon. Circle of the Dragon Slayer. Yes. You're all very lovely people, but not you. I'd never liked you before. Get out of here. That's Reuvi Darkcrasher. And he will
It is good
let
stuff.
me entertain you.
It is good to have Rob with us, and with no further
Watch my Twitch streams. Yay!
And watch
enjoy
our Twitch streams.
We're happy to have you. And we're happy to have you. Welcome, all of you. I'm here to play D&D with all of you.
Let's
My
do it.
acting teachers would be so proud. Moving on.
Let's do it. Let's fire up our music and soundscapes here. Let's do it. Yeah, welcome
Also,
everybody.
for the love of God. Oh, actually, there was one other thing I wanted to mention.
All right.
I want everybody in call and in chat to wish a very, very, very happy birthday today to the one, the only, incredible spoken word artist, comedian, actor, and all around awesome person that is Henry Rollins, because he turned 60 today.
Oh, yeah, I
and
saw
Henry
that.
Rollins is one of my and
so good.
also punk rock legend. And an
Henry
amazing,
Rollins, 60
just,
years old. That is
if you-
crazy.
If you ever,
Only
it's
60?
crazy. He,
In a way.
he's only 60. He's aged like, he didn't age for 50 years, and in the last 10 years, he's aged double. I don't know what's going on there, but I hope he's happy and healthy
He
and
was
doing whatever
fantastic in Johnny Mnemonic. Love them.
he's great in. I mean, any interview he's ever
good at
done.
everything he does. He's just one of those
He's
guys.
awesome.
It always reminds me of my old neighbor, Michael Cavilli, who I have not thought about in a number of years, but back in the 80s, who was
It's exactly the same.
It was a
Wait,
big
what?
Henry Rollins guy, and at the time,
Okay.
being a Rollins guy, this is when Rollins was super countercultural, and like at the time, his parents, who were about as straight-laced as it is conceivable to be in suburban America, and if that sounds really straight-laced, you'd be right. And like, so he was a big Henry Rollins guy, and that was his big, they would never have accepted it. They would have been like, Henry who? And they would have looked it up. And in 1989 or 90, finding out about Rollins would have not have been a shock to straight-laced America. So, yes, happy birthday to Henry Rollins. So
He came to speak at my college when I was there, and that was around the same time his really famous tour that he did in the UK went live, which unfortunately I don't think he's done a tour that has been that successful since, because there's not a lot of video of him doing that kind of stuff recently, because he's been acting, he's been writing, he's been doing book tours. But damn, for a guy who doesn't consider himself a comedian, he is fucking brilliant with the written word, and his stuff is real awesome, in your face, gritty, funny. It's just go. If you don't know who Henry Rollins is, fix that. His shit is awesome.
Good stuff. This stream sponsored
Love
by
him.
Henry
I love
him.
Rob Hype Man.
God, I wish.
the,
That
the
would-
most metal of D&D
I
streams.
hope he plays fucking D&D. I'm sure he doesn't, but I wish he does.
It's possible. I mean, listen, Vin Diesel, there's others who are in the kind of category of people that might actually
Matthew
enjoy that. I
Lillard
could see
plays
that.
it.
I have an aunt who looked about 20 until she was 60. On her 61st, she suddenly turned 85. Just, like immediately. It's funny. All right, let's get to it, gentlemen. So in our last session, the 4 members here of Infinity and Beyond, Fifely Harper, Gromnir Grumblehammer, Cade Marmodas, and Ryuvi Darkcrasher, have come to Calimport, and they've come to Calimport with a mission. If those of you who have watched the previous broadcasts of Tyranny of Dragons, which is Rise of Tiamat, Horde of the Dragon Queen, and then the Rise of Tiamat, which are all available on my YouTube channel, will remember that these folks took several years and were able to, after a lot of battling and back and forth, were able to defeat the Cult of the Dragon and to keep Tiamat from being reborn into the world. But the Cult of the Dragon was not completely ended when that happened. The Cult of the Dragon still had some remnants here and there, and apparently a particularly dangerous one because so little is known about it, its strength, its numbers, its plans for the rest of the Sword Coast, is this one branch that still exists in the former head of the Cult of the Dragon, now killed by this same Infinity and Beyond group that you see before you, Severin. His home city was Calimport, and so the party was tasked with coming here, reassembling, getting the band back together again, if you will, and in their level 15 forms, heading down to Calimport to do some research and figure out basically what is going on with this cult and to stop the Cult of the Dragon once and for all. So the party came to Calimport and have discovered a city which is just as mystical and unusual as they had been led to believe that it would be. Calimport is a city of great wealth, of great power, and for those coming from farther north, a city of great mystery. And when the party flew in, with flying carpet no less, into the trades ward, they immediately found themselves, I won't say falling afoul of the law, but certainly certain members were perhaps not super wild about local customs, or maintaining them, let's say. Gromnir had to play peacemaker in that situation, as did Cade. But in any case, the party managed to work through, began to get in contact with some of their contacts. Fifely used his powers to get in touch with some of the more smaller residents, by which I mean turned into a rat to speak with them directly. Actually, no, sorry, didn't he? Well, he did turn into a rat at one point, but at least initially just began by talking to the rats about what they knew about what was going on underneath the palace of the Red Pasha, the ruler of Calimport. Gromnir gathered information about some of the lore of the city, had some interesting things to think about regarding, for example, a book warehouse, what originally you thought might be sort of a center of knowledge and perhaps was just a book producing exercise, although it seems to have some strange scorch marks in weird places, which seems odd for a paper-driven enterprise or industry like this, but another mystery perhaps to figure out. In the meantime, Cade and Ryuvi were contacting or trying to contact members of their respective organizations that they now run. Cade Marmodas is now the head of the Thieves Guild in Waterdeep, and so has his eyes and ears everywhere, so to speak, including down here. Did manage to meet with one of those people and, in fact, met with Moaz, his contact, who gave him some information about the under portions of this city, almost a second city underneath the city of the current modern city of Calimport, and more information about the palace of the Red Pasha, about which more in a moment. And in the meantime, Ryuvi Darkcrasher was trying to get more information from his men, part of this Circle of the Dragon Slayer, except that Ryuvi has been unsuccessful in contacting them. The message that he left for them to come back, he had lost touch with them when he was outside of the city. When he got into the city, he still did not get an answer to his message here. Something clearly has happened to his men here. He doesn't know what it is. He has to find out that information, and in the meantime left simply the message run for any of his people that would find it, and then came back to the rest of the party, recognizing that something needs to be done to address this situation on top of all the other ones. In our last session, at the end of our last session, finally the party did a little bit of recon, and managed to do some recon of the palace of the Red Pasha itself. The palace, which, it should be noted, there we go, here's a picture of it in the distance, the palace of the Red Pasha Pasha is a towering structure which is found in what you can see, chat, on your screen as the Palace Ward with the green star in it. It is a large structure with multiple walls and crenellations and defenses all around those walls. Also multiple guards, as Cade and I think it was... Fifely was going with you. I think Cade and Fifely determined that this is not the... they're not kidding around here. There are guards all over the place, just sort of all the way down each wall and on the corners. And when they got to the place where Cade's contact had told him he could find access to the Undercity, basically, not the Undercity, but the area basically right underneath the palace, he indeed found that entrance in the center of this well. But the well itself is about maybe 50 feet deep, and it is accessed in a very small, almost claustrophobically clustered, if you will, square of houses where it feels like everything is looming over you and that everyone is looking at you at all times, even if that's not actually what's happening. And so it's not going to be easy necessarily to get in there unnoticed, unless perhaps going under cover of darkness or whatever ultimately the party chooses to do. However, they did discover that there is that entrance that will lead them under the palace. I keep talking about this under area because apparently there is this area underneath the palace which is very mysterious, somewhat old, but connects with what may eventually lead to the last remaining stronghold of the Cult of the Dragon. That also apparently can be accessed from directly within the palace. So going to the palace, just sort of openly and doing some exploration there is another option that the party has in front of it. Just as Cade and Fifely were returning to report their findings, Ryuvi was already back engaged in a little bit of a trance. Ryuvi seems to have been in a little bit of an odd state lately. Perhaps the party will find out more details about that soon. Gromnir heard a knock on the window of the tavern or the inn room where they were staying, and walking over to it, he opened it to discover a tied note. Opening up the note, he discovered that it said, in effect, "Be careful, you are in danger. But if you would seek friends, you may find some within the palace of the Red Pasha." And those friends, perhaps, may be the ones who also sent this message. And so with this mysterious note, with Ryuvi in this kind of somewhat trance, and with Fifely and Cade walking back into the door just as we ended our last session, I'm going to have us pick up there. Fifely, Cade, you walk in, you see Ryuvi is in this trance, Gromnir is holding a piece of paper, and now I leave it up to you. What would you like to do?
The meal that we had delivered earlier, are there any remnants of it still there? Because I'm kind of craving plums.
I would say that there probably are, although since it's been a week, the plum's in pretty bad shape. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, it is still there and available to you. So yes, there's not a lot of it left, but he did bring you a lot of food. Like you had a lot of food that was brought to you. So yes.
I'm just gonna start like a chipmunk to start stuffing plums into my cheeks.
Outstanding.
Sitting on the
You
bed.
were just outside, weren't you?
We just got back.
Was there anyone at the window on our floor? Did you see anyone up there?
I didn't look up to see.
Anyone suspicious around? Anything like that?
Besides everybody?
I was going to say, we've been in this town for approximately 12 hours. Everyone is still suspicious.
This was at the window, and I just slammed on the table.
That's
Oh, what again, Arv? What does it say?
So it says, the note says, sorry, I'm just moving a picture in the other
a
direction.
puddle of duck fat you just slapped.
Slam, and it's completely destroyed. No, the letter says, you and your friends are in danger, but you also have friends in different places, including within the palace itself. Seek them out if you would. That may or may not be a paraphrase, but I think that's basically what it would say.
And there was a symbol, wasn't it, of the dragon
Yes.
with a dragon head and a sword thrust through it.
That's right.
Which is not the Cult of the Dragon symbol, something else.
Yeah, I want to first thing I want to do is figure out what that symbol is if I know it. Could I do a check of any type to?
You could do a, it would be a history check.
I've never heard of law history, but okay.
It's French history.
What's the Spanish?
So, yeah, you can confirm this is definitely not a Cult of Dragon symbol, although it must be noted that, cultists could probably use fake symbols as much as anybody else would.
Or it's a different cult. The cult of the
Or it's a different,
anti-dragon.
it's the cult of the no dragons.
Right.
So no, it's not anything like that. You are not familiar with this particular one, although you're fairly confident, Gromnir, that it's not one of the bigger ones. So you have symbols that are common with, let's say, the Harpers, or with, Order of the Gauntlet, or, you're familiar with the sort of the bigger deals. But there are multiple local things like this that can pop up, and it's very hard to know all of what those are. So this may just be something local to Kalimport, especially because what you do not have a lot of information or knowledge about, just like everybody else, is Kalimport. You don't know a whole lot about that. There is the only thing that I want to mention, and this is, I swear, not I'm giving you a red herring. I'm just letting you know. The dragon does look a little similar to the one that is sometimes used by the Zentarim. But the Zentarim never use anything with like a sword thrust through the head of the dragon or whatever. So it may just be they use the same art. They use the same logo designer or something. But that's the only thing that sort of rings a bell at all. Otherwise, no.
Anything interesting or unusual about the writing itself? Is it block printing? Is it
No, it is in script. It is in script. It's in a fairly strong hand, but it's a short message, and there's not much that's notable about it. There's no signature, obviously, just the little symbol. And no, it just seems to be a few lines. It doesn't look like it was written in haste or whatever, but it's sort of hard to tell because it is only just a couple of lines.
Well, I'm not familiar with this symbol at all. I've never really seen it.
Arv, we're on the 3rd floor, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Of a 3-story building?
That is correct.
Perhaps it's the cult of the dragon migraine.
Cult of the Dragon Swordhead.
Was that symbol?
Open the window. How far is it to the roof? I mean, it can't be that far.
Yeah, if you kind of peer out, it's probably, you could probably reach up and, I don't know, maybe 3 feet to the bottom, the very edge of the roof.
Yeah, I want to gain access to the roof, please.
Okay. All right. Then I will have you roll an acrobatics or a dexterity check to do this.
I think we'll do acrobatics. Thank you very much.
With one hand, you just grab on, flip over.
Hand, hell, finger.
Yeah, one finger.
I think this might be a date. I've never had one of these before. That might taste.
24.
Okay. So yeah, you just, obviously in your practiced way.
Hip up.
Yep. Just sort of land on the edge of the roof. Now, I need you to make an investigation check for me, Cade.
Unfortunately, I probably need to pick that up at some point, but all right. There is nothing I could do to increase that, so we're going to
roll a 20. Everything will be
Yeah, I know, right?
it's
Just
fine.
roll
Just
20s all the
crit.
time.
Just
yeah,
crit.
yeah, jeez.
Not
7.
what I said.
You're like, so you get up there and you're like, I see that we have before us a slate roof.
This is clearly a type of roof they call a minuet. Yes.
Exactly. This one actually is a little unusual in that this is not like the minarets of others. You may remember that the place that you're staying is famous for being sort of like Cormier themed, right? So it doesn't actually look like a lot of the inns around it. And that also makes it, incidentally, it strikes you, Cade, although you can't see anything that unusual, but it does strike you. That does make it a lot more accessible than if you know what a minaret's, shaped like with the curved edge at the bottom or whatever.
Yep.
Not so easy to, yeah. So this is somewhat more accessible than other inns might be.
But that could have been dropped off by a bird, by
Could
a
very well
air
be.
elemental, by a frickin' minor who knows? So it's
Quite so.
While I'm up here, though, I do want to take a look around because if we have to leave the room through this manner of egress, I want to make sure is there plot out a route to take, like what is the nearest building?
Okay.
Is the dwarven armor going to be able to jump across that alleyway, or are we going to have a problem there? Stuff like that. Let's
Okay.
take a few minutes to kind of look around, and if we have to go somewhere, let's see, is Spitely strong enough to toss him? over the alleyway. I'm not sure.
Nobody
we will-
tosses a dwarf. Yeah.
Exactly.
I knew
exactly.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
So, okay, you're able to do that. It does look, by the way, this inn is at the end of the street. And you can still see, by the way, as you're up on the roof, there's still a line extending like out towards the front of the inn. You know, like down below, you can, if you sort of peek your head down and look down, you can see
I
there's still
think my bar's in the wrong business. That's what I think.
Yeah, there's still a line there. It's definitely
Yeah.
definitely the new hotness. But
Right,
so you
right.
can still see that down there. This is near the end of the street, so it's basically right up against one of the walls, actually, of the Grand Ward, and so there's no real way to get around it. However, when you look over at that, it does occur to you, Cade, that someone probably could leap down from the wall of the Grand Ward to like that separates the Grand Ward from the Quill Ward, could jump down onto the roof of this. Although it would be a pretty good jump, and it would be a pretty loud landing unless the person was real good. So it's not out of the realm of possibility someone could get in this way, but it would be pretty rough to do it.
And real quick, how wide are the walls that separate the wards?
Probably 5 feet, 3 to 5 feet.
Oh, that's not hard, at least for me. And they're not guarded per se, or are they?
That you don't know. Well, where
I mean,
you
visibly.
You don't visibly see guards, but you've been told reliably that there are lots of guarding mechanisms around them for certain emergency circumstances, particularly the use of magic in the wrong places, apparently.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I will come back in to the window. Zip up, zip, and gone. Okay. Close the window. Not that I could see. I mean, there's plenty of ways to deliver a message relatively unseen by various devices, both mundane and magical. So, yeah.
I mean, there was a knock at the window, so I don't know. Maybe I thought maybe threw a rock or.
Yeah, mage hand could be simply.
Mage hand,
he
yes.
points at it and knock, knock, knock. An invisible knock happens. That's no problem.
Although, quick note, Grom, when he does the knock, it didn't sound like that. It was quieter for one thing.
Well, I can lessen it and then dink, dink, dink. It's
Still doesn't
totally
have the
up to
same
me.
quality. I'm just letting you know that it doesn't seem to sound the same.
It could have been like maybe a bird or something. I don't know. I'm sure that's. Don't know if that's a common thing here for.
beat capping, maybe. Anywho, so we found the location to gain access to the Undercity. Unfortunately, it's in a relatively public place, which isn't great. But I think if we go after dark, probably be a lot less attention there. I have a few moves I can cast that will keep things. Will be mostly more or less unseen. Let's put it that way. So,
Okay. I have an ability that may help if yours doesn't work. But
I'm sorry. What did you
it would
say?
only. I have an ability
That will keep
might
us.
work.
You have an ability that will keep us unseen.
Yeah, it's a little
Really?
bit different from what you think, though. So I can only do it once, and then that's it.
And pray tell, I would love to hear what this is.
We can go into the ethereal plane.
He's actually like, really? You can do that.
Yeah, all of us. Can go in the ethereal
Take
plane.
everyone.
Yep, all four of us. Yeah.
You know, I've been a lot of places. I've never been. How did you? Never. You know, never mind. So it's all right. Have you done this before yourself?
Once it was weird, to say the least. You can walk through the ground, quite literally. There's no color.
You said you could only do it once. If you've done it once already, then how?
Well,
can you do it?
what I mean is I only have the power to cast it once till I recover. Technically, I can cast it twice, but the second time can only be done to myself. So
Maybe we should hold on to that until we actually really need it. This seems like a rather picayune use.
it
of that
has some
particularly
limitations.
ability.
It does have limitations. For example, if you have enough magical warding, they could protect against it.
Also, it's a matter of the well is 50 feet deep, so you need a way to get a rope down there so people don't like fall.
Yeah, it lasts 8 hours as well, and you can't see very far when you're
but then you would cancel it once you get down. Yeah, so I think we should say that until crap
It does
hits the
protect
fan.
you from anything in this material plane.
Yeah.
Which is nifty.
But I think so. Wait, you said you could go through the ground. How does that work? You just like walk into a wall, and what if you want to climb?
Yeah.
You start climbing upward.
You just walk up.
What happens if the spell ends while you're still in a wall or the ground?
From what I've been told, it's very painful.
I think so.
Probably not for very long, I suspect.
Well, it depends on if you're stuck there or if you get ejected. It's two different things.
I believe you get ejected, but very painfully.
Yeah, that's pretty much when you're dimensionally, intersecting like that. I've studied up a little bit on that, but that's pretty cool. But I think we should save that for when we really need it. And this seems it seems like overkill, like taking an army to the corner store for a gallon of milk or something,
It'd be very good milk.
Yeah, exactly. But that's good to have in our pocket. That's for damn sure.
Milk,
Wow.
No, don't put milk in your pocket.
I meant Gromnir's ability. That could be really useful, especially since he can do it to all of us. That's kind of amazing, man. I'm impressed. Something I think I should. Can you teach that to somebody?
No.
Damn. Well, it was worth the inquiry. So yeah, I guess we're kind of twiddling our thumbs here until nightfall, unless someone has anywhere else to go. But I don't really see the point. It's tempting to investigate the Quill Ward. I think we should probably just lay low, wait for dusk, and then head over.
You note, by the way, that Ryuvi is still kind of half tranced, basically, or just sort of drifted, just sitting there.
Mentally checked out.
Yes. Right, exactly.
So the palace, how
guarded heavily, super
as expected.
Extreme, yeah, pretty much. I mean, they ain't messing around. Let's put it that way. A frontal assault would be suicide. That rabbit's dynamite. I mean, that Pasha's dynamite. I mean, those guards are dynamite. Yeah, exactly. So, it'll have to be. But the funny thing is, the main gate, people could kind of just stroll right in. They weren't even stopping them, asking them, "What is your business here?" It was very flowy. So,
did you go in?
No.
Oh.
We did a kind of a perimeter. I wanted to see if there were any weak spots in the walls, which there wasn't. But we didn't want to tip our hand necessarily in the castle just yet. So, and besides, remember, the goal was actually to find the location where the Undercity entrance was. That was more important. So, yeah.
And so the entrance is in.
It's
so you actually found.
It's a dry well in the middle of a small, kind of a neighborhood square. Is the best way to describe it?
Ah.
In the palace ward.
Yeah, that would be very.
Yeah.
That wouldn't work too well either.
Well, that's all we got. That's why I said, but wait till nightfall. We should have an easier time of getting in there. So, yep. Now, looks at Fifley, looks at Gromnir. Do you two have light sources you're gonna use on when we're down below?
I can see in the dark. The dark vision. Fifley, though, he'll need something. I can just give him light on something.
Yeah.
Or he could just shift into something that can see in the dark.
True. Actually, I have light as a cantrip too, come to think of it, so I think we can keep him covered. As a matter of fact, I have a nifty little item that I think you might like, except it still takes up a hand, but I don't know. Fifley, what do you want to do? Are you going to shift into something, or would you rather just have a light source?
That depends on what we're doing. If we need to get down into the well, I could very easily turn into a giant spider and provide a web strand for all of you to climb down upon.
True. Does 8 eyes allow you to see in the dark any better than 2?
No, not necessarily, but I have much greater sense of touch, so I don't actually need to see.
The web wouldn't be a bad idea. How big a spider do you... Oh, wait, I've seen you in spider form, haven't I, or have I?
Yes, yes, that's what got us in so much trouble in the Cloakwood before we got the scimitar.
Yes.
Indeed. Indeed.
Ugh.
No, I wasn't thinking of turning into a frog and swallowing you and jumping back down to the bottom of the well again. Well,
You're a pretty big frog.
it was a big frog.
And it'd probably give you some really bad indigestion, so I wouldn't really like that.
swallow
Well,
it.
I was the being indigested, excuse me.
that's what I mean. I wouldn't put up with that, but that's you.
Just holding him
so.
in my mouth. I didn't swallow him.
You.
How did I taste, by the way? Do I have taste?
So let's talk about this well.
Yeah, I think spider rope sounds like a good idea. You spin it, go down there, do a little bit of scouting ahead of time, make sure nothing's waiting to pounce on us, so to speak. And then there we
Perhaps
go.
could you prepare it right now if we go tonight?
Why?
The webbing?
Yeah, just the webbing. Because that will last a while, won't it?
Yes.
Your call. I'm gonna take a nap. I need to be tip-top shape before we do this. So he goes on the other bed and boom, it's like asleep in a minute.
Okay.
Wow, he went out quick.
Been a long day. Do you want me to make this web rope for you, or do you want to just do it when I get there?
I don't know. What do you think? Because there is limitations on how much you can shift, right? If I remember correctly.
Well, for how long? Yes. But, I mean, I believe that 7 hours would be sufficient to do whatever it is we need to do. And I only need to rest for an hour to, recover from that and be able to do it again.
Oh, well, I guess that settles that.
So you don't want me to make it now?
Well, we don't really know how deep it is, right? So we'd have to make an assumption.
50?
Are you 50 feet?
Yes.
Well, we can make it now and then rest.
All right.
Probably make it a bit longer just in case.
Well, yes. Definitely. And Fifely turns into a very large spider
Okay.
and begins braiding silk into a nice big, probably 80 feet of rope.
Okay.
And it is not sticky. Because otherwise when you coil it, it just all, and you've just got a nest. So
Yeah. Okay. You can do that. And I assume it's exceedingly light and, of course, incredibly strong and, all that. Okay.
capable of holding a New York ferry together. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, for sure. Yeah. Stopping a mechanical armed madman who's charging after you in a subway.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you
What
were
was that
able
about
to
New
do
York?
that. The world's largest rubber band ball would be the result. Yeah, pretty much. Or no, I think that's fair to say. Okay. All right. So you're able to do that. So Cade's taking a nap. Fifely's doing the rope making. Grom is supervising a little bit. Ryuvi.
I've also got to finish my rest.
And you're gonna finish your rest, okay.
Spells. And I'm just going to draw the symbol in my book as well.
Okay. Ryuvi, are you out for the same period of time? Like, are you sort of wandering in paths unknown, so to speak, or is there a point where you're going to come out before the others do, or are you going to be back around the same time-ish as the others would from a rest?
Wasn't I resting?
You were kind of in a trance rest, I guess, is the way you described it. But
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, partially I was resting in order to do the 4 hours to get that, spill point that I got back.
Yeah.
that I used, and also I was using that time to decide what the hell my background was.
Yes.
Because I needed to figure that out, and actually I think I've decided that. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think what I'm going to go with is, and I've lost every other page that I had open. Where the hell did the rest of them go? What? Oh, here they are. Yeah. So I think I'm going to go with Sage.
Okay.
You spent years learning the lore of the multiverse. You scoured manuscripts, studied scrolls, and listened to the greatest experts on the subject that interests you. Your efforts have made you a master in your fields of study. So I gained 2 languages and a skill proficiency with Arcana and History. I gain a bottle of black ink, a quill, a small knife, a letter from a dead colleague posing a question you have not yet been able to answer. I don't know what the hell that means. And a set
It was a
of
letter
common
from
clothes.
Grom saying why. And
Yeah,
like, that was the
exactly.
question.
And a belt pouch containing 10 gold
Answer the
pieces,
book.
which I already have. Yeah, anyway.
Sounds good.
So
Yeah,
I'm
you will
still-
get along with Grom very well. I have discussions with
Yes.
Sage stuff, and yeah.
I
Pick your
think that was one of the reasons I went with that is because I've spent time in the tower, so there's probably lots of stuff to,
Sure.
catch up and learn, and
Sure.
as well as
Makes sense.
whatever has caused the other issue that I'm not going to get into because people will discover sooner or later
Yes.
once we finally get into the meat and potatoes of this.
You did have to
I
fix
still
a dwarf-shaped imprint in your library that looks very much like someone impacted it at great speed. It looks very
There is that,
similar
yeah.
to a dwarf you know.
It's amazing when you kind of do that work how easily it is to learn another language. It's funny how those two things go together.
It's true.
One just feeds into the no. That's not how that works at all. But yeah, I still haven't picked the 2 languages yet, so I'm gonna keep doing that
Okay.
until we actually get out of here because I don't know what languages to pick. So I'm open to suggestions. So
No.
Pig Latin and
I mean, like, if you want the classic, you can just go for
well something that would hopefully be useful for us
Because
here.
it's a mage tower, ancient books and stuff, arcane. You'd have probably draconic, elven, and maybe like infernal.
I speak Elven already. I speak Elven, Undercommon, and Common.
Well,
That's it.
as Grom said, Draconic is a pretty good guess that you're going to be running into that with,
And we've seen several examples of.
Call to the
Yeah,
Dragon.
so probably
Yep.
Draconic is a good one to take, and then I don't know what the other one would be.
There were many elementals in the tower as well, so
That is true. A primordial.
yeah.
So what the second one would be Primordial, or? All right. Well, if I mean, watch neither of those come up. But yes, it sounds like I'll take those two, since I don't have a better suggestion, unless So what was that? Primordial and
Draconic.
got it. Draconic and
So it's about
Primordial and-
it's about an hour or 2 by the time you get back. It's probably a couple hours maybe until darkness, because it was late afternoon basically. So you have just a couple of hours before darkness essentially falls. It doesn't seem to have much of a result if you just lean your heads out the window of your room. It doesn't seem to have much of an effect on the line. There's still like people, waiting in line to get into this place. But as the night falls and you begin to see, again, some of the majesty of Calumport laid out with multiple glittering lights, and these don't look to be, they might be flames and torches, but they look a lot more steady, and as you kind of look closer to your present location, you can see that there are these glowing blue and red lights, almost look like blue and red lanterns, which obviously must be, magically lit or maintained in some way. Many of them that you can see lighting the road, lighting the street, I should say, leading up to the Cafe Cormier where you are right now. Otherwise, everything else seems to be as it was, and the evening is basically upon you, at which point your rests can come to an end if you wish. So.
Yep. Okay.
no, I like resting. I'm just gonna keep resting.
Yeah, I
Can
was gonna
just
say,
rest
what
here
is
for
what is the
rest of day?
plan for post rest for people? What are you
Resting
folks
is, I'm good. No, what are we doing? I don't know.
I'm currently going through my spell book because it's huge.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
Because we have no idea what's down there.
Fifely, you would have transformed back by now, or does it take?
Oh yeah, it would
2 hours
have
and-
taken him. It would have taken him 10 minutes to make
Okay, that's
the
what I
rope,
figured. Yeah.
and then he would have switched back and just kicked back and continued.
Likely, was there any water down there by any chance? It was a well.
In the well? No,
No. Okay.
it was dry.
That spell.
I presume that the inspiration I have from last month is gone.
From last month, yes.
Yes.
Do you think
Use
we'll
it
need?
or lose it, sir.
I think we'll need to be able to communicate through magic when we're down there, so I can switch it out to something more.
Yeah, these are not the inspirations are not rollover minutes, Trent.
No. Unfortunately. Oh,
I'm getting crap. That's good. Rules grab that. I'm doing it. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, I assume it was pitch dark down there.
well, it was.
We didn't go down. We just saw it. We just found it.
It looked
But
pitch
yes,
dark.
it will be pitch dark. It's not really
Yes,
lit because you bring your light
The
with you.
sun was directly above us. It was shining straight down the well, so we could see the bottom of the well. By now, that's not the case.
Okay. Trying to think if there's anything extra I can bring that can be useful for exploring this well underground, but there's not much I really have on that front.
I find myself wishing I still had an anti-dragon sword.
Oh, we got Cade. Cade says he's the dragon slayer. Remember he took out the dragon with his bow? Remember, guys? And the sleep spell?
Oh,
Seems to go for
schmo.
it.
Sleep spell. Yeah. I got better stuff now. So, don't worry about it.
There you go.
Don't worry about it.
Forget about it.
That's right. That's right.
Alright, I think I'm ready. Yep. All my spells are prepared.
All right. What then is the plan?
Shall we head out and check out this well?
Throw Timmy down the well, and then get Lassie to go.
Let me
this
get some
bed
drink
is-
first.
But this bed is so comfy. No, I'm kidding.
What's that, Lassie? We threw Timmy down the well? I don't okay.
So
all right,
we'll
so
head
You're heading out?
that way. Yep.
What, how, and let me just ask, I assume everyone's going kind of via relatively normal route, or is there going to be a bunch of stealthy hiding in the shadows, or are you going by your relatively normal
Just
passing through the streets type of thing?
we're trying to be. I assume we're just going to be casual, not look suspicious at all.
Walk casually.
casually,
Yeah.
yes.
Casual. Yeah, there it is.
Try not to look like
There
you're
it
walking
is.
casual. Okay. All right. So when you set off from the inn with many a dirty look from the people that are still waiting in line as you walk past them out of the room, out of the building, you make your way from the Grand Ward into the Jewel Ward. Now, when you get to the edge of the Jewel Ward, the gates of the Jewel Ward, you notice there are 2 guards there who were not there before, who, when they see you, hold up a hand, and each one of them holds up a hand, like literally at the same time. And in a little bit of a different way, sort of in the universal gesture of please stop. And one of them says, "Hold, I must ask your business as you go into the Jewel Ward." And they say that to all 4 of, whoever wants
Oh,
to.
we're just passing through to the palace ward.
Do you have entry papers?
This is where, if I were playing a different character, I would look at the guys and be like, "Who is this? What's your operating number?"
yeah, exactly.
So I'll say, we don't put any by entry papers because this was open earlier, wasn't it? Correct, to pass through to the palace ward.
It was
Actually,
open
we-
during the day, but during the evening, it is expected that those passing into the Jewel Ward will have papers of entry and exit. It is to prevent removal of certain items.
No, so we'll probably have to go around the long way.
And he says, as you wish, you would go down into the Dock Ward and then up into the Palace Ward. if you have specific business with the Pasha, of course, his palace will not be open to the public in general until tomorrow morning. But otherwise, you may go around if you wish.
Question. If we were to require papers, where would we acquire?
From the palace.
Ah, that would make sense. Thank you.
He nods several times, and he says, the calmest of evenings to you, and steps back. And you notice that the other sort of people walking around you are sort of giving these guards kind of a wide berth. You know, they were perfectly polite with you, but you know, you get the impression you don't see anybody trying to pass in or out of the jewel ward just while you're standing at the door for.
They're bypassing the entrance entirely.
Right.
Okay. Gotcha.
Right, but they definitely are not just like walking. They're like more than 6 feet distance. Know what I'm saying? Like they're just like around.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Rob just teleported in, so everything's fine.
Indeed. Okay.
I just
All
wanted to
right,
see if you were all paying attention. Hello. How are you
Just
doing?
just nod and we'll move along. Okay. Alrighty.
So do you want to head like south and like
We'll
up
head
the other
south
way?
along the docks. No,
Okay.
we'll head south along the docks. I think it's gonna be easier.
I really thought you were about to ask, so do you actually want to teleport in?
It's like well,
No, I'm good.
so okay. You walk past onto the docks and then down that way. And as you're going along, probably I would say right about, let me mark it, right about here-ish, when you're about to move up to the gate, which is in this side right here, right about here, you hear this great sort of shouting and commotion. And people seem to be gathered around in a circle. Down here somewhere, looks like right at the edge of where some of the docks actually begin to lead out into the water. And they seem to be chanting and yelling, and they're looking at something inside this circle. There's a large group of people around them, so you can't see what it is. But you hear sort of like, like the sound of what might be fighting, but it's hard to tell because there's a bunch of yelling going on as well. Again, you're just walking past it, so you can ignore it completely, but you do hear that going on.
I suggest we do ignore it completely and move and keep moving.
Probably just gambling.
Because I just realized, you sidle up to Romney, I'm like, crap. If they require papers at the jewel ward, it's very likely they might require papers at the palace.
Well, we could
too.
show them the official documentation, and see if that's good enough.
If we're not going there on official palace business, that might be a problem. Well, let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the gate from the dock ward to the palace ward, you do not have a problem there. There is one big, fairly burly guy standing at the gate, but does not say anything, keeps his arms folded as you walk by. He does sort of regard you silently, but he doesn't say anything otherwise. And you enter the palace ward again and make your way towards the palace in more or less, I'm guessing, the same direction, the same path more or less that you did the last time, although I think you came at it from a different area maybe.
Yeah, so this is fine because it's actually different. You're right. It's a different way we came than last time, so I'm all good with that.
Okay. Are you going to the complex? Or are you going to the well? Where are you going?
I'm not going to the well. There's no reason to go to the palace. It's probably closed for the evening.
Okay.
So
Okay,
I
so
want to find I would have scoped out a place to place the party that's not going like we're all standing around the well or look down it. No, a place that's like in an alley or a way that's out of the way that we can observe the well itself and people around there without being seen.
I think that's reasonable. I'm going to ask everybody to make a stealth check as you get into position. As you get into position.
My
Yes,
favorite.
guys, it's my greatest skill.
I know.
Oh dear Lord.
I would
The
really
stealthy
like to make.
infinity and beyond. Yeah.
I would really like to make a good roll here, so that I don't have to listen to Cade make fun of me again.
Well, Cade begins with a 32, so he just vanishes from
of course he
sight.
does.
There's a black hole where he used to be.
Too much.
Grom, is that a 19?
It's a
That's a
natural
9.
20.
The 9.
Wait, what?
Because I am
You have
in heavy
disadvantage.
armor.
So you're at
Yeah.
disadvantage. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Plate armor.
okay, so I'll talk about that in a minute. Ryuvi with the
18.
18,
Hey,
no problem.
Ryuvi, very good.
Yeah, so Ryuvi, no problem. As I say, Cade like vanishes from sight essentially. Fifely, you're a little bit like, little sort of like bumping into things. This city stuff, like everything is too small. There's no room, and there's a little bit of that.
Smells.
But fortunately, if you're inclined to be like, well, I'm sorry about that. Fortunately, next to you, you have, pardon me, clang, like bonk. So there's like a lot of that going on as you walk down the alley, and Grom is like, and it seems like I have this image, Grom, of you attempting to tiptoe, but like, dink bonk, dink bonk, dink.
Bumping into me.
Very, very cautious steps, except the cautious steps are just chonk.
Yeah, exactly. Every step is cautious, but the footfall is the part like da 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 clang, every time. So you get up to the edge, and Cade, your guess would be that if anyone was asleep within the palace ward, that has now ceased. And that probably they are.
Dude, he didn't roll a 1.
I know.
Why,
I've
that's so
overplayed
cruel.
it. No, I'm joking around. It's not that bad, but it's definitely not super stealthy. I mean, there was definitely noise. The good news, though, is that the palace ward, even in this area, is not dead silent. There is still, some movement and people around. It's not nearly as busy as it was during the morning. In fact, I'm going to reflect that a little bit. Cut down just a bit on stuff.
Get the volume down on the atmosphere.
Exactly. It's not as atmospheric as it was. So there's that. But having said that, it's quite possible you might have been heard getting up to that space. Not you personally, but the rest of the party. That said, though, there is no one that you can see in the square, although I'm going to ask all of you to make a perception check for me first. Yeah, it's the very definition of relative stealth. Exactly, Rino. 22, okay.
Yeah, keep in mind that was on a 4.
21, 16, that's on a 1, and a 21, wow.
It's like the bare minimum. Ooh,
okay,
so
all of you can see, I think, well, actually, let me say that, Ryuvi, you can see that there is indeed nobody in the square. You don't see any tracks around. The rest of you notice that as well. But you do notice something a little bit odd on the rim of the well, on the sort of the brick wall that basically encircles it. And you're going to have to get a little bit closer to the well to see what it is. But there seems to be something odd about one of the bricks. Seems to be not the same angle as the rest of them.
As in, we noticed that, especially from this afternoon.
Correct.
It
does not look the same as it did this afternoon.
Stay here. And I will...
Okay, no.
Actually, screw it.
Right here! Or do you want us to just...
Do you want me to move anywhere?
Cast invisibility.
Okay.
And move up to the well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I literally thought you were stopping. Move up to the well. It's like no, the well is where you're moving up to. I'm very sorry. Okay, so you, I really have run out of superlatives to describe what an invisible, super stealthy Cade is like. Just the absence of sound. Okay. Cade moves up to the well.
I am the night.
You are the night.
I am the wind.
Cade, when you get there, you can see more clearly now the stone itself. And it does look as if it has been shifted. Now, I'm going to need you to make an investigation check. You find the stone. It's definitely been shifted. You don't think it happened by itself. But I need you to make an investigation check to see if you can determine what exactly did the shifting.
Definitely know what I'm taking for my next thing when we level up. Okay, anyways, right now...
Well, proficiency? I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, well,
Natural.
Wow, see, look, he's complaining and immediately... All right.
I know, right?
You are almost certain, Cade, that the reason this block has shifted is that someone or something used, you can see 2 grooves that are lightly imprinted, but are definitely imprinted into the sandstone side of the brick, as if someone used a grappling hook to descend here sometime between the time you were there this afternoon and now.
Right. So...
and there's no grappling hook now; it's gone. But you can see the scores.
I want to be clear. It's not that the brick itself, or was the brick, the hook kind of pried it out as the party was going down, or we just noticed the scrape marks on it that were visible?
No,
more
but well,
visible
both.
elites?
So the brick itself was shifted as if it was
Okay.
pried down. When you got over there, you also see the score marks.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okie dokie. All right. Let me go back.
What you thought? Oh,
Visible, not deaf. You. Anyways, we apparently have company. It looks like someone used a grapple and rope to go down. Between the time point to Fifely doesn't really help. Actually, my mage hand appears and points to Fifely and then comes invisible again. Between when we came here and now, someone else has used this to access the Under City. So yeah. And by the way, this well is not like the typical, Tyrolean Alps well, but just like a bunch of bricks on the ground. There's no awning, there's no covering or anything. It's just like
That is
pretty much
correct.
a hole.
It is a few layers up, though. I mean, it's probably
it's
a
built
good,
up.
like,
Sure.
5 or 6 layers. But yes, it is basically just, again, a sort of light brown sandstone brick. Very common to the area.
And I take out my grappling hook and hand it to Fifely, saying you probably want to tie that off to your rope.
why would I do that?
And I mean, by the way, are you going to scout in your multi-legged form or what?
I certainly can. That's why I wanted to know if you wanted me to make the silk rope.
I can
now.
send my eye down there. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, that little eye thing you have that's so useful. That would be great. In case something's for some reason waiting for us would be terrific.
Yes, Augra, drop your eye.
I forgot to use that thing. That came, that came in so handy in some of those dungeons we had to crawl through. Well, walk through for me, but
All right. So I will cast my arcane eye.
Okay.
And
better than Grumps.
yeah, because you haven't seen it yet. So remember last time I cast arcane eye, I had a eye appear on my forehead. But
Right.
now it's the same as before, but there's various tattoo markings around the eye.
Wow, that's new. I wanted your whole head to become an eye, just a big lidless eye. Like, okay, that's creepy.
Of Ghost Riders enemies is like that.
Or a
Big
beholder.
eye is a
like
head?
they just,
He's got a hypno
It's
helmet.
my arcane eye.
Oh,
Big eye.
Just so you know.
Yep. Now keep in mind the range on that is 30 feet. So
No. That's the casting range, but it can go on forever.
what?
I can cast it
there
30
is
feet
no
away
limit
from-
to how
Oh,
far
I
away
see.
from
I
you
see.
the
I see.
eye
I see.
can
Yes.
move,
You're right. That's right. My bad.
but it
Yep.
can't enter another plane of existence.
That's right. Yep.
Yes,
Gotcha.
yes. Which is weird that the range says 30 feet, but it's like just casting.
Well, I
range
can cast
is-
it 30 feet away from you.
Yeah,
so
Yeah. Yep.
type of thing.
Hit target a point within range. Okay.
Yeah.
Nicely vague.
So
guys.
I'll
Thanks a
put
lot.
it. I'll send it down the well. See what I can see.
Okay. And it descends. Did I see that's 30 feet? Basically 30 feet every 6 seconds. Basically is what that
every
works out to.
turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it descends the well fairly rapidly. And actually, let me see. Visual information. I'm wondering if I can have you do perception checks via the eye. I guess so. The perception checks may be more limited, though, because it depends on whether it's just visual, because you obviously don't get sound or
Yeah, I
other
don't get
things through
sound.
this.
It's just visual.
Okay. So it descends to the bottom of the well, and then it sets off down a passageway. You can see areas where it is, again, pretty much sandstone down here. You can see where the passageway that you're walking down was naturally created, or maybe to put it another way, was clearly a place that water used to flow through here at one point, although it's been clearly some time since that happened. And the eye goes for a good long way, basically off in a roughly northerly direction, until you reach an area where it basically breaks off to the west. And you can see it breaks off to the west for about maybe 10 feet. And then breaks off into literally a branching of like 5 separate passages, all extending out. And you can see there are a lot of grates and vents down here that are on the ground that you can see down in this
I
area.
definitely didn't see anyone on the way to this.
You did not spot anyone, no.
So I'll say, no signs of anyone for a bit. down when we're down there, but there is a junction. He could have gone any direction from there, so you'd have to really have a good look around there if we wanted to find out which way he went. I've still got the eye out for a bit. I could pick a direction, or do you want me to just leave it there?
Well, let's get down there and rejoin it, and then look for possible clues as to where they might have gone.
Yeah, because I can't physically touch anything. I can only just look, see what I see.
I'm just making sure no one's waiting to ambush us as we go down. That's all.
Well, if they're hiding, they're going to be really, really good. It's a very narrow tunnel. Unless there's like secret compartments in the tunnel for people to ambush.
Okay. All right, everyone ready?
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to think I could probably do something else, but nah, I want to keep the eye up for now. For example, I could cast silence on the well top so no one hears anything, but that means I lose the eye.
No, let's just keep it.
I can keep the eye down there so we know no one comes towards us from the well.
Right.
Probably a good idea.
Indeed.
Okay.
Ninja. Oh, wait. I am ninja. There we go.
All right. How are you folks proceeding down there? What's the order and so forth?
Of course, Gromny goes first.
Okay. Of course.
Of course,
Well,
guys.
I am not going first.
I'll rig the line for him to make sure it's secure. And yes, Gromnir will absolutely go
Wait,
first.
what are you doing? No, give me. And he turns into a spider again and like holds out one of his his palps for the end of the
Oh,
silk.
open your palp up, shove. There you go.
And then he creates some sticky silk and attaches it to the side of the thing and drops the rest of the rope down the well. So it is spider stuck to
Okay,
the
we didn't. Are you going to remove it when we're done? We're not leaving it here per se.
and it's since they don't have an independent head, he has to rock his entire body forward to nod.
Okay, that'll work. That'll work.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
I'm gonna
Grom, you're
climb
up.
down.
Okay. Grom, with the ability, with the assistance of the web and so forth, you have no problem making it down to the bottom of the well. Are you, by the way, are you folks giving him like a 50-foot gap? Are you going like 10 feet, he goes, then you go, then like just...
No, we're gonna make sure he's on the ground first before sending someone else down. I mean, I'm sure the rope is plenty strong, but
Yep.
just in case.
Yep, you're down to the ground there. Grom, make a... No, don't make a perception check, actually. I take that back. You don't need to make one yet. You're just here in the bottom. Everything looks normal.
Yeah. Just want to make sure there's no like quick look around, like put my hand on the walls around, make sure there's nothing bad.
Then let me have you make an investigation check.
Yeah. 16.
Yeah, you don't think so. The passageway that your arcane eye went down, you can see that clearly with your own eyes. But you don't think there's anything down here that seems to be movable or, secret bricks or blocks or anything like that. It doesn't seem to be the case. You can just see the sort of, because again, the palace ward is lit in some places. You can see a little bit of lighter, sort of shimmering, still dark, but the shimmering darkness above you over your head outside again. But that's pretty much it.
So I'll tug on the rope.
Okay. Ryuvi, you're next.
Okay. So, Ryuvi, you go over, same thing. You don't have to worry about anything specific in terms of... you don't have to worry about getting down to the bottom in terms of like acrobatics or dexterity or anything. So you make it down and find yourself there as Gromnir is sort of peering off down this darkened passageway, although you can, of course,
Sorry,
see
I
with
didn't
it.
know I was muted.
You can see it with dark vision and stuff like that.
I was wondering why
Yeah,
you're
I was
so
going
quiet.
to ask if how things look with my dark vision down there.
Yeah, it looks, you can see the passageway. Again, it's clearly all dimly lit. There is no light down here, but you obviously are able to see down, and the passageway extends off. The one that Gromnir is peering down extends off a decent long way, 40, 50 feet anyway.
Any signs that there have been people here recently?
For that, I will ask you to make an investigation check for me, please.
Cool.
You sons of...
I'm just making an investigation check, John. Jesus.
Well, that does make sense. Okay, fine.
You said investigation, right?
Yes.
Sorry. 11.
You don't think so.
Nah,
I mean,
probably don't.
there's
Not on 11.
obviously, the footprints of, a certain dwarf who's been walking around down here, but otherwise, no,
My
you don't
goodness,
see anything.
I can actually see down here. This is fascinating.
But you don't see anything obvious
great.
down there now.
So I sort of, flip the rope to let the next person that I'm out of the way, and I sort of move to the side, quarterstaff in hand.
There's as much room. We'll give it as
I
much
start
room as we can.
I'm moving away from you and the ladder to try to make some room for the next person to come down, at least.
All right. Arv, before I go, I cast Dark Vision on myself, and I cast Dark Vision on Fifely.
Okay.
Five just pivots his body back and forth.
Holy eyes! I see everything!
Whoa!
All right. See at the bottom. And down.
Okay. When you get down,
I'm still invisible, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. I was getting. Actually, let me just note that.
Hey, buddy.
Well, that's what happened to me. I was literally like looking over at the music and I looked back down. Spider. I'm like, oh, okay, then there's a spider now.
Smash! Oh, whoops.
There we go. I have added your ninja quality. Oh wait, who did I do that to? No, that's right. I did.
You just took it away from me. What are you doing?
Oh, I took it away. You already had it up there.
I already had it, man. Yeah.
Huh. There you go. Now we've got two of them.
There. I'm double.
I'll let you do it. So anyway, okay. Now, one thing I want to note here is that once you're all down here, you can, if you listen carefully, you can.
The voice you're now hearing is Richard Kiley. We've spared no expense.
You can hear a little bit of just the lightest breeze. You can actually feel and hear a little bit of breeze blowing through here, and it doesn't seem to be coming from above you. It seems to be blowing through the passageway that is the only one that seems to be available to you outside of this room.
By the way, is this come down in the middle of an intersection or at the start of one? Like the start of a tunnelway, or does it go both ways?
It's a tunnelway. It's just one way out of here.
Okay, so this is where you're starting. You're going. There's one way to go, basically. Okay.
Right.
All right. I will take the lead. Kind of brush back past the boys. Slip, slip, slip.
Okay.
And start seeing what we can see.
So you make your way down, and hello, Max. Is the exactly, Bruno? As you're moving down there, how far ahead, Grom, are you keeping your arcane eye, like ahead of the crew?
I'm keeping it at the intersection.
So you're keeping it at the well. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. So you
That's
make
not
your.
what he said.
At the intersection.
At the five-way
Oh, I
intersection.
see. At the
Oh,
intersection. Got it. Okay.
It's
So,
sitting there
yes.
just blinking. Just a dink, dink,
I got you.
just waiting there. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you follow it down to where this thing splits off 5 ways. Now, one thing you were not able to, I'm going to give you a chance to do now, everybody do a perception check here as you get to this intersection where the arcane eye is hovering. Well, you don't see that, obviously, but Grom does. Where the eye is hovering. I'll allow all of you to make a perception check.
Oh, but I know it's there. Okay.
Yeah, looking at people from 3 different angles is very weird sometimes.
Like 3 different webcams, right?
Wife is looking at us like.
Okay.
I see.
I see all. So, yeah, all of
Also
you, I
hanging
think,
upside down on the ceiling.
Yeah, okay, so
Nice.
all of you were able to determine that there is definitely
It was a 22, a 21, a 23, and a 15 for the party.
there is not a particularly great scent down here. There is a kind of stench that is sort of light. What those of you with above a 20 are able to determine, though, is that the greatest stench seems to be coming from the passageway that is directly in front of you. So it cuts off 5 ways, so I apologize, I'm not going to do this on stream because I'd be offending everybody, but the middle finger, right? The sort of the middle way.
I'm not quite sure. Can you show me that
Wait, is
one?
that this one?
Exactly. That's yes. Thank you for the
That's
for the
that
visual.
finger?
Yes, that's the one that you see.
I'm sorry, it does that. I'm sorry.
I assume one of those 5 ways, one of them includes the route back to the well. So
Well, no.
Or is it 5
This
plus
is 5 more ways plus the way you came from.
okay.
And you can also down that way, so the stench is a little bit greater, and you can see that there are vents and grates in the sort of hallways near the walls, basically, near the bottom towards the floor. And that stench, as I say, seems to be coming more from the middle area than anywhere else, although it's, there's a smell down here anyway, but it seems to be worse from that middle passageway.
Spiders don't have a sense of smell, so I don't pick that up at all.
You wouldn't pick that up at all. So then...
Doesn't smell quite as bad down here.
You do see the vents, at least, Fively.
And I have blind
Always
sense, so I can
follow
feel
your
the
nose.
wind blowing to me.
Smell
There
like
is no-
what?
Oh my
Smells
god,
like Red Lear
a
raid.
99 Raider Red Lear raid. It's a raid Lear raid.
Smells
a
like
raid.
Thank you, Red Lear. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. Man, as always, Red Lear coming through with the magic. Thanks, dude. I hope Star Citizen was awesome. Hello, people of the internet. Hello, Red Lear. And hey, Red Lear Raiders, as always. Good to see everybody. Hey, Live Suing.
The sewer is just about to get good.
Thank you so much, Red
Come
Lear.
at the right time.
You should all be following Red Lear. He's an awesome dude. Okay,
is.
so yes, what a wonderful smell you've discovered.
That's a very dangerous question you just asked.
I find that Muad'Dib actual is pretty appropriate. The Muad'Dib is appropriate for this setting, I have to say. So that works. Anyway, so yes, you have this stench. It is also, I should say, a fairly familiar stench. It is the stench of a sewer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shocking, I know.
Shocking.
By the way, is
Hello,
the floor
Salmon
here,
Swagger.
is this dry? It's not like
Sand.
yeah, so
Not,
this
but
is
not like just not thick sand, but just like a little coating of sand over what might have been rough sandstone at one point.
But it's not like sewage or wastewater flows through this particular
No,
section.
water at one point must have flowed through here, but it doesn't look like it has for a while. But the stench sure smells fresh.
If
did.
there's sand and stuff, it'd be a good chance to try and spot some footprints or anything like that. So can we check for recent tracks?
You can. I'll let you make an investigation, yes.
10.
There's
Do I have
definitely
any-
sand
sorry.
here.
Oh,
Do I have any
A lot of sand.
sense of what the scent is
Coarse
that is
and
in
rough.
the air?
It's definitely waste material. It's that kind of
okay.
scent. Yep.
Is it coming from worse from a particular? Wait.
Yeah,
did
the
you
middle
say which-
passageway. I said
the middle one. That's
that was the
what you
whole
said.
middle finger joke. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. All I heard was middle finger.
Great.
Because I'm
Selective hearing.
a teenager. Yes.
Yes.
Well, because I have the I'm
City
the
is built
child
on a
in this
huge
cast.
cat box. Yeah, it's a sewer full of sand, basically. Yeah.
Is there any difference in like the lighting coming from any of these passageways? Does any one particular one seem
No light at all down
different
here.
in any design kind of way, or
No, I would say not. No, I would say that they
is there
all
a
have.
sign that says this way to the Red Pasha?
Yeah, no,
is there
no.
some-
Yeah, there's no like obvious markings or anything on the walls.
There
or-
are not. The only thing I would say is that the passageway down which you were going, that you came from, did not have any like vents or grates or anything like that down near the floor. As you reach this sort of five-way split, all of the five passages seem to have those grates, vents, on the walls down by the floor. That's the only difference between where you came from and where you're going. But among the five passages, you don't see anything obvious. The biggest difference is that excuse me, middle passage is the one that has the most pungent odor.
Well, there is one thing we can gather. If we go down the middle passage, no one else will be able to survive the smell, so we're more likely to be left alone.
Well, I can send my eye down one of them and bring it back, and then just keep doing each one if you want.
We have no
spell
better
runs out.
idea which way to go, so any information we could gather would be helpful.
it would seem to me that the main passage is probably going to take us close to the palace. And this is, shall we say, their waste disposal tunnel. So I think we can start with any of the other ones first and leave this one for last if we have to, because that's not technically where we're going right now.
Well, I
should at least let
certainly
my-
don't want to go down the smelly one.
Well, I can send my eye down the direction that we pick if you want to just pick one.
Yeah, just start from the left and sweep over.
Which way?
All right.
Okay, which way is the palace from here?
That's a good question. I'm not really, underground mappy person. Where the well was, what direction was the palace?
Southwest from where the well was outside, anyway. The palace
Can we
was
gather-
southwest from the well.
Okay.
Can we gather from where we entered which passageway seems to been closest to southwest?
If
Because we would have known which way we were
Right.
oriented when we entered the.
so the passageway goes, excuse me, sorry, goes up and then turns west, and then splits off into those 5. So
Right.
all passageways are leading in various flavors of west. Northeast, not as northeast, or sorry, I beg your pardon, northwest, not as northwest, west, southwest, and then more southwest.
Well,
So
which one's the one
basically-
that's going the most southwest? The one furthest to the right?
furthest to the left, because you're going
Furthest to the left.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So it will likely be. It would more
So
likely be
that's the
those
one
two on
we're-
the left.
Yeah, it's the one we're starting to look at first. So I guess we'll find out.
We don't know what they do after they get away from us, but southwest would be in those 2 passageways.
All right, so I'll start with that one. Send one of the eyes down that one of the 2 in that direction.
Okay. So you make your way down there. As the eye goes down in that direction, there is a point where, and actually, I should ask, how far are you sending it?
We'll start with like about 120, 150 feet, and then go from there. If it keeps going forever and ever, maybe worth it to bring it back. But the eye lasts a fair amount of time, so
Okay.
let's say we spent probably about 15 minutes to get here. I've got 45 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe do like 7 minutes a direction type of thing.
Okay. So you'll be able to get a good long way. All right. So you send your eye, and you're not moving while your eye is moving, yes?
Correct.
Okay. So as you sort of wait there and you send the eye down, for a while it just I'm sorry, the farthest left you said, the most southwestern
Yeah.
passage? Okay.
Yeah.
So it goes down for a while, and it just seems to be more, grates. And there doesn't seem to be anything in terms of, that you notice in terms of like, moisture or anything else that's obvious from visually anyway. But eventually you do begin to notice something, which is that there are, at a certain point, in fact, I'm actually going to ask you to make a perception check for me
Okay.
to see how early you pick up on this.
$20.
You begin to notice what I would describe as basically scratch marks in the walls. There are basically about 4 that you can see on either side, fairly deep scores that you begin to notice happening at irregular intervals on either side of the tunnel as your eye goes down it. And you see these scrape marks. They're about equal. They always appear like on the left and right walls at the same time. So they're always appearing there. And then they sometimes aren't there at all for, 20, 25, 30, 35 feet. And then they show up again. And wherever they are, they always seem to be about the same level relative to the floor and the ceiling. And you begin to notice these as you go along.
Well, that's weird and discomforting. There are weird scratch marks on the walls, probably from a creature. Approximately humanoid size. Would I have to make a rough guess of? Probably humanoid.
Maybe
Like
a little
average humanoid.
Yeah,
height.
maybe larger though. It looks it's not. It's humanoid probably, but somewhat larger than a normal humanoid.
Could be bigger, but nothing else so far. Do you want me to keep going or bring it back?
Keep going.
Keep going. All right, I'll keep going.
Okay. As the eye continues further, you see more of these score marks. And the eye basically continues down the tunnel further and further. And then you see this kind of obstruction ahead of you in the tunnel. At first, it looks like a gray rock, basically. and you're just sort of looking at this sort of strange gray rock. And then you see that the rock, as you get closer, I guess I should ask, when you see the rock, what do you do before I say anything else?
So I'll say it looks like there's some kind of obstruction. See if there's, unless it's like an illusion or something. I'll just go up closer to it to make sure. And then I'll pretty much put the eye right up to it, to...
Okay.
The astral eye is invisible typically, right?
It is.
That is right.
Okay.
As
However,
you
if
get,
someone can detect magic, they can see it.
as you get close to it, as you get close to it, let me just make sure I get something fixed here. Okay, good. As you get close to it, I'm going to ask you, Grom, and chat, and everyone in the party who's there, to make sure you're looking at the stream, because as you sort of get close to it, there's a pause. Everyone let me know when you got the stream up if you don't already.
Yep, stream's up.
Mm-hmm.
And something turns, and something flashes out at you, and your eye winks out. Now here's the image you see for just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Clovis Bellevue, isn't it?
Yes, I'm got your back. No. Just for a moment,
It leans in.
something turned, and you realize that what you must have thought of was a rock was actually its cloak or its cape that was on its back. And it clearly turned, something flashed out. It might have been even a hand. And then your eye winks out, and you're not receiving anything from it again.
Really?
That's not good. You just watch the eye on my forehead just...
Yeah.
Vanish.
Yep.
Poof. What happened? Because
That,
we didn't. You're the only one who saw it. Really, we didn't see it.
there's someone down there.
Someone.
He was wearing some kind of cloak, this ragged cloak,
Might we?
very big.
Might we?
But there's a
Are we-
problem. He saw my eye.
That shouldn't. That's normally not possible, right? Typically.
Well, unless you have the ability. I mean, like, there are creatures that have the ability to see it, but someone like that, he looked human to me, like a large human.
Are we gonna have company?
He saw my eye. I don't know what he's going to do if he's going to come up this way.
Hmm.
Do you want to?
Wait, how far away was that?
That was probably... Oh, gosh.
I went 150, so it was just after that, probably about 200. Would you say 200?
Maybe 250 feet, yeah.
No.
Everyone, be quiet for a second, and I'll listen down the corridor to see if there's any
Make a perception check for me.
sound of. Ooh. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna answer that later. Okay. Perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. 22.
Okay. You hear nothing, Kate, except maybe the breathing of your companions. Next to you.
It's quieter.
Except for Fifely, who of course makes no sound.
Yeah, you were
breathing-wise.
telling us about the scratches on the wall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I
But
mean, like,
yes,
if
you
it
hear
was-
nothing, Kate.
If he did the scratches on the wall, it probably matches up to his size.
Probably. And the corridor continues beyond this being. Let's just say that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not clear how far, Gromnir, because,
Yeah. Well, it does continue, but I don't know how far.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't have to go down there. And I don't hear anything.
Alright,
And
another one.
I would see something coming within 60 feet because my dark vision's working, so I don't see anything coming either. Why don't you try the next one over? I'll keep an eye on this and
We have
see
to
if anything's
cast
gonna
another
pop
one.
up.
You all right with that?
You have to oh, that's right, he dispelled
Yeah.
it, didn't he? Crap.
Yeah.
All right,
So
well,
whoever
well,
he is, he has some kind of ability to magically dispel. So-
yeah, that
or
seems a bit powerful.
detect and dispel.
Right.
I should say.
Do we want to pick another passageway or go down and engage whatever the hell this thing is? Open to the group, folks. Rob's not back yet.
There is something I could do, but I don't know if this will work. It's different from this.
What's that?
It's risky because I can only. It's a high level spell. It could be problematic if we don't. If it gives us bad information.
Just like an updated a
Sort of like a
augury on
divination.
steroids.
Yes, I mean,
Well, like you said, if that thing isn't, I would think if it was going to investigate by now, it would show up here, and it hasn't. So I'm not sure
How
if
do
to
I
worry
say
about
this?
it right now. Yeah,
it gives the most direct route, but it doesn't give you the most safe route.
to a destination.
Yeah.
Well, that actually would be pretty handy, all things considered. Otherwise, we're going to spend like half the night wandering around these tunnels.
Just
So
be aware, if we follow this, there is a chance that it doesn't tell me if the route's safe. So
I'm
if
presuming
it
none of
tells us
these
to go
routes are
that
true.
way,
Yeah, I'm presuming none of these routes are really safe per se. So,
Yeah.
but
I can do it.
knowing where we're going at least would be a plus. Right now, we don't even know where we're going in these. So I say you cast that bad boy.
Are you sure? Because it's a very high level spell.
Do you want to wander around here all night, or do you want to get where we're supposed to be going and take care of business? I just know the locations. I don't know these tunnels. My people do not know these tunnels. We could be taking all 5 of these routes, and it could be the last one, and we spent hours and hours getting the crap beat out of us, and then when we're finally ready to take on the wormlings, we're not at full strength. This will get us to the wormlings, like that, where we don't have to go beat ourselves against tunnels where we don't know what's in them, what's at the end, etc., etc. So, unless you're have a good reason not to do it, and we need to go through all these tunnels, let's cast it.
All right. It's a bit awkward to cast this, but sure.
I will give you as much room as you need, buddy. Stands on one leg,
Trying to think what the best
pats his head and rubs his belly. You know.
would be the best target. Do we want to look for the underground fortress?
Well, we're supposed to be
Or do
looking
we
for the
wanna look for
wormlings, and those are pretty unique. I think if you try to zero in on those, it'll take us where we want to go. Because that's where we're supposed to be
So
doing.
would you say? Do you want us to look for the wormling lair?
Yeah.
Because
Perfect.
it's very specific. If I say a specific thing, it looks for that specifically.
The wormling lair sounds delightful. I mean, not really, but it sounds like it's accurate to what you need it to do.
Yeah. Just trying to think. Like, all right, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Casting the 6th level spell, Find the Path.
Find the path.
6th level spell, Lord.
Shortest, most direct physical route to a specific fixed location that you are familiar with on the same plane of existence. How far it is and what direction it lies. Shortest and most direct route. Okay, yep. All right, sounds good. So, when you can, how long is that? Concentration up to 1 day.
Whole day.
So, and concentration, so be aware, like no arcane
Yeah,
eye was
yep.
concentration, etc. Okay, so,
Yep.
you immediately get the feeling, Grum, that the most direct route is straight down the middle towards the stench.
Okay, so I'm going to do a weird visualization of this. The eye appears, but it's actually larger than before, and it's freely moving in like really weird directions. And then it just points.
I know,
to the
spitefully,
middle.
that's not creepy at all.
I love how would a spider express that's creepy?
Yeah.
Like with its like with its leg, just
And keep in mind, I'm still invisible, so I'm whispering to him as like a voice out of nowhere.
you do a Charlotte's
hanging.
Web, like that's weird,
I'm hanging upside down on the roof, so
Yeah.
That's true. Well, the mage hand can tap you on your arm, leg, whatever.
pick one.
Okay.
So
Poke you
I'll
in the
say,
eye. Ow!
It's directing me to go that way through the.
Of
stench.
course. I should have known. Well, Raovi, your wish is about to come true. He's still not back. Okay.
Beware if we're gonna be in combat and I get hit and I lose the spell, it's gonna be I only can do this 2 more times, but then I lose that ability to go to the ethereal plane.
Well, okay, but fair enough. But if this tunnel, which I can't, hopefully it won't branch off too much. This already knocks it down from 5 choices to 1. So I think we're in good shape. This already has given us a big advantage. So if you do lose it, we'll deal. But for now, hey, good job. We should probably get moving.
Okay.
We'll tell Rob we put him first in the stench tunnel.
Okay, so you set off down the line. You have Ryuvi right in front.
No,
you have,
no,
I'm
no,
just,
no.
I'm joking. You have
I will
Gromnir in
take-
front, I assume.
No, if we're going on the tunnel, I will take the front.
Okay, you're in front, Cade.
Your invisible
I'm
self.
still invisible. Yep.
Okay, and then Grom, are you next or Fifely? Are you?
I'm going to be about 25 feet ahead of them, and yes, I'll be moving stealthily.
How much room would you take up in the tunnel on the roof, Fifely? I'm as a
Probably
spider.
the same amount I'd take up on any other surface in the.
Okay, so you'd need to occupy your own like vertical
I'm a large
space,
creature.
right?
I'm
Okay.
a large creature. not
So
a-
where do you want to go
I
then?
could
Like,
ride
do you want to
you.
be like? Do you want Grom? Like, do you want to go Cade? And
I'll
then,
bring up the rear.
Okay, okay. So Cade,
Well, actually,
Gromnir,
he could
Ryuvi,
be
and then
a-
Fifely? Is
He
that
could easily be atop of me. I'm short. He could
Yeah,
be
you
on the
are a
ceiling
small
above
creature.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. How tall is the tunnel here, actually?
this is not a huge tunnel. It's probably about 7 feet.
Oh, that's
Um,
plenty.
so-
I think. A large creature, so what, you're a horse-sized spider, basically? Ish?
Close.
You can still do it, or you can be, like, right behind me.
I'm,
That'd be
I'm
fine.
blocking most of the tunnel behind us.
Oh, you're super huge. Okay. Well, you guys figure it out. I'm going to scout ahead.
Yeah, because a medium creature takes up a 5-foot square,
A large creature takes up...
a 10-foot square. So I'm kind of squished in.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
7 to 8. Actually,
It's like
spider
a-
is workable because of the nature of the spider, but yeah,
Right.
it's a
It's
little
like a
compressed.
funnel web spider.
Yeah.
I'm just taking up the whole thing.
yeah. Right.
Turn to run and baff. Ah!
And
Jeez.
it's fairly consistent. There's a little variation in space, but fairly consistent. When you were in the well, it was a larger space, by the way, as was the tunnel leading up to where it split off. When it split off, it got narrower. So,
But all the tunnels were the same size.
Yes,
That split off.
correct.
Okay. Just checking. All right. Well, I'm gonna send it to 30 feet ahead of the rest of the boys.
okay. So just to be
The
clear,
goys,
Cade,
yeah.
Gromnir, Fifely, and Ryuvi. No, I'm sorry. Cade, Gromnir, Ryuvi, and then Fifely in the back. Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's gonna have to be that way.
So remember, Cade, we're going to be going into a lair of creatures, so they're probably going to attack us. So just
Well,
Can't
I've got
see
plenty
him.
of ways. You can't see me, and I've got plenty of defenses to avoid that. So thank you, I appreciate it. But I'll
give me a heads up.
hopefully the idea is I'll see them first and come back and tell us so we can
Oh wait, does that mean I'm going to get attacked first because they can't see?
Of course.
probably.
And you're the noisy one.
yeah.
Now that's the other question. Are
Mr.
you
Clank.
moving? Are you moving in an attempt to? Are you just moving quietly but not stealthily? Or are you attempting to stealth along? All or any of you?
Well, I am.
You're only
That's
as
my
stealthy
nature.
as your weakest link, so to speak. No, depends on how far
yeah.
ahead you are, Cade. If you're 30 feet ahead, they're still going to be able to hear that down a narrow tunnel.
I know. Even look, there's probably not really much distance that's not going to hear it. I could be like 90 feet ahead, and they're probably going to hear it.
Yep.
Look at him like
Rob is back from Reykjavik where he had to go to get his water.
icy
Exactly.
spring. I'm out in cold. Yeah.
Exactly, live suing. A medium creature the size of a large creature. That's
Right.
So,
a
so
big
Rob,
boulder the
roll,
size of a
roll
small boulder.
initiative, and
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I look at him and like, well, he can't see me shake my head and throw my hands.
Yeah.
What attacked us?
Nothing has attacked you yet.
Nothing yet.
The only
we
thing
could-
that's really happened is
Yeah.
my arcane eye down that direction. Something spelled it, some kind of humanoid, large humanoid, and we decided to do something else. And I cast another really high level spell, which you can see in the list there, and it directed us to a different tunnel.
The
which is
stink tunnel.
the stinky one. Yay!
Wait, so we're not rolling initiative?
No, I was
No,
I
no.
was pulling your
Okay,
leg.
joke.
Fucking with me. Okay, cool. I was like, look, the length of time I was gone, I imagined like half the party would be dead.
That
already,
could have
so-
happened. Yeah.
You got to enjoy Gromnir's freaky third eye, like
Yeah.
looking around weirdly to find a direction.
That'd be funny. You
freaking-
return to find 3 unconscious bodies. Hello, hello.
Yeah, because that's never happened before. Also,
Well, they just all disappeared.
But no, not that.
Gromnir
But
Shit.
Gromnir's freaky third eye is my favorite MTV show.
that's right. Okay, so you all are making your way down. So are you? Yeah. So sorry, just to confirm, are we stealthing or not?
down.
Trying to. Yes, I'm gonna
trying to.
urge everyone to be as stealthy as you can.
Okay, I'm going to ask for stealth checks. I'm not going to ask you to do it constantly, but I do want one to begin with here, and we'll apply that on. Yeah, we got a raid from Red Lear, the awesome Red Lear as well, Rock God. Good to see you, dude.
I improved my stealth roll by 2.
And mine got worse by a lot,
Okay,
apparently.
so Fifely moves quite quietly. Cade moves his usual quiet self. Ryuvi, Gromnir moves like less quiet, making great pains to, bang into the wall, not so much. Ryuvi's a little bit like, moving down is like, this is not the real underdog. Ah, damn it, stop, Grom, stop hitting me. Like, there's a little, it's not comical, but you were a little louder than you might prefer. Of course, to you, Cade, it's like a brass band. You're like, would you please, everybody? But it's not actually, it's not bad. The real issue is the echo, because whenever this happens, you hear it just like down the hallway.
Full of a dwarf. Yeah, exactly.
So you make your way down. Cade, I would say that you're going for quite a ways in this direction, and probably after about 5 minutes of walking, a good long distance, a couple things all of you note. First of all, except for Fifely, because he doesn't have to worry about smell, everybody else, the scent is getting worse. And you also note that below you, the sand has turned from kind of sandy to a little muddy. And there's a little bit of a sound as you're kind of, trudging along, which isn't helping the stealth any. But also the smell is definitely getting worse. And
Which path did we end up going down? I'm sorry.
The stinky one.
That one.
the middle
Right in the
one.
middle.
Yeah, the middle one.
Oh, I see you're familiar with it. Very nice.
So you're
got a
walking
friend.
down.
From my perspective, it's like this. So
Yeah,
'cause I'm on the
exactly.
ceiling.
Cross? I can't tell. Did they? Whatever.
Yeah, it may be the case, Rudnell. After a while, you begin to notice that the smell, as it's going along, seems like you're like almost it's around you, but you're also trailing it, and then it begins to occur to you you're probably not actually walking through mud. That's probably not really what this is.
Well, there's some water there, but also
It's a little mixed with other stuff. Except for Fifely doesn't have this problem.
It's kind
Fifely
of a
is like,
slurry, actually.
although actually that you would, Fifely, unless you were on the roof still. Were you still staying on the roof? Okay, yeah.
Got no reason to be on the floor.
All right, so yeah, you're still staying up there. Okay.
He's a very fastidious spider, don't you?
Yeah, so you're getting a little
I'm
more of that.
covered in hair. You're right. I'm gonna just get it off me.
The scent
Big can
has
of raid. Psh.
the scent is not yet overwhelming, but it does smell very bad, and it will get to the point where if it gets much worse, it actually might be hard to function unless you take steps to, like a bandana around the face or something like that. Even invisible
CSI
people, Cade,
cream under your
would be
nose.
affected. Yeah, something. Nose plugs, anything like to block out some of the smell, because it's actually, it's not. I mean, you can breathe a little bit, but it's like, it's not great.
Yeah,
Hey, Ghost.
make my mage hand visible and tell everyone to stop, and then creep back to them and say, we should probably take some steps to try to block the stink.
You don't say.
Fifely's like, yeah. But he produces
What? You don't think this is pleasant?
several small droplets of silk and just kind of
Yeah.
starts passing them out to everybody.
From your butt.
Are we really
It will
gonna?
still smell better than what we're dealing with right now.
And actually, what happens is Kate takes out his burglar's kit, and in it are a number of small vials. And he says, "I think we'll do a bit of lavender here," and he puts a droplet on each of them, and like here, in your nose, and now that should cut some of the stink. I usually use it to throw off the scent from dogs, but it also works for this too. And it's much more pleasant. Packs it away. Yoink,
Stand
yoink.
that, so.
No, we'll keep moving.
Okay, so you do this
yeah.
and like wrap using the silk to kind of plug just
Yeah,
around
pretty
the
much.
nose area, right?
Yep,
Okay.
yep, exactly.
Well, they're not knee deep, Arudnell. I don't want to overstate this. They were swimming through a river of shit, and then they come out the other side, and it's
Rudnell.
the best
Yeah.
movie ever
Exactly.
made. They yeah, exactly. Someday I have to figure out a way to surreptitiously play the Shawshank Redemption module with Venture without anyone realizing it, and then when people find out that that's what we're playing, it'll be epic. No. In any case, so you're continuing to walk now.
Will it be a painting on the wall that we're
Yes.
behind?
Yes, and the warden will be a guy the big bad that you were happy to see go. Let me tell you.
Exactly.
So you hear classical music playing. Oh man, so many good moments in that movie. Anyway, as you continue to move, it does not get deeper. So it actually is not like quite wading through a river. It's not that bad. And you get the impression, as you're walking along, Cade, you probably see this first, that coming through the grates is a little bit of what looks like almost runoff. If you had to guess, this isn't the main sewage tunnel, but it looks like areas where it's like maybe overflow. And several times you actually hear above you, don't have to make a perception check for this, a sound of like, as the sound of like liquid of some kind flowing above your heads and around you. And typically when that happens, then there's a little bit of effluent, am I using that right?
Effluvium.
Correct.
Or fluvium, which comes through the grates at the bottom. And so it clearly is some kind of runoff. Now, before anyone is like, are these flush toilets? It's not exactly that, but there is some kind of moving water that's happening of some kind, and presumably of sewage, although fortunately most of the bad smell is blocked out thanks to the work of Cade and Fifley. And so this continues until you get a little bit further down the passageway, maybe about another 5 minutes. So about 10 minutes total that it's taking you to get down there. And for the first time, you see what looks like from a distance, maybe 60, 70 feet away, you see a bit of light, actual light, shining around what looks like a circle in the darkness. If you had to guess, Cade, maybe a circular door or portal or grate or something in the end of the tunnel. And the tunnel does seem to come to an end here, and this circular whatever is blocked off.
All right,
I mean, it's closed, whatever this is.
Yeah. As soon as I see it, I put the hand up behind me, 30 feet, so they'll stop. Head back again. And by this time, we should be close enough where they can probably see it too.
Yes,
I'm gonna go investigate that door. Hang here until you hear, like, I don't know, screams or rending or swordplay or something. I'll be back.
I'll be right here.
Oh yeah, our battles be like this. All right, start heading down toward this whatever is blocking the tunnel thing. E.
Okay. When you get to it, you can see that it is actually it is indeed a circular iron grate of some kind. But it's really, I should say door. It's not really a grate. There's a little bit of a grate in the top of it through which light just barely shines out, but it's way too thin to be able to see anything for real. Like you can just kind of peek up and see like light shining from the other side. A kind of a warmish light too, not a cold light, but a warm, indoorsy, I guess, sort of light. But otherwise this portal is closed, and there is some kind of on your side, there's some kind of basically a bar that is a steel iron bar that's on one side of this door that is currently angled up. It's something that presumably you could grab and turn if you wanted to do so. Although again, the whole thing is made of iron, so if you had to guess, probably going to make some noise if you just like do it as normal.
I'm sorry. Describe that again. This is some sort of mechanism to open the doors.
Apparently, yep. So you're looking at a circular closed iron door or portal of some kind,
right?
And then a bar that is set forward. So like on a basically on a spindle. So you've got spindle, and then you've got a bar that's horizontal out of the spindle. So you could turn it in place.
Oh, sure. Okay, gotcha.
But it's not a wheel, is my point, right?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But iron, metal on metal.
Yep.
Wet.
Yep.
Okay. Well. Yes, normally that might be a problem, but again, in my trusty burglar's kit, what do I carry but some oil? I mean,
Okay.
come on.
That's, I mean, sure.
Yep. Gonna soak that bad boy and let it work its way in while I head back to the party and tell them what I found.
Okay.
So yeah, little Rogues D40 works every time. Doink 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 doink.
Okay.
Doink, doink. Yeah, pack it up, head back, and tell them. So we've got a door. It was entirely iron. The whole thing was iron, right?
Seemed to be.
Yeah. So I described the door. They got the handle thing. I said I've oiled it to see if we can keep it quiet. Well, I didn't hear anything on the other side. Side note, he didn't really listen, but that's okay. And we've got light. So whatever's on the other side is lit for some reason. So I can either go back there and investigate myself, or we can bring everyone forward. Up to you.
I just want to get out of this. Can we just get...
Rovi, do you have an opinion?
Yes, I would like to get out of this tunnel.
All right. Well, I guess
You
we're
know,
going.
it helps if you put your fingers on your nose, really.
I really don't give a shit.
That's good. There's enough here already. All right.
Agreed.
In that case, let's. I guess we're heading forward then. So let's all head up there.
Okay.
You.
By the way, do you think the Underdark always smells rosy? Grumnir? The answer is no. And then he just keeps walking.
Well, assuming you guys clean up after yourselves. My God.
It is underground in a place with no light. Some days it does not smell particularly great.
Okay.
Ew.
So you all make your ways up, Fifely still crawling along the roof, I assume, towards the iron door. And when you get up there, you can see the door that has been, that Grumnir mentioned, with this just little, sliver of light basically coming out of what looks like a grate that's very thin in the top half of the door. And then this bar that I mentioned, which is currently at an angle, seems to be closed, and the door, of course, is closed as well. And the light that you see, as I said, is coming from that sliver in the top half of the door.
Well.
Need my help to rotate it.
Oh, help Schmelp, you're opening it. I'm ready to attack whatever, if anything's on the other side.
All right.
I'll open it.
Okay.
Try to open it.
I'm going to need you to make a strength check for me, please.
Yeah, my strength is my dump stat, dude.
20.
There you go.
Okay. So you begin to pull at this, and you do start to make some headway, but it's, even despite a very powerful tug, Grumnir, this is sort of resisting you. As you look down, if you had to guess, the oil is definitely helping, but this is a little bit rusted. If you had to guess, this probably hasn't been opened, well, you don't want to say for a long time. In fact, there is something weird that you can't quite figure out about the nature of this door. There's still some rust on it, and yet you would think that it would have more of an effect, even though it's hard to explain. Something about the pulling of this feels strange to you, but in any case, you're able to pull it. There is some occasional, like, occasionally. Now, it's not nearly as bad, presumably, as it would have been otherwise, but there's a little bit of that. And every time that does that, it like echoes alarmingly down the, the tunnel both directions. And you keep
Not
doing
much
it.
behind us because I've got my big fat hairy abdomen.
Right. So pretty much
most
just
of the-
the other side will be like, like that type of thing.
Trying to resist, trying to stop himself from his body parts from going into the refuge.
And then with one last, like, it comes clear, and the door opens and a light shines in, and you find yourself looking at the edge of a hallway. And give me just one moment, chat. I think I have this set properly. but let
Are
me
we
just
on
make
a
sure.
map?
I'm
Woohoo!
going to give you a map. The time has come. We leave the theater of the mind and enter the theater of the map.
Oh God, I hope there's some color on this map because my eyeballs have been bleeding every time I look at this damn other map.
I hear you.
It's like I bring it up on this screen, all of a sudden I'm like in, Yankee Stadium or something.
Okay, give me 1 second. I just need to make one quick adjustment.
Yep, just double check fog of war's on and all that, so you don't.
Yeah, I did. That's basically what I'm doing, just to make sure. I
Yes,
also
make
took
sure
out the
fog
set
of
art.
war is turned off so we can see everything right away.
Everything.
All secrets are
right.
revealed.
Exactly
You know,
not what
exactly
I'm
as
going
you
to do.
intended to.
Okay. Let's see. And okay.
God, I drank too much coffee.
All right. So, which means I now have to...
Eyes falling out, caffeine headache, everything.
Perfect. Here we go.
I
Here we go.
had some iced coffee before this, and it's just hitting me like a ton of bricks now.
Here we go. I'm going
saying
to
that,
bring
Arv.
all of you
Still waiting.
Overdue.
over this way.
Just waiting. Waiting on you,
wait,
Arv.
wait.
Just wait. Go.
W for water
Go
closet.
already.
There we
Go.
go. Okay. And let me just move the
Now.
the dice
now.
roller. Okay.
Wait, we saw everything. No.
Okay. There we go. Let me just move that dice roller out of the way so chat can see it. Lovely. Okay. So this is what you see. As you open up this area.
How come Fifely's the only one there?
I'm the only one who dragged myself onto the map.
That's right. Everyone can drag themselves onto the map.
He said he was gonna take it. He was gonna take us over there. So he's
Okay, well, just to the map. Then you have to bring your tokens on at that point. Okay. There is a long passageway which extends out here to the west. But directly to the north of you, there is a door that is currently closed. And I should say that these squares, by the way, are 10 feet, not 5 feet. So there is a, to the north of you, there is
we're all a bit large for this corridor right now.
Yeah, I'll have to drop you down a little bit further, but
Yeah.
I will
Me, not so much.
do that. All right. All right.
How dare you call me large?
Okay, I'm gonna drop you a little further.
There we go.
Brom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that, and we're gonna drop Ryuvi to about the same as
Why,
Cade,
make
and Cade needs to go smaller than that. Okay, seems
There you
about
go.
right. Okay, there we go.
And you said a door right
I'll
to
zoom
the
in.
north. Oh,
That's
that
correct.
door. This one right here in the alcove right there.
Yes, that's correct. And then there is the passageway leading off. Now, I should say that the passageway here is much different, basically, than what you saw elsewhere. The passageway down here is largely composed of it is sandstone, but there's no extra bit of sand, and there are no grates, there's no smell, there's no nothing like down here. It's just basically the sandstone floor, and the passageway itself seems much larger, first of all, than what you were just in, and also seems much more straight and probably recently traversed, if you had to guess. So it extends off here to the west. The light, interestingly, seems to be coming from, at regular intervals, probably about every 50 feet or so, there is another, some kind of a light fixture, like a brazier or something like that, except that it's set into the wall. And it is glowing with at first it almost looks like a torch would be, but as you sort of look a little bit more closely, you can see that it's actually just a glowing and occasionally pulsating reddish orange light, as if it was lit by a torch, but it clearly is magical in nature.
Okay.
All right, so I'll hit to the intersection. What does my find the path say?
Oh yeah.
About exactly about where we're going. So
Remember, we're going. It's directing me towards the lair of those creatures.
of the wormlings, right?
The wormlings.
The wormling. Now, to be clear, well, no, yeah, that's fine. The wormling is specified by how the rats imagined it. Just to be clear about that. Okay, so at this point the path leads you here.
Sorry, which way? Sorry.
To that door.
Yeah.
To the door, yeah.
So I'll say through here.
Well, or it leads through this area.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I meant. I'm gonna go up to the door and just listen in on it and see if anyone can hear anything on the other side.
Make a perception check for me, please.
As you take a needle to the ear.
20. Wow, I'm actually doing good rolls other than stealth.
On the other side, you hear down on the other side of this door, probably a good 50, 60 feet at least, you hear a... It's basically people murmuring. Not loud enough for you to pick up what they're saying, but there are definitely people murmuring, and there's definitely more than one. In fact, there's probably more than two. You also hear something else with that roll, which is that there is also a... And there's a sound of this, there's this exhalation of breath, which is not in line with the talking. So it's not like talk, 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 breathe. It's talking, and then something else is breathing over them or like right next to them. And there are several of those things as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of back up, head over to, like, just back up as much as I can, just to try and make so I don't make much noise, and just say, I think there's people behind that door. Don't know how many, definitely a couple, and something else I just don't know what it is, but it made a fair bit of noise.
Peek. What kind of door is it, Arv?
This door also is made of a strong kind of iron, from what you can tell, which is not, it's not the most, I mean, it is used somewhat here, but it seems to be sort of a very fine make, not sort of normal to some of the doors that you've seen while you've been here.
All right. And what kind of opening mechanism handles? You got another one of those bars or something else?
No, there is a handle here and what is a lock of some kind. Like it's definitely locked, and there is like a keyhole of some kind here.
Really? Okay.
Try another path if you want, or
Does your find the path go through this door?
yeah,
Well, why do we want to go around?
I don't know.
If our target is on the other side, let me
Well,
see what I can
these
do.
sound like humanoid mumblings, not.
Did you say there
creature
was
mumblings.
also some sort of other breathing too?
Yeah, it's impossible to tell what it is other than just it's heavy breathing.
Spot within range. Lasts for the duration. Are the hinges on this side of the door or the other side?
Appears to be the other side of the door.
Well, we could do the strategy of pretending to be cultists and just walk in, see what happens. We've got all the, I've got all the stuff. If you've kept all of the,
Oh, I can make myself look like it like that, so it's not that hard. Which actually is
again,
not a bad idea, but the only question is the door locked or not? But that would certainly give us a bit of an advantage against them, which I'm comfortable doing. Like, heck, you guys open it, I'll stay invisible, thank you very much. I don't need to be visible until shit hits the fan. Or our shoes. So, I'm game if you are. If everyone else is. I'm not sure what we're gonna do about Spider Boy there.
was what I'm thinking. We just trick another path first before we decide to go this way. Just to be
Again,
cautious.
why? Okay, so
There
let
could
me
be
get
other
this straight.
people around, and if
Yeah,
they
and you
alert-
want to alert the whole complex and therefore making our job here harder?
Well, we don't know
If you
what's
start
down
the
here, that's thing.
alarm, if they're right there, we should take them out right now. Why go deeper into this place where they can cut us off and we have to find our way back through them if we're trying to escape? That
What if
makes
these
no
are like
sense.
Red Pasha guards? Just there's some kind of entrance way through the palace that comes here, and this is like a guard post.
They're guarding the sewer tunnel.
I don't
Really?
know. I mean, it's possible.
Bravey, what do you think? His pathway says it goes through the door. There's no reason we should not go through the door, as far as I'm concerned.
What's
sorry.
preventing you all from wanting to go through?
I don't know. For some reason, he wants to go down the hallway. I'm not sure why.
Well, I just want to make sure there's nothing down there that we need to be worried about. You want to go down and check?
This is a very familiar story. We've definitely heard this one before.
Okay, fine.
Wait. If this is the door that we're supposed to go to, we should just go through it. I don't feel like wasting our time going to other parts of the hallway simply because they're there and we don't know what's behind it. We have a destination, we should move towards it. Not towards a
you.
distraction.
All right. I guess I'm going through.
Okay, so you're opening the door?
Okay, so I'm just trying to think of the
Let's
best way to
gotta
do this.
suitably disguise yourself
Should I?
first.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out the Colt medallion, Colt scabbard.
My cult kit.
I was going to say,
My cult
everything cult.
disguise.
I do.
My
the
cult
Colt
cape and my
Dragon's-
cult decoder ring.
Brings out a box. My
There's
first
no
cult.
markings or anything. There's no obvious markings of like the cult, the dragon symbol with the sword through or anything like that on the.
On the doors or whatever? No.
Yeah.
What is the saying? Our father, sister, mother in strength? What is it?
Our mother in strength.
Okay.
Our uncle-in-law and strength.
Our daughter,
All right,
wife,
here I
and
go.
her.
You better back me up, Kate. Really? And
No, he's
I'll think about it.
no. What do you expect? We're just gonna let you go through, then shut it as you pass. Come on. I don't actually say that, by the way.
Hey,
Okay,
that's
so I'm gonna
that's an
open it.
idea.
When you open it,
You close it after he goes through.
it's locked.
Well, that was worth it. Guess we're going down the hallway.
So fast. Although now we've probably alerted them. Shit.
I'm just gonna knock on it.
No.
Doosh, 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 doosh.
Not like a heavy knock, just like a light.
So, okay, it's on an iron door, though. So if you're just going to be like, ding, ding,
Gromnir,
ding,
why do
ding.
you do these things?
So, okay, you hear like a doof, doof, doof. Now,
I see him try to wait. Can I like grab his hand before he finishes hitting the door?
I don't
please?
think so. I don't think you'd be able to get. I mean, but regardless, when you knock a couple times and there is silence, and actually you don't hear. Well, you'd have to kind of lean in, I guess, and listen to the door. But the mumbling sound is not there at the moment. It may be that whatever it was has left temporarily, and so didn't hear it. But in any case, there's no response. And
I am standing around the corner, waiting to see if someone opens that door with my quarterstaff ready and my spells set to go.
Right,
Because I
right.
can't actually believe. I'm also. I don't know if Gromnir can see this, but I am burning a hole with my eyes to the back of his head.
yeah.
You do this intentionally, Son. You know you do.
I don't. So just wait
It's
here. a
like,
minute,
what's
see
the
if
biggest
anyone
thing I
tries
can
to
do
open
right
it.
now?
Are you listening to the door while that's happening, Gromnir, or are you like, or are you just waiting?
Yeah,
Like,
I'll put my ear to it to see if there's anything.
What, you don't want to bang on it again, Grom?
perception check for me, please.
His head. Honk, honk, honk.
Here, just be like the Uber Eats guys. Just keep banging on the door until somebody answers. Just-
Damn, another 20.
So you listen carefully, and yeah, you no longer hear. You don't hear any of the mumbling. Actually, it was Cade that heard it. You don't hear any of the mumbling that Cade heard at the moment. Right now, it's just silence. There's a little bit of the whistling of breeze, although
No,
not too much
Actually,
down here.
it was
so.
Gromnir who heard it the first time.
Oh, was it? I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah,
I beg your
yeah, it
pardon.
was.
Yeah, you don't hear it anymore, Grom. They're not on the other side of the door.
Well, they're not making any noise now. Do you want to open it, Cade?
Well, we've already alerted them that someone's out here now, but sure, why not? Stand back, please.
Oops,
But I'd say
sorry, I
this
forgot
is
my
pretty
mic was
funky
on.
music, Arv.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Gromnir, when I say stand back, that means move aside from the wall, the door, please.
Oh, sorry, it's not my. I can't see you, so I don't know where you are.
That's a good point, actually.
And yet you're still standing, blocking the door. I need
All right,
to
I'm
reach.
backing up. Jeez, just
All right, and then Out of
Are there any
nowhere,
other doors you want to bang on? Maybe you should go back down the hallway and see if there's
Wasn't a
some
loud
more
bang.
down.
the mage hand appears with picks in hand and starts working on the door because at level 15, that's something I can do. So from where I'm standing, I'm
Yep.
picking the door right here.
Okay.
Or
Go
attempting
ahead.
to.
Yeah, make a
I have a thieves' tools thing if you'd like that.
Yeah. So let's have you do
Yep.
let's have you do that.
That'd be a 34, Bob.
So with your practiced skill, the picks, even with a mage hand, the picks just, tumbler here, and then there is a and your pick is snapped in half.
Oh, well, it's my favorite one.
Yeah. Now, thank you for the follow, Indus. So it was snapped in
Door
half.
starts attacking. Roll
No, the door doesn't
initiative.
stop attacking. No,
Except I
but
think something else might happen.
the pick snaps in half. You do not hear any other sounds, but the door definitely does not open. Now, you know how to unlock doors, Cade. This door should have been unlocked. This thing is clearly not intended, like, they do not intend people to pick the door to get through here. This is no joke.
Yeah, if a 34 didn't do it.
Yup.
Crap.
And you pull it back to see that the pick is like literally sheared off. halfway
Snapped.
through.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, that didn't work. I'm open to other suggestions, but picking it doesn't seem to be an option. As in, the lock ate my pick.
Okay.
Well,
The door.
There's always the hallway.
Yeah, the door. The edge of the doors, is it connected to stonework or rock?
It is connected to the sandstone and stonework around it. It looks like, yeah.
Yeah, what? You guys don't have a way to like burn the door or shrink
I'm
it
gonna
or
cast a spell.
turn it into a big jelly donut?
I can take the hinges off the door.
There you go.
Sounds delicious right now.
I know, right? Now I'm hungry.
Just be aware that this will make the door probably fall over and make a lot of noise.
Well, we've already, like I said, we've already alerted whoever's going to be there. I mean, look, Spider Boy could web it in place so we can actually kind of hold it up there, and then we can just push it. Well, it's probably heavy.
It's going to be very heavy.
Well, the point is, he can at least hold it in place until we're ready to move it, and then we can burst in and do it ourselves.
Wait, gentlemen. Since this door doesn't open, and we do have a whole other hallway down to the left of us, maybe this is in fact the time to see what is down the hallway, since the door will be still here when we get back. Maybe there is another door that we do not need to knock down to get through.
So now you want to take the tour, basically, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying I want to take a tour. I'm saying maybe there's another door we don't need to blow off its hinges to get through.
Well, the other way is, if I don't do the hinges, I could probably make us a path around the door on the other side, so not on its non-hinged side, if it's all stonework.
Why do we think that this is the only door?
Well, okay, his find the path said this is the way to the wormling's lair. That's where we're trying to get.
Very well.
Why wander through the rest of the complex, which does not take us to the wormling's lair, when it's through this door?
That was what I was wondering. Then proceed.
Do you want me to open it?
Yeah. Take the hinges
Okay.
off. Fuck it. I'm tired of this.
The hinges
He's
off.
just like, I'm done with this.
No, I said I can do it the other way. You do the other side.
I'd rather
would
not.
get-
Okay,
Wouldn't that
Grom?
get rid of the lock? Because the lock is no.
you're also going to create a choke point where they can kill us once we come in one by one. Just
Well, it's going to create a hole that we can just walk through.
a 10 by 10 hole.
5 by 5.
Take the hinges off the door.
All right. Stone shape.
Screw it.
Okay. So what are you shaping it into as you sort
I'm
of...
getting rid of it, just pushing it away, so it creates like.
Or it won't be on the hinges anymore, and the door will
Yeah.
fall. That's what's going to happen.
I actually don't read this way. You touch a stone object, blah, 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 could shape a large rock into a weapon, make
Or
a
a-
small passive
or a
wall.
section
Okay.
of stone.
So a section of
Yeah.
stone. Okay, so that's fine. So, okay, so you do this. Now, when you do that, and like the stone, forms around the hinge. Is it, by the way, is it being webbed, did you say? Was Fifely doing that? Was 5 feet above the door?
I guess not. No.
Okay. So you do this, and you kind of take a step back because you can see that the hinges are now clear of the stone, and the door does not fall over. It stays right where it was. And if you look closely, you can see the faintest shimmering around the hinges and, in fact, the visible frame of the door.
God,
Well, that was disappointing.
Magical door. Do you want me to just dispel it?
yes, please.
They're all my spells. All right, dispel magic. Bam.
Okay. So...
I'll just do that, even though it doesn't.
I have a feeling.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Before he does that, you step back in there. Hold on. I'm going to move to this side behind you and be down the corridor more. So I'm not standing in front of the door when you do that. Okay, have fun.
I am going to... Let's see. Okay, and you're using this at third level. Sorry?
Yep, third level.
Third level. All right, so let's see. Make an ability check using your spellcasting ability.
So I'd roll if I need.
You're going to need to make a spell. Yeah, you're going to need to make an ability check.
So it'd be D20
So an Arcana
plus
check.
10.
And yeah, it'll be
22.
Okay. So, okay. So what happens is and it sort of like begins to whiff out of, the shimmering begins to cease. And now I need you to make a dexterity check because the door falls over in your direction, Grom. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as you have to jump back out of the way.
Door to the eye. It's a new thing. Oh my god.
It's great to
All
be
right.
back on Gromny, guys. It's great.
You had a great run.
Wait,
You had a great run, buddy.
The first combat
Well,
of this campaign, Grom loses to a door.
Now, keep in mind, I
Brilliant.
had suggested webbing the door, but no one wanted to do that. So
I just thought you said the weight of it wasn't enough. So being an iron
his
door.
web is super strong. I'm sure it would have held up.
Now,
but
how did that happen if the thing he did before was that he did the pushing or whatever he did to it before did not translate into which way it was falling?
we didn't
Well,
push on it. We didn't.
yeah,
push
you didn't
on it
push
at all.
on it.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, okay.
We receded the hinges. It probably had portal or something like hold portal stuck on it or whatever, and
it.
now it's
Okay.
falling is the problem.
Gromnir, you take 28 points of bludgeoning damage as this thing crushes you into the ground. You are also currently pinned underneath it. And you can see on the other side, the rest of you can see, besides a groaning Gromnir,
God.
Groanir, if you will, you can see... Please
Awful.
ignore the numbers, by the way. I apologize. But you can see a
13
room,
enemies.
which is no. Actually, you don't see anyone in this room. There is about 30
People.
30 feet
Oh,
north
shit,
to
sorry.
south. 30 feet north-south, and then about 60 feet east-west is this rectangular room, and a staircase leading down for about 30 feet, and is leading downwards. And you see the stairs leading down to what looks like a lower level. And as you just sort of peer around, you can not see anything, but you hear the sound of people coming in this direction. That sound probably someone may have heard that.
Oh come on! He blocked it with his body. It could have
Just
made
be
that
aware
much
I felt-
noise.
He's also pinned underneath an extremely heavy iron door.
And just to be aware, I failed my concentration check. So
Oh, so
Lost
the path is gone?
path. Yeah. Okay. Well, we figured it's down the stairs.
Wow.
I can't frickin' lift that thing.
how many spells did I use?
I'm
However-
pretty sure that even if you
However-
and I both tried to lift it, we wouldn't.
I cast silent image and put the image of the door in front of the opening.
Set this
Okay.
rock and all that,
Let me take a look at silent image.
Sure. Hold on.
including
There
the
you go.
rock that's been warped.
Yeah. 15 foot cube. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, cool.
Purely visual, isn't accompanied by sound.
Yeah,
explosion.
not sells my. It is literally a first level illusion.
Okay. All right. So.
But it looks like the door is intact.
Okay.
So
So
the bad
I-
news is I'm now visible.
Okay. So now the question is, let's make sure you remove your invisibility at this point.
Yep,
You
yep,
feel
yep,
like
yep.
Grom losing to a door is on brand. Yeah. Well. Okay.
100%.
So what I need to ask is, I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to do basically one action before whoever is coming is arrived there, and then we're going to see what happens with this illusory door that Ryuvi has placed there. And so what does each of you want to do? I'll start with Gromnir. What other than
I didn't
groan in pain?
I didn't place it. Cade placed it.
Oh, I'm
didn't
sorry. Did I
place
say Ryuvi? I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Cade.
Cade.
Yeah, the Cade placed. So Gromnir, I'll give you the first opportunity. Other than groan in pain, what would you like to do?
Can I weasel my way out of this?
Gonna need a
somehow?
hell of a strength check.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to.
If you're going to assist, then
Yeah, I was gonna like be hanging from the ceiling and grab two or four of my arms.
Okay.
And try to.
If you combine your actions, then what I will do is I can't give you advantage on this, Gromnir, but I'll give you +4 on this strength check if you want to do that. Athletics will also work. But that means, Fifely, you're using your action on this, just so you know.
That's fine.
Okay.
I just have to nudge past Ryuvi to do it.
Okay. Ryuvi, you feel a spider tap you on the shoulder.
That's not the weirdest thing that's happened to me.
It's just another day with Infinity and Beyond. All right.
It's Tuesday. Yep.
Okay. All right. So, Gromnir,
Saturday, John, Saturday.
now even with the +4, and you're like,
Which
this
would be
door
a
is
13.
Yeah,
listening
13.
At home.
Yes, that'd be a 13. Boy, is this heavy. I
Just
mean,
like
like
it
this
says on the map.
the door is like, it is heavy, and you are not moving this thing yet. And so you do that as Fifely is trying to assist. Ryuvi and Cade, what would the two of you like to do? Although I am tempted to have Cade's thing count, but I don't think I will. I'll give Cade another action and Ryuvi another action. Only one each before these, whatever they are, arrive.
It's light in here, right?
One action only.
It is light in here, yes.
One action only.
One
I guess
action
Shadow
only,
Blade.
Vasily.
One
I guess
action
Shadow
only,
Blade
please.
is a 3rd level spell. Thank you very much. So this black blade appears just in his hand.
Okay.
One of Morgan's attacks in Street Fighter. Shadow Blade.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that is a callback.
The game I've never played, so yeah.
Yeah, wow, I'm impressed.
But apparently you
So,
listen to
so
the
the sound
voice
is
acting
coming
or
from
whatever.
the sound is coming from down this hallway.
Yes, coming down the
here.
stairs, actually.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, they're coming up the stairs.
Oh, they're coming up the stairs.
They're or coming to and soon up the stairs very shortly, yeah.
Okay. What's the light like in this hallway that we're in? Is it lit? Is
There
it
are
visible?
magical
Are we-
sconces down the hallway. It's lit.
Exactly, magical sconces, and it is lit, yes. Kind of this warmish light, almost as if it's trying to ape the look of what a torch would be giving out, but it's definitely magical, not torch.
And at present, there is an illusory door, which, if it works the way we hope it will, the guys will come in and look up and go, "Oh, all right, the door's fine."
And
leave.
actually, yeah, now that I think of it, that means you guys can't see the other direction either, can you?
Technically, no, which is kind of annoying.
Good to know.
I thought I could see through it, but no, not really. It's true.
So you see a door.
All right, my blind sight, I can feel tremors on the other side. It'll be okay.
True. Now you have to be careful, Fifely, because you could technically extend, your forelegs or something through it. But if you do that, they're gonna be like, "Oh, spider legs! What the?" That type of thing. So just be aware.
shit.
Phase spider! Ah!
Yeah.
Actually, Arv, I can't do that. I have to maintain the illusion, so I cannot cast Shadow Blade.
Okay, so you're maintaining illusion. All right.
So let's see.
It's up to you,
Instead,
Ryubi.
I will draw my +2 draw weapon though, because screw that. Actually, no. Bow and arrow. Let's get my bow. Who am I
right.
kidding? Who am I kidding?
Bow and
Come on.
arrow, and what do you think,
Yeah.
Ryubi?
I'm gonna wait and hold onto my darkness spell.
Okay.
And should the illusion not work, I'm going to cast it down the stairway so that they will not be able to see.
Okay.
So that we would at least be able to see them, but they will not be able to see us.
Be aware that's fine. Be aware they will be able to, like, they will see something before you cast it, right? Because you will only know the illusion fails
By
if
that,
they, you know what I mean?
By that point, it won't matter.
Okay.
If the illusion door doesn't do what it's supposed to do, then this is just to slow them down so we get a little bit of a jump on them
Gotcha.
should they want to attack us,
Gotcha.
which we're not sure of either. But I don't want to cast it before if the illusion works or not, because then it will go through the illusion and the illusion will fail. So
Okay.
I'm gonna hold it until they are not convinced by it, or they are convinced by it.
All right. So,
But let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let me ask you a question real quick. If it does fail, if they do discover that it's not real, should I indicate where I want to cast it so that I will cast it immediately, or do I still have to?
You could do that if you want. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm going to basically try to make it so that it doesn't envelop us, but goes from the staircase down.
Okay, that's fine as soon as it's clear to you that it's failed. So remember that you can't see through it yet either. So it depends on like, in other
we'll be
words,
listening for them. Yeah.
right, yeah. So you'd like, but they may, they will. If it doesn't work, they're likely to reveal themselves unless they do something super sneaky or whatever. That will cause them to be again visible for a moment. At which point you can do what you just said. But you can't preempt it because you got the illusion in front of you. But otherwise, yes. So. You hear the sounds coming closer, and now it gets close enough. Now, languages. I need to know what languages people are speaking.
Well, okay.
You can speak Draconic, right, Ryuvi?
Yes.
Okay. Cade, what did you say?
Common and halfling.
Okay. Grom?
Okay. Common, Dwarven, Draconic, Celestial, Elvish, Infernal.
Okay, right, fine. Jack of all trades, right. You're a UN translator. And Fifely?
Common, Druidic, Sylvan, Elven.
Okay. So, Fifely and Cade, you have no idea what these two are saying, but Gromnir and Ryuvi can both definitely hear these creatures speaking in Draconic. And as they get closer, you can hear that it's at least 4 of them. And, no, I don't know what it is. They told us to keep an eye on things, but not that I could know. Maybe if there's something up here, we'll find more. What do you mean? And then you hear the other one say, I mean that we don't have any way of knowing for sure. And this one's been bound down. And you hear this pulling and this, like this snuffing as if they've got something by a chain or several chains. So you hear this, you hear this sort of pushing back and forth, and they're coming. You sort of hear them coming up the steps, and just as they're like, looks fine. Let me just try, and then you hear behind them. You hear the sound of, "What are you doing?" Now this is spoken in common, and you hear, "What are you doing?" And then in accented common, they respond, There is a sound up here, mistress. We came to see what it was. A sound? What kind of one? It was a sound, there was a slamming sound, and then, well, it sounded like something had hit something with a bang. Possibly nothing. All right, well, let's take a look. And you hear more steps approaching. And all while this is going on, Gromnir, you hear... and something is like pulling, and and then back in Draconic, down, I tell you, down. A damn flame has done, and something, and like, pulling at these things. And Grom, there are definitely several creatures snuffling at you in this way, not just one. And
if we're close enough to snuffle at him, they've gone through the illusion.
Right now they're being held back, presumably by the chain. They're right at the edge.
Okay,
if you had to guess.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just like.
Yeah, I would assume. And so there's this, this snuffling again, and then she says, "All right, well, then you know what to do." And so they all sort of lean forward, or you hear the sort of, and then Grom, you have the very disturbing feeling of what feels like some heat basically cycling under the door as something goes and something breathes, and you feel warmth and you see a flicker of flame And that seems like a wonderful spot to take our first break of the night. So we're going to take a break here.
I'm cursed.
We are going to take a break. You folks are watching day 4 of D&D with Infinity Beyond Palace of the Red Pasha. If you like what you see in here, please follow and support and do all those kinds of things. We are going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. We will be back, and then we will see what happens with this feeling of heat. I'm sure it will be fine. Please follow all the things and toss a coin to your Witcher and say a prayer for your cleric.
Does
And
everybody
we'll be
have
back
another
in just a little
character
bit.
rolled? Does everybody have a
Back in a bit.
backup
Hold tight.
character?
This time, no.
Yeah, remember, guys, I have the lowest hit points.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We are here, and the time has come for us to see what's going to happen with this lovely crew. I am sure that nothing untoward is going to happen.
Cast destroy everything at level
Hey,
100.
Arv, that's already happened with the door landing on Gromner. I'm just letting you know that.
Yeah, exactly.
Boom.
That's true. Yeah, there was
all
definitely not
perish.
anything untoward. It was actually anything on backward.
Well, it wasn't needle to the eye.
It was not
was a
needle
door
to
to- it was a door to the body.
It was a door to the body. And so, yes. So you, as I mentioned, there is this sort of heat, kind of coming from under the door.
Heat.
But
Say again.
is this under the
Heat.
fake door?
No, it's under the because it's the door is only visual. The fake door is only visual. So what you're feeling is under, because remember the whole door fell over. So like under the edge, like the leading edge of the door, the bottom of the door, which is still kind of lying on the ground but tilted over, obviously now, is where you feel these things kind of this heat sort of, and it's not just sort of it's a warm breath. It's like it's like almost scorching hot. And so you kind of feel this, and then what you see above you, and I would say that probably, let me see, I'd say all of you probably see this. Although Fifely, you're like trying to fix the door, and then I imagine you're like, what do you do actually when it's clear that you're not going to be able to get the door off in time? Like, do you just like, because I assume you're hanging behind the illusion, but do you?
Yes.
Okay.
But when it's clear that we can't move it, I turn around to face towards the stairwell.
Okay.
Because
So-
the intention is to, if somebody starts to come through, I'm going to grab them or jump on them or something.
Okay, so all of you then have the very strange experience of seeing a great deal hinges on his success. Yes, he's opened up a lot of avenues for himself. So, anyway, you have the strange experience of seeing suddenly through this very obvious door, a hand passes, and it is a scaly red hand, and you hear
Shoot.
Okay.
Darkness.
So, all right, now
Immediately cast darkness.
so I'm going to say then that Cade's going to get this off just before you, Reeve, because of dexterity being faster. So Cade will shoot. Your
actually
darkness
works.
will go off.
Yep.
Fifely, you couldn't do any other action because we talked about that because you were helping with Gromnir. So we're going to do that, and then I'm going to have everybody roll initiative. But I'll let those shots go through first. So Cade, you're going to get a shot off. Now, you are still doing this at a -2 because you will literally only see a hand. You have, this is like...
Yeah. Well,
So-
I have the sharpshooter feat. Non-range. Ignore 1/2 and 3/4 cover.
Yeah, this is not cover, though. This is
Okay.
not see 'em.
That's all right. Then I guess I won't do the -5, take 10 damage. I'll just do the regular attack. So okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. It's still a 22.
PTS door. That's terrible.
You're welcome.
Wow. Okay.
That works actually ridiculously well.
And you hear a thunk and that something hit.
Oh yeah, damage.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh, hopefully, yep.
It's
8.
It's
Plus sneak attack.
portal traumatic.
I don't have advantage, dude. How could I possibly get
Portal
sneak attack on
traumatic
him?
stress. Yeah.
There's no way. So 8 points of damage.
Okay. And now
Oh,
you're.
I'm lucky. I am lucky.
Well,
I
if they're
hit
not
him.
aware of the attack, I think you still get sneak attack.
That's true.
Well, okay, Arv, I need a ruling on that because that's actually
not
not
if
a
you can't
bad
see him.
point. Not if I can't see him.
No, sneak attack only really works if you're able to literally see where you're striking.
You have
It's like-
advantage on the attack roll, which I don't have.
Yeah.
Another enemy at the target within 5 feet of it. Enemy isn't okay. Well, technically, Grom and the spider are within 5 feet of this guy. That enemy isn't incapacitated, and you don't
you
have
can see his
disadvantage on the attack roll, and I could see his hand.
That was the target.
According to the player.
I guess since you can see his hand, okay,
All right, thank you.
I'll allow it.
All right.
75 more damage. No.
Well, okay. Look, I mean, it's not 75.
It's 74. Okay?
It's
It's
32.
Leviosa, not
32
Leviosa.
damage. Okay, now that's 32. Is that 40 total, or is that 32 total?
That's 40 total. Yeah, the arrow and the sneak attack counts.
In case
I'm
anybody
so
ever
glad-
wonders why DMs have a religious aversion to sneak attack damage.
I am so glad that darkness went off after this.
So you hear a So now, that is somewhat the good news. Yeah, darkness is going to go off, and that's a good thing because So darkness is how long? How big is the space that it occupies again, Ryubi?
Let's take a look. It is a 15-foot radius sphere up to 60 feet away. So I'm gonna try to plop that down. So,
Let me give me give you an example of where you went with. Like, are we talking like, say?
I want it so that the edge of it is up by the door. So if something
Like
comes
that?
through it, yeah.
Okay.
And it's a sphere. That is a.
Oh, sorry.
That is
A sphere, not a
God, Arv.
That is a square.
That is a square. All right,
Your
draw shape.
Minecraft brain.
Oh, hold Alt for circle ellipse. All right. All right.
Wait, where did it go?
Ha! There.
There. Okay.
That's mine. I don't know what the heck that pink one is. Let's get that nonsense.
Bromnears.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have
Where the
anything
hell
else to
did
do.
you
He's stuck under
position
a
it,
door.
Arf? There
Yeah,
we go.
exactly.
All
Like
right.
that.
And I'm about to
Alright.
get burnt alive.
Isn't that about right? Okay. So
That's
that's
about
the
right,
good
yeah.
news.
Let's draw
Now,
a circle.
the not so good news is that so you get the darkness off, but leaping through, and this creature is going to get a chance to take an action in a minute. Leaping through the darkness, because whatever. So the way it went down was you hit something, right, Cade, hard, and you hear this, "Whoa!" and then you hear a as if a chain has been released, and leaping through and on the door, the chain
Hi,
goes
Gromnir.
like as the chain is going over you. Is this creature trailing the chain, and I'm going to show you exactly what that is.
Fido has come to
Here
say
it
hi to your
comes.
face, Gromnir.
Now, as it's, how big is this hallway toward the door? Because I take up a lot of that space.
It's a
You would be
pangolin.
leaping straight
I'm just
into
gonna hide under the door, guys. So
I
Is it
would
is it planned
say,
on-
that's a good question.
And he doesn't know and the creature doesn't know that
Let me think about that.
Fifley's there.
Well, then you know what it is. Then in that case, I think what's going to happen is he's going to get off an attack on you, Fifley, because this creature is going to come literally running up the ramp of the door that is currently lying on Gromnir and jumping into you. Now it's not going to know that you're there, but it's going to bang into you. So, this is this creature that leaps through. This is a fairly decent-sized creature that you're facing. And it gives off not only a heat off its body, but a sulfurous smell from its breath.
Awesome.
And let me see what we've actually
Fortunately,
got
I
here.
can't smell that.
Yeah, you don't get that. Yeah, I know, but everybody else can, including Grom. Okay, so let's see.
Smells like the Underdark.
Oh God, you've been eating egg salad. Stop!
No, tuna.
It reminds me of Iceland in the
All right,
winter.
this is at a bit of a minus, obviously, because it doesn't actually. It's sort of like as you go through. So it's a 17 to hit you, Fifley.
That does indeed hit.
Okay. So it's going to be a bite, but it's not going to hold on. It's actually going to be like one of those. It just has its jaws open usually, anyways. It's like it just automatically clamps down. So let's see. That is going to do the following. That is going to do
It's like the Velociraptor running headlong into the metal door in Jurassic Park.
pretty much 8 piercing damage and another 6 fire damage. Because as it bites into you, you feel it, and you all smell burnt spider.
Even worse than the
terrible
egg
smell.
salad.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
God.
the smells are really. John, authors use all the senses, right? All the senses. We got
there
all
you
the
go.
senses going
What a
here.
wonderful smell you've discovered.
All right, so that has you at. Are you at 129? Is that what I?
No.
Okay,
How many total was that?
14 total.
14 total.
You
Okay,
mouth
that,
first.
that brings me down to, because I have 26 points as a spider.
Okay, so 12.
12, thank you.
12 out of 26 hit points. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I had the actual hit point total correct. Okay,
Wait,
good.
you only had 26 hit points as a spider?
Yeah,
Spiders
yeah.
don't have that much. It's not like he's a
Right.
sword
I
spider.
thought he was
or
like a
anything.
giant spider
he
or
is.
something.
Well,
I
like a
am,
regular
but they still
spider would
don't.
have like 2
Yeah.
or 1, you know.
So
So
I'm just used to every animal he turns into having like
I know
4,000
300. Yeah,
points.
right,
Exactly.
right, exactly. Yeah.
all right, gentlemen, the time has
I'm a
come
ferret with 500
for
hit points.
a little something that we like to call initiative. Let's get
Time to
moving
die.
here. And I have some special combat music queued up for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, Jalandahar.
Don't forget to touch yourself before
Make sure you
roll.
touch yourself before you
Yep.
roll. Yeah.
It seems much too cheery to be combat music.
Oh, yeah? Have you heard Big Mojo?
Fuck.
Maybe.
No, not yet.
I guess that's right.
Nice, Grom. Good roll.
Yeah.
Ryuvi got a 9.
Well, I am under a door.
Spider Boy
Yeah.
got an 8, and Gromnir got a 3. And of course, Cade, because he is the high roller of the group, got a 19.
And when you have +10 to initiative, yeah, you tend to move pretty
Yeah.
fast.
Okay.
So he actually rolled a 9. So he's rolling about as good as the rest of us.
I love that Grom is a 3. That's so perfect. He's just
Yeah.
like, what?
The dice follow the narrative.
It's so amazing. It's just so amazing. Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not a bite attack. It ran into yeah. It was a ramming mouth attack, basically. Okay.
This is much cheerier. I like this.
Okay. Let's see. We got
All right.
that
Well,
with
I
an
guess I
8.
could drop. I
Let
could
me
drop
just-
that illusion door now. That's for sure.
Oh, the illusion is dispelled when that happens. The
it's gone.
when it reaches through, it's like what? You know, then everyone's
Yeah.
like,
Oh, good.
what the hell is this?
But the darkness is still there.
Yeah. But we've got plenty of a target right in front of us. I
yes,
think.
you do, or you will.
Good.
What, Fifely? What is your just your raw deck score?
Let's see here. Spider's Dex is 16.
Spider's Dex is 16. Okay. You know what? This music is not good enough. I want. Thanks for Big Mojo, but I liked what I had to begin with.
Okay.
It reminds me of The Witcher, also. So.
Well, you know, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So does that mean if Fifely sticks out 3 legs, and he can like shove people away from him?
We just need the women's chorus. Ah, you know,
Yeah.
a few. Okay. Let's see. All right. Then we have. In case you're curious, it looks like you've got 3 groups that you're dealing with, or specifically 2 groups and 1 individual.
Well, we can't see them, so we
I
don't
know.
that.
We're gonna place them all. Don't you worry. All right. I couldn't put some of them down until I knew what was going to happen with all of you on this one. Okay.
I mean, even when they're down, we can't see them. There's a big blob of darkness. In
Yeah,
front of
that's true, actually. I'm probably going to place them, but they... yeah. I'm going to have to place them because otherwise it's going to confuse
Yeah,
me too
I
much as to
understand.
what's
You
going
can
on.
put them on the GM layer so you can only see them.
Yeah, but then chat's going to see. It's fine. You're going to be able to sense them one way or the other.
Yes, I can.
It's just
Assume
even if
that
we
it's
put
an
them there, we just can't
approximation,
target them,
okay?
you know?
Yeah,
Like,
assume that it's an approximation, basically, of where they are.
We can't actually do anything to them until either I get rid of the darkness, they dispel it, or they move through the cloud. So it doesn't really.
What if we attack the darkness?
We should always do that.
Okay, Rob, it's time for you to cast Magic Missile in the darkness.
Right.
That's my MO. That's what I always do.
Then we get the achievement unlocked for it. So you got to
Exactly.
That's true. Okay.
I think
And
that's
then we
instant
get to start
party
playing
win.
the darkness too, which is a much better game.
Okay.
I'm the only one who's played that. Anyway, never mind.
Which
Actually,
one?
Art, didn't
Darkness
you
what?
play it? Didn't you play both the darkness games?
Darkness.
Are
What?
they horror?
Yes.
The darkness.
Then
I would-
no, he didn't
no, I
play
wouldn't
it.
have played them.
Shooters. They're shooters.
No,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have played them. I might have played a shooter here and there, but not that one.
Okay, they're
Sadly,
so good.
are they?
The Darkness 2 is such a good game, but it
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
God, it
it's
needed
really
a,
good.
I don't think
It
I've even
needed
heard
a
of it, to
third
be honest
game
with
so
you.
badly, and they just
Okay,
they
we got
didn't
it.
stick the landing on that game, unfortunately.
Okay, so let us see. What have we got going on here?
Actually, Rob, you genius,
Okay.
you.
Okay.
This is
can't-
hilarious.
I can't wait to see what you're able to do with what I set up.
Yeah, this is
I'm
gonna be
excited.
this is gonna be something else.
I'm excited. I hope it doesn't.
Oh
get
no,
destroyed.
you're gonna love
This-
this. You,
this
dude,
is-
we should have been doing this like from day one. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this.
This is the first time I've had darkness as a drow ability the whole time.
I know, but I have something that really plays off of it as a level up. That's gonna be crazy.
That's great.
Okay. All right. So, let's see. The first one to act is you hear someone down the hallway. Actually, the voice that you heard before, and all right, Keep them here as long as you can. And then you hear a voice, the sound of steps running away. That is the first thing you hear, and you hear that without the benefit of having to see through darkness. And that is going to lead us to Cade. Now let me just move a couple of other pieces on the board, as it were. Okay. And... oh, isn't that nice spelling? I was like, it's this, isn't it? Okay. Let's see. Ah, yes. Okay. All right, we got this like... this is a little smaller than that. I'm probably overdoing a little bit of the size of the Hellhound. Probably these things.
Excuse me.
Okay.
They're cute fiery doggos. Don't be so mean to them.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Yes, I know. Thank you. Board. Okay. A little crowded in there. All right.
It's a small
Okay.
room with a lot of people in it.
Okay. Right. So, Cade, you were up. Now, at the moment, the only thing that you can see, although I do need to double check on darkness, that magical darkness, a creature with dark vision cannot see through this darkness. Okay. So Cade you can't see through the darkness at the moment, but you actually have right here, and this thing is basically... now, this is a little confusing, but right now Grum is on the ground, prone.
Right.
And on top of him, on the door, is literally this flaming dog-like thing, which I think it's pretty clear. All of you can tell this is a Hellhound. And this Hellhound is on top of the door and basically currently snapping up at Fifley, which is, who is hanging off the ceiling, but is right on top of Gromnir, on the door, which is on top of Gromnir. So Gromnir's like,
This is like that scene with the warg on top of the thing on top of Gimli.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my god, it's like exactly. Except they didn't have a giant spider hanging in front of them.
Right, exactly. So there you go, Cade.
Somehow,
What do you got?
Gimli came out of that without taking any damage.
Right.
Yes,
Well, the
which
good
is-
thing is that I have really good play now. It's like dwarven.
And doesn't he have partial cover from the door?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
He's just, he also has
It's
a
like
way to-
5 quarters cover from the door.
yeah, pretty much.
multiple
But he can still
advantages
go
to
after
this
his
situation.
face.
I mean, we should
So,
set up every combat this
All
way.
right, so Arv, I need a ruling here.
Okay.
On a bonus action, I'm still holding the bow in my other hand. On my bonus action, I hold my hand up, and the threads of shadow come to form my shadow blade.
Okay.
Cast at 3rd level, so it does 3d8 damage. However, I'm assuming that Fifley and the Hellhound in front of me are completely blocking. I can't see beyond
Right.
this.
That's, I mean, little, bits and pieces, but nothing to target,
Well,
yeah.
the funny part, it doesn't matter because if I'm attacking a target in darkness, I get advantage on the roll because of the Shadow Blade. I don't have to see them. It doesn't matter. But I'm happy with your ruling because there's a big spider and a Hellhound and a dwarf under a
Yeah.
door. I get it. There's no way. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
fine. So let's see. He is actually. I'll still get. I think that still counts for. He's totally distracted, and there's an enemy and everything. Yeah, I'll still get it. So I'm just gonna whip the blade because I can.
Yeah,
throw it.
if you're attacking the Hellhound, it is absolutely distracted by the existence of a large spider that it's battling at the moment.
Actually, I'm gonna make sure I get advantage on it, and I'm going to use because my mage hand is still up. I'm going to use mage hand leisure domain, and I'm going to distract A to keep the. Oh, you want me to show it? Yeah, hold on. Is it that one, or is it? It's versatile trickster. Might be versatile trickster.
Yeah, it does sound a little
this
bit
one.
like Bastion, doesn't it, Div? Anyway, the kid started swinging. It does sound a little bit like that. Yeah.
There you go. Versatile trickster within 5 feet of the hand gives me advantage on attack rolls for that creature till the end of the turn.
Interesting. Okay. So you're like, woo, 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 woo. All right.
It's literally the Three Stooges. Whoop, 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 that kind of thing.
Okay.
And then advantage.
Swinging like a door. That's right, Triffid. Too soon, Triffid. Too soon.
Well, that's 29, but I'll see if I get to 20 anyways. Nope. All right, we'll take the 29.
Okay.
So
clearly hit.
Let's see. No, we gotta see how this works. Shadow Blade damage it's 3d8 first of all. I gotta figure out how this works. Normal roll. That's not working. Okay, I just gotta do it the hard way because I'm not sure how this is gonna work. So let's just I do this. Yeah, there it is. So 17 to start, and then of course since it qualifies for sneak attack.
Okay.
Another 31, 41, 48.
Okay, you just blow it the hell back. Like you just crush it.
The hellhound back.
Yep, you get the hellhound back. Yeah, exactly. Grom, the weight lessens as you now have only an iron door and a spider on top. Well, actually, I guess the spider never fell, so you just have the iron door on top of you now. Well, actually, you do have the corpse of the hellhound, which is lying on top of you.
Yeah, it's a shadow. It probably just dropped it right where it's like, oh,
yeah, which really is that scene.
Like,
It
we are
really is
doing.
that scene.
Yeah, we're doing this. We're doing this.
All right,
So-
Kate, are you moving anywhere? Hello, Tiger Blue Eyes. Dr.
and the sword
Zoidberg's move,
reappears-
Dragon.
Reappears in my hand at the end of the round.
Okay. All right, so you're going to stay where you are. Okay.
Throwing, but you're pretty close to Venorium.
Okay, so now the bad guys go. Let's see. Or some of the bad guys, anyway. Nope, not those bad guys. The other bad guys, they have like 75 windows, please forgive me. Okay, so let's
Well,
see.
at least Sod, you're proving the natural choke point. We really appreciate that. It's gonna make it a lot easier.
Yeah, for you, but for me, if they go for me, I can't do anything.
Dude, my strength is 12. There's literally nothing I can do for that.
Okay, so what happens here is... This is just going to be the combat that keeps on giving, I just want to say. So, Gromnir, you're lying there and suddenly, and something large gets on top of the door. And, let's see, let me make sure I know the range on what we're talking about here. Yep, that's what I thought.
Oh, Triffid. Oh, come on.
So,
Really?
like this. So, passing through, let's say right up, well, I guess up to the spine. Yeah. So I guess right before you, I would say Fifely. So this is going to hit. This is not going to hit Gromnir, oddly, because you're protected underneath the door. But it is going to hit Fifely, and it is going to hit Cade, or at least you may be affected by it. You see this draconic creature. And actually, you guys are familiar with having dealt with these before. This is a half-red dragon. You saw these being used elsewhere in the Cult of the Dragon. And this one steps forward and breathes fire in a 15-foot cone. So that is going to be affecting Fifely, and it's going to be affecting Cade, theoretically. So everyone in that area needs to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
From where he's standing, can he see?
Yeah, he has something called blind sight, which means that he does not need to see. That's where I live. Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Okay, Cade makes that saving throw. Fifely, I need you to do the same thing. So, Grom, this fire just like above you, but you feel the door getting uncomfortably warm as it's...
I think this will be a dexterity saving throw. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if it doesn't show any bonuses, you just roll dexterity.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
5.
Whoop.
No.
Well, okay, so you are going to take... Wow, that's a lot of... Those are a lot of dice. Wrong modifier. No. Okay. That actually could have been much worse. Okay. So, Fifely, you were going to take 13 points of damage.
Okay.
Fire
That drops
damage.
the Spider form.
Which means you just fall into your set. Like, does it roll over, right? So you take a point?
Yeah. I
Okay.
take 1 point.
So you're 142 out of 143. So Fifely, you appear in your normal form. Probably
legs all
somewhat to
curled
the surprise, maybe, of the creature. Cade, you are going to take a grand total of 7 points of damage.
Wrong.
That's
I take a grand total of 0. I have evasion. I take half on a failed save, and I take 0 if I make my save. Unless you're going to tell me 24 doesn't make the save.
no. It did make the save. All right, so you like whoop, duck out of the way.
Don't
Okay.
you feel bad for making that mistake, Arv?
I
Yeah.
am not surprised. It's fine. The way to deal with Cade is a bunch of investigation checks and charisma saves. No, it's fine. Okay, so that
John
is the deal with that.
fails
So,
all his charisma
so
saves, you
Fifely,
know that.
saves.
I have this image too.
John charisma saves. Come on.
Yeah. I have this image that as Fifely falls on top of the door, by the way. So the image that we get of that, the visual is just it's like, ah! Like, it's this fucking...
Trent, you had one job, fall on top of the dragon guy. You
Slams.
couldn't even manage that.
Oh, man.
I was working on it.
I was trying.
Until unconscious it took me.
Okay. Let's see. So... that was...
Nice.
Okay, so that was this thing. All right. So it's going to do that, and then it's going to basically just slide to the, essentially its right side of the passageway, which makes sense because another one gets up right next to it. Now, if this were, let me see, I'm going to try to think if I want to actually have him breathe. Or does he want to slide back? I think what he's going to do is, oh my God. I think what he's probably going to do here is, since you just fell, I think that creature is seeing the situation going to step back. I'm not going to allow you an attack of opportunity insofar as you just fell on a door and came out of spider form. So he's going to back up into this space and allow his companions to do what they're going to do. These two guys, this one's going to slide over, and he is going to, along with his friend back here. No, not that guy. This guy. They are going to fire, both fire heavy crossbows in your direction. Fifely specifically. Because that's who they see. So let's see. That is going to be an 18.
Hang on.
What? Sorry?
I just fell off the ceiling.
Onto
I'm prone, and they have disadvantage on those ranged attacks.
True. Good point. Thank you for the reminder. You were right. So the first one's going to miss entirely because that's going to be a 7, which you're not going to get done. The other one though has on its lower roll a 17.
That will hit.
Okay. And that is going to do. All right, 5 points of damage to you, Fifely, which is but a flesh wound.
That'll bring me to 137.
Yeah. Okay, so those are those two. Now this one is not going to bother with all that nonsense of crossbows. It's going to jump up. This is the last one that hasn't attacked yet. And it is going to try to swing away. Now again, in case people are like, what about the darkness? All of these guys have blind sight, which is convenient for this situation, actually. So I'm going to have this guy, he is going to attack with his long sword, and he has actually got two. Actually, he has a long sword and a short sword, so he's going to get to a chance to attack with each one slash.
Advantage because I'm prone.
That's right. Oh, and he well, and he got a critical hit on the first one, so I think he's going to keep that. The second one is going to, with his long sword, he's going to crit, and the second one at advantage is a 20, not natural though.
Also hits.
All right, so that means we've got. Okay, so he slashes you for 11 slashing damage. That's with the long sword. Mm-hmm. And then he's going to do... He is going to do 4 piercing damage with you with his short sword. So I think 15 total damage combination of those two things.
Do that at 122.
Yep. Okay, and then once again, he is going to shift. Let's see, so he jumped up. Trying to think if I want to allow... Yeah, this is still all happening on their turn. So same thing, I'm going to let him get out of the way without you taking an attack of opportunity on that. All right, then that is going to lead us to Ryuvi. You are up next. It's kind of a mess. Your friend is under a door.
And your other friend is on top of that door.
Yes. It's a...
Good cover. Good
it's
cover.
An interesting situation.
Question.
Yes.
I know I can't see the point, but if I placed darkness where it is, and I wanted to place something exactly on top of that same point, is that allowed?
Depends on what it is. Is that... Oh,
I want
this
to cast
void?
another... No, I want to cast Insect Plague.
Yeah, I would allow that. If you're going to cast Insect Plague in there, that's fine. You're going to have to be real careful, though, because it's, your friends are right there.
I know. They all stepped back, right?
They did.
They're all...
You can see where they're roughly positioned.
I'm basically setting it so that they have to they're either going to start, like 2 of them are going to start their turn in it because it's going to be right on top of where the darkness is.
Okay.
And the other's going to have to pass through it to get to me.
Okay.
To us. So they're going to have to, when they pass through it, they're going to have to do a save check every time. If you start, I can actually link it because I have it right here. So
ignore this initiative roll. I had to put myself back into the
thing
because I got rid of the other point.
Swarming biting locusts fill a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the point that you choose within range. The sphere spreads around corners. The sphere remains there for the duration, and its area slightly obscured. Not that that matters. The sphere's area is difficult terrain. When the area appears, each creature in it must make a Constitution saving throw. The creature takes 4d10 piercing damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. The creature must also make this saving throw when it enters the spell's area for the first time, or on a turn, or ends its turn there.
Yep. Insect plagues are nasty.
You're really nice.
Okay.
Good job. Good stuff.
So yes, if you're you could actually put it pretty much in the exact same spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a green
as the
circle right
darkness.
over it.
Okay. Yeah. So you can do that. And I would say that it's going to affect the 2. The 2 guys in front that you can see
18
there. Yep.
is the save.
Okay. Digging this music. Okay, the one on the left is not going to make it. The one on the right did.
All right, and I will roll for the damage on that.
1 million damage. Want to get rid of the darkness sphere because it's affecting the players on this side, and because there may be another creature down there, and because the Hellhounds are not really affected that much by it either because of scent, but other creatures that are not those may be part of it.
So
It's
27.
actually helpful to me.
27 on a fail. 27 on a fail.
Okay. All right. So let's see.
And they're gonna have to make it again. And anyone who moves through is gonna have to make it, and if they end their turn on it, they have to make it.
Okay. So shouting loudly. Let's see. So we got that one. That was the Hellhound. Okay. This one just is consumed practically by the creatures, having already taken a bunch of damage from Cade initially. And this one, which saved on the right, is going to take...
that was the guy I shot. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is going to take less, so that is... Okay. All right. Does not like any of that. Okay. And then when it enters the first
be
time...
careful, Arv. You might have accidentally said some of the HP there on that character.
Oh.
I thought you said a number.
No. I was calculating in my head. But yeah, actually, after I said it, I'm like, what? No, I didn't. But I can see where it's going across that way. Okay.
870.
Good stuff. That is quality. Do you want to get that green circle up, or do you want me to do that?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was waiting to hear what damage it had done.
Yep.
I will do that right now.
Good call.
How do you make a circle?
So you go over to draw shape. You see that bar on the left side? There's a three-dimensional shape. You go in there, and then you hold down Alt, and that's how you do it. That was my mistake.
That is also a square. That is a square.
That is definitely a square. Definitely want to hold down Alt.
It's a different button for me because I'm on a PC.
Oh, yeah.
Or, wait, why can't I delete the one I just made?
I can delete that. Oop, don't delete that.
That is not right.
Who is it? It's a square. It's not a sphere.
Stop making squares. Why am I
You're the one making them, dude.
Oh, I know why. Because I know why I can't delete them. Because no, my delete buttons don't seem to be working.
Here,
what the hell?
Delete.
You gotta go back to arrow mode. Yeah, do you do that?
Yeah, I'm in arrow mode.
All right, I deleted both of them.
Sometimes you have to zoom in to select it. It's a pain, but
it's okay. It's no problem.
Why
I just
don't
want
you
to. I
make
don't
it,
want to
Arv,
move
'cause I'm
forward until I have
apparently-
that set, so I know where everything is.
Yeah, Arv, why don't you go ahead and make
Why
it?
don't you make it, sir?
You want me to make it? All right.
Yes.
Rob's drawing
okay.
skills are on par with his RPing skills.
I
Oh,
can't-
damn! What? Wow! Damn.
Hey, I
But the
never
burn
said I
from
was
the
an MS
Hellhound was
Paint
bad.
expert. Okay.
Okay. So you wanted
why-
to...
This
kid,
is why
I
I do.
kid.
This is why I do audio.
Exactly.
This is why I tell people video editor, not graphic designer. Get the
All
fuck
right.
out of here.
So we're looking at... Whoops, damn it. We're looking at...
Dude, what school
This
did you
thing.
go to where that's green?
That's green.
Green-esque.
Is that not green? That's vomit green.
Chartreuse.
That's
Chartreuse.
That's vomit green.
Very lime green.
It's
Yeah.
vomit green.
Yes.
I go more for vomit, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
now
like,
we know
here
a
was
ki-
your
now
other
we know
option,
a kink
Rob.
about you, John, that we never
How about
needed
that?
to know.
Is that better? Neon green?
Yes. I'm partial to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles color.
I was gonna say. Okay.
That's yellow.
Oh, fine. Fine, chat. Actually, wait. I do have a. This is kind of like more of a forest green, so maybe this will serve.
Yes. Needs to match the color of my eyes.
How about that? Is that?
That's good.
Is that
That's
better?
fine.
All right.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's my color.
I just,
Looks
I just
like
wanted
I
to give
put
you a
it
hard
there.
time.
Well,
Just go with
too
it.
bad. All right. We're gonna put it just slightly off center, just so we can.
Yeah, I was gonna
see.
say, is this an astigmatism?
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
does
no,
it
no.
not
It's just so
wind
that we
up?
can actually see the darkness that's still laying with there as well.
That makes
Okay.
no
See
sense.
Ryubi, I assume you're staying in
I am
that
not
spot.
going anywhere.
Okay.
I am staying right here.
Fifely, you are up, or
Well-
like down right now. But
Yes, I was going to say I'm going to stand up. And so I'm going to get off of this door. Because
It's good because Gromnir's still underneath it.
he's probably like,
takes 50 damage from lack of oxygen damage.
right. What's your constitution? It's like, okay, you can hold your breath for 4 minutes. All right.
So what'd you do? I spent half the combat under a door.
Can't expand my lungs. I'm tooted.
Let's see. Okay, let me make sure I understand how this works. Because it's been so long since thing. All right, as a bonus action.
Bonus.
Well, it's because there's darkness, so when the guys come through, it'll be like boo.
Bonus.
Yeah, kind of thing.
It's cute.
I'm going to cast Shillelagh on my staff.
Oh yeah, the ever classic shillelagh. Okay.
And I am going to hold my attack until someone comes to crush Gromnir again.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. And then you will just bring that now. Now, to be clear, so you're standing where you are right there. Since this is 10 feet and Gromnir is technically underneath the door, they would have to get in. I mean, okay, so basically when they come in melee range of you, right? Because at the moment, nothing seems to be paying attention to Gromnir. They're paying attention to everybody that they can see that's not under a door.
Right.
So, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, it is the Hellhound's turn. Everyone's favorite, the Hellhounds. All right. So, you all know one of the cool abilities that Hellhounds have. They have this
fire-breathing thing.
fascinating ability. Yes, yes. Now, the thing is that they are going to have to deal. Let me see if they can actually get to their range on this. 15 feet.
It's difficult terrain.
They just keep heating up. They'll just keep heating up Gromnir.
They're gonna
It's also
roast those
difficult terrain.
insects, too.
I'm trying to think. Well, I'm trying to think if they could. I'm trying to decide if they're going to take the hit. I think they probably will.
I
So
love that idea that when they enter, they have to do the saving throw. That's fantastic.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's what they're going to do. So this one is going to leap forward into the circle of doom, and then try to pass through it, and into the insects. Yes. Okay.
Now, do I have to re-roll the damage?
Yes,
right?
yes,
it's
you
a
would.
New, okay.
You
so
would.
I will.
Let me see if I make the. And the DC is 18. It says.
18.
Yep.
All right. Nope. Does not make it.
The range on that spell is 300 feet. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Damn.
They do indeed have pack tactics. Quite right, Rock God. And those will be in good effect if this one gets through the death of insects here.
Well, if it gets through the insects and one of its pack members is next to it.
Right. Yeah. Of course. Quite right.
I'm going to use 3 sorcery points to re-roll the two twos and the 1.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Can't re-roll a 2/2.
We're starting at 7.
More of a skirt than a dress, really.
So that brings me down to
Small room saved the fireball and tossed in a couple alchemist fire flasks. Problem is, West Riverette, these are hellhounds and red dragons. Fire or half dragons. These are not too big on the whole fire being a problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Ice storm.
So what are
on the other
those?
hand,
Those are
True.
D10s, and we're gonna reroll 3.
there
Hello.
you go.
Dang.
28 total.
All right, 28
Nice.
total. All right. It does not like any of that, but it is still alive. I'm still alive. Okay. Gets here, and now it is going to
Get hit in the face with my staff.
Yeah, well, let me see, because what I'm probably going to do is, yes, I think so. It's going to breathe fire, but I'm trying to
Fire with
decide
fire.
if it's going to.
Not in D&D rock.
It'll hit definitely Cade and Fifely. I'm trying to decide if it can angle it so that it's going to hit Ryubi too. 15-foot cone means that it would go. Yeah, because what will happen is it will billow out. It'll hit the back of the hallway, which is 10 feet, and billow out. So it does actually spread to Ryubi also.
Okay.
Wait,
because-
I'm sorry, hold on. Wasn't Fifely on the door? Or did you say you stepped off?
He stepped off.
Okay, my mistake.
He stepped off. And you'll still get your shot before he does
Well,
this
wait a
breathing.
minute. How is
Fifely.
he able to get up that close? If he gets up to Fifely,
Right, Fifely's
there's
gonna hit him.
Then he's got to cross the cone's got to be crossing 2 squares. That's 20 feet. No way that hits me.
No, because what I'm thinking about is the spread. So it's only 10 feet wall to wall, right? If he hits it straight, then it will spread out. Like, so the cone goes out 15 feet. It would spread into the subsequent square.
There is still no way that can hit me if those are 10-foot squares. That is, are you really?
10 foot, let's see, 10 foot, 10 foot.
Yeah, because we're 20 feet.
Oh, yeah, I
right
guess you're right,
here.
you're right. Yeah, you're right. So what he could do, well, he could angle it, actually, so he could go either towards Fifely
He's
and
not
you,
that far
or
forward,
towards
Arv.
Fifely and
He's
Cade.
back by the front of the stairs. Come on, buddy. I know you want to hit me, but let's be real
Wait,
about
whoa,
this.
whoa, whoa.
He's
He's
right
up,
there.
He's up. He's right there, dude.
He's right there.
He's
right
up.
at the
But he's
entrance.
probably going to
Yeah.
aim for Cade anyway because he's going to see him as the threat. But you absolutely could be hit in that distance if he gets to that spot. Absolutely. He could turn in your direction,
Do not
but
agree,
he's probably not
fine.
going to do
I'm
that.
not going to argue it.
Okay. Yep. Please don't. He's going to
I'm
just
allowed
he's
to
going
say
to
that I
shoot the fire
disagree
breath.
with you, but it doesn't. Fine, whatever.
So here, look, 10 feet, and you are in a 10-foot square, right? You are in a 10-foot square. He is going to, if he breathes out this way, the cone is going to extend like this. It's a cone. He's breathing it out as a cone if he's turning in your direction. Now, he's not going to. He's going to aim for Cade and for Ryuvi. But you got to remember, Rob, if
Fifely.
you're going to be able to... Sorry, Fifely. Why do I keep saying Ryuvi? You got to
You're
remember...
really mad at me. I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad at you. But you got to remember, if you're going to get a place where you can get angles to cast some of these spells, they also get to get the angle back at
That's
you.
fair. It
So-
just doesn't look like. Where he's positioned, it doesn't look like he should be able to hit me from there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're assuming
If
he
these are
just can only
10-foot
look
squares,
ahead,
but
which is
He's turning his head. That's all.
Yeah.
He's
roll the
turning his
damage.
head.
I'll roll the save.
Okay,
It's
no,
over.
I mean he's
Let's
not
move
going to turn
forward.
towards you though. He sees Cade as a bigger issue at the moment, so he's going to
All right.
deal with. I mean, to the extent that a
I'm
hellhound
much
sees
smaller,
anything.
first of all.
Yeah, but
I'm
look,
offended by that.
You're in front of him,
know.
Mr. Thieves Guild member.
Yes.
All
I
right,
also
so
just
he's
find
going
it
to breathe
so
both
funny
of
that
you.
with the
Remember.
number of fire
Hey.
skills.
Hey,
I find it very
Hey.
funny with the number
The
of fire
Thieves
spells
Guild
that
leader,
I
I
have.
should say.
thank you.
Okay,
That's
I find it.
So-
I find it very funny with the number of fire spells that I have zero resistance
Against fire. Well, listen, you could be
Right?
look at
all.
Django last game, the
I have
Django
like
last campaign.
8,000 fire spells, and I burn just as easily as anything else.
Okay, so
Well-
Fifely and Cade are both going to have to make dexterity saving throws, please.
But this guy is a
Blocks.
silly. This guy's a silly.
Oh wait,
I don't get to hit him first.
Oh yes, you do get to hit him. Quite right. So it is possible
so
you can
sorry,
bring him
after all
down
of that, I'm
before
not-
this attack gets made.
I'm so sorry. After all of that, you're not making me make a save throw?
No,
No,
I'm
he
not.
said you're attacking us too.
You're
I
the
said I'm
best
attacking you,
DM
dude.
ever. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Okay,
Non-natural
Staffily. Is that what you call it? Okay, Staffily.
Staffalele.
You hit with your
Staffalele.
staff. You hit with your Staffalele. Yes.
Staffalele.
Yeah.
If you do
the
17
net?
damage,
Oh.
you avoid this next coming attack.
You can do it.
11.
Yep.
You didn't do
Not
it.
quite. So he looks very badly hurt, but still fire. So now the saving throws.
job.
Cade has got that. That is going.
And
So
now
you will
I
make
need to
that saving throw.
Now Now I need to make my dexterity saving throw.
I nimbly step out of the way of the flame.
6.
That is
And
not going to make that saving throw.
Fifely does
sadly.
not.
Okay, so let's see.
I've got like 1/4 as many legs as I had just a few moments ago. I'm still adjusting.
You weren't doing that great when you had 8 legs, buddy.
You were gonna. Oh, wow. You were going to take 16 points of fire damage there, Fifely. And Cade, you take 0 because
You're damn
saving
right.
throw plus the half. Okay.
Negotiate with the DM.
Okay.
It
There's
wasn't
that.
negotiating. I just wanted to make sure that I was on the same page.
So
and
let's see,
believe
10,
me, I keep my
20.
mouth shut about 99% of the stuff I don't understand because I don't understand it, but I just want to make sure.
It's
me
a
see
fair
if I
cop.
can
And now
do
you know how
the-
cones work in D&D.
I wonder if he's
It
going to
wasn't
jump
the call.
over. I wonder if
I'm
he's
not
going to
get
jump
into
over
it, John. You're pissing me off.
10, 20, 30. Is he going to risk? I think he is. So he is going to attempt to leap over you, Cade. Now that means Fifely, you are going to get an attack of opportunity on him as he does that. Although you're still burning, but you're still going to get an attack. Cade, I don't think you're going to get one. You're trying to deal with just dodging out of the way of epic dodge, you
Sure,
know.
sure,
So
that's
he's
fine.
going to jump over you, but I'm going to put him there. But Fifely, you can try to
he's
hit him on the
going
way.
to Jump
Sentinel.
over me.
Sorry?
Sentinel.
Oh, Sentinel? So tell me about Sentinel again.
All right. So Sentinel means
You can't jump over Cade.
it means that if I hit him, he doesn't move.
Oh, cool. Well, then make sure you hit him.
Nice.
Definitely hit him.
He did hit him already.
No, this is a different name.
Oh,
But it's still Sharp Lele.
Sharp lady.
Natural 1.
Oh, man. That's too bad. Sadly, that's a miss. So he lands on the other side.
Right.
Okay.
oh, opportunity attack. Well, way to whiff it, dude.
All right. Now, Grom, just as you feel the weight slightly lessen, now he's going to run through the insect plague, which means you get to roll damage, Rob, on Reva gets to roll damage on that insect plague.
Sorry,
even
I
if
was
they
just
disengage.
I was just checking something because I used to
Yeah, Sentinel's disgusting.
have a
That's
spell.
pretty kick-ass.
Uh-huh. And I can use it
No,
in
I
any form.
think I got rid of that. I think I got rid of that. Wait a
Now,
minute.
just roll better dice next time.
Maybe I should switch to Shadow Dice.
Works for me.
No,
And
damn it.
drives Sonic crazy.
I used to have a feat that would have allowed me when someone else was making an attack roll to use a sorcery point to
Oh.
allow them to reroll.
Yeah, you don't
that
have the
if they
bend
don't-
luck anymore.
I don't have
Yeah,
bend
'cause
luck anymore
I'm
because
not
I
Wild
don't
Mage.
because I'm not wild mage anymore.
Yep.
That's unfortunate. That's okay.
I remember that Ben Luck being quite useful in the past.
It had its moments. It didn't come up that often, but it had its moments. All right, let me re-roll that again.
And I'll see about it making it save while we do that. Is that? Oh, that's not going to be enough. So it's not going to make it save.
It's taking a long time for it to. Is it going to do the roll?
Yeah,
There it is.
it is being.
28 piercing.
I would love to see what the
Okay.
dice.
Did you
were.
turn off the dice? It didn't show up for some reason.
No, it's just running really slowly.
Well,
so-
I mean, that's average of like 6 points a die, so I think you
yeah,
did all
I'm not
right.
gonna.
Yeah.
That's much better than the last roll was, so I'm gonna
Oh.
leave it. That's still the highest roll I've
I
gotten.
didn't realize that was a con save. He still missed, but I forgot. I was thinking dexterity save. Con save, yeah. Anyway, he still missed either way. Okay, so he takes that damage. He does not like it. He yelps as he plunges through the plague. The insect plague emerges out the other side. And this time he's not actually going to breathe. He is going to attack you, Cade, in melee. And he has a little thing we like to call pack tactics, which means that he gets advantage on attack roll against a creature if at least one of the hound's allies is within 5 feet of the creature, which the one behind you is. So he is going to attack multiple occasions.
How dare he?
Grom, can you
20.
reach around
Sorry,
the door?
23. 23 on advantage. Is that a hit?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Where is it? Not that one. Stealthy. No. What the hell is it? I need to. Oh, here it is. Hit attack. Okay. How much damage?
6 piercing and 5 fire.
Oh, because it's a flamey bite. I guess I
Yes.
can take that. All right, that's fine. So that's 11 total.
Yes.
Okay, 117. All right.
I have you 115, I think. 11 damage, right?
Oh, sorry, you're right. Yeah. My mistake. There we go.
That's okay. All right. Somewhere my ninth grade math teacher had a smile. Okay. The only one she ever had when my name came up.
Yeah,
okay.
you and me both.
So, yeah, that was not my strength. Okay. So, was there. Now, does he leap towards... No, he's not going to. He just jumps up and down on the door a couple times.
What are
I'm just
these?
kidding.
Tiger hellhounds?
The most wonderful thing about hellhounds is hellhounds a wonderful thing. All right. And then this last one, these things are very loyal, which is why they're willing to brave this plague. This one is the final one, the last hellhound that is not gone, is going to... Damn it. Hellhound, I said. I said hellhound. Okay. Is going to leap again through the plague, so one more time for the fans, Ryubi.
This should soften them up, Rob.
Ooh, misses
There
terribly.
we go.
Oh,
Nice.
that's 27. It's very consistent. 28, 27.
Yeah, that's... Dude, you're rolling really...
27.
good damage.
Are you just to be clear? We are rolling this properly, right? I only want to make sure because it's been within 1 point of each other at that same amount. I'm sure it could be the case. I just want
we
to.
didn't see the dice come up last time, but yeah, it's 5, 6, 9, 7.
it's 4.
Okay,
it's-
cool. No, I believe you. I
yeah.
believe you. That's totally fine. I just want to make
Remember,
sure.
he did use sorcery points to reroll one of them because
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, nothing fine. I just wanted to double check.
I
Okay,
used 3 sorcery points to reroll.
27. All right, that is not cool for it.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of odd as they happen to be that close. Like, but
Okay. Let's see.
Did
oh
you just
man.
accuse me of cheating, Arv?
No, that's why I was double checking. Listen, this roll 20 does weird things.
change to
Trust
shadow
but
dice.
verify.
Change to shadow
Change to
dice.
Shadow dice.
I am from the
I'll have you
unseen.
all using them one someday.
So I can be
Is
as,
he
as
going
annoying
to-
as you were for that.
and you can't
Melee.
see what you rolled, so you don't know if you re-roll or not.
I think he is going to... Okay, now this time, because you really can't attack melee effectively, he is going to turn, and I'm sorry, Rob, the one on the left here is going to attack by breathing
fine.
fire. Oh, once I can get this damn thing out of the way. This one is going
is
to
not
breathe
taking
fire.
crushing damage from all this.
There, he fades into the wall and dies instantly.
I swear to God. All right, there we go. This one moves this way. He's going to breathe. So I need dexterity saving throws from both you and Fifely,
Right, please.
Okay.
please.
Go well.
This one doesn't bother me as much because you
7.
asked so nicely.
7. Okay. Fifely's been doing a lot of damage, but has not been saving at all. Fifely's just like,
You said a dex save?
please, yes.
Let me just check something real quick.
Yep. Go ahead and double check while you do that. I'm gonna.
Pretty sure I don't have anything that can solve that, but let me just see.
New. Hold on a second. I can't see. Oh, are you still checking?
Yes, I am still
Okay,
checking.
that's fine. Fifely, both of you are going to take, unless you can do something to mitigate it, 21 points of fire damage there. So that's should bring it down to 85 if I'm counting this
Correct.
properly. Fifely
Yeah,
has been
I
the one who's
can't
gotten hit the
do
most.
anything.
So 21 points of damage, Ryubi. 119, I think that puts you at.
No, I'm at max health.
I know. No, I'm saying now you're at 119
Oh, at 119, yeah.
because you took 21 just now. Okay, and now that Hellhound's going to stay there, and that fairly productive turn, although Pyrrhic victory, if you will, for the Hellhounds, is over. And guess whose turn it is, chat? Gromnir gets to go. So there are, to be clear, 2 Hellhounds plus the Iron Door on top of Gromnir. In all seriousness, Gromnir, I would say at this point that you are actually in risk of being somewhat crushed. Yes, you have plate armor, but the plate armor itself is going to be a little bit restrictive. So if these creatures still remain on you next turn, you're going to start taking some damage.
I'm just gonna have to try and crawl out.
So yeah, what I was going to ask was, the problem is, yeah, you're going to have to make a strength check to basically push yourself out, and it's going to be a very tough one. So
Yeah.
don't forget, chat.
Inspiration!
Inspirations are a thing.
And this is the last time we're not playing this month, so you might as well burn them while you got them, folks.
Well, of course, everyone else in all the other campaigns are like, wait, what? Because
I just said us. I just said us. There's no Ember Wind, and this last time we're playing. So the other campaigns, whatever. So
well, Fifely, actually, Trent has no reason to complain because AIME blew a bunch of them on their last fight. It was interesting situation.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob, what a pity.
Super interesting.
I inspired Gromnir.
Ah, that
Here
seems
we go.
logical.
Here we go. Advantage. Here we go. 17.
Okay, that is not a save. You did a save. I need to check.
Whoops, my bad.
20. 20. Okay, so good news. This does move, and both of the as your door, you push yourself up. Now, you are going to be able to get extricated partly. If you can do that again next round, you'll be all the way out. The question is, the only real logical direction to move is backwards. The problem is, by doing that, you're putting yourself very much in like harm's way from everything. So I'm just double checking if you want to do that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna attack. I'm just gonna be in like defensive stance. So trying to evade as much
Prone
damage
underneath
as I
the
can.
door.
Crawl.
Yeah, stance.
Okay, so you
Dodge
crawl
action.
halfway
Try and
out.
dodge as much as I can.
And these creatures are like, "Vrr." So as you do that, the creatures, which seem extremely startled that the ground underneath them is moving, they say that, and then both hounds are like, "Vrr." Like as they see you like emerge from below. Okay, so Grom, amusingly to me anyway, is done. All right. Let's see. That is going to lead us to the top of the round. Okay. All right. Something is happening, but you don't know what. All right, Cade, you are up next.
Yes. How dare you?
You are currently surrounded by hounds.
Yeah, not for long. I mean, let's face it, the one that leaped over me is almost dead, I believe. So, hey, hound, look over here. The mage hand comes down, and the attack comes up. Whoops. Well, I mean, that's still a non-natural 20, but we'll roll the advantage anyways, and 23 is my best.
That will hit.
Yep, I don't think I even need the... this should probably do the job. Let's see, 24.
That will do it, yes. So that one falls dead.
Tactics my butt. All right, so he's a goner.
Tactic this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
There's not much else I can do because I mean, I technically have. I guess I could stab with my dagger over there, but what's the point? So I'm gonna try to lure one of these apart so it doesn't get tactic. So I'm gonna shift my move. I can move like half me. I'm gonna move down here. Actually, no. I want to be able to see them still. I think that should do it. Okay.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. Let's see. That is going to lead us to the bad guys. Okay. They are going to position themselves. Now, this is not actually where they're moving. You just hear movement going on. But since none of you can see through this because of darkness, how long does darkness last, by the way?
That's a good question. Let me just double check.
Also, by the way, insect plague is concentration. Is darkness also concentration? Because if so...
Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me just catch up to you. I'm not as...
No, that's fine. Yeah, you're going to... So, when you get to it, you'll see that unless there's some special sorcerer thing, you're going to have to drop darkness because you can't have two concentrations up at the same time.
They are both concentrations. Why didn't I see... I don't remember seeing that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Drop darkness.
I figured
don't
you...
need
Yeah.
darkness anymore.
Right. Okay, so darkness... Goodbye, darkness, my old friend. Okay.
Yeah, keep the damage doing spell. Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say. It's kind of dark in there anyway. Just a bunch of flies and creatures. Okay. So in that case, they would be able to...
Yeah,
be able
it's
to see them
obscured,
technically.
So with the plague, so they can still see through, but it's very hard.
Right.
And it's still difficult terrain.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, well, they are in no... They are not... I mean, first of all, there's two hellhounds up there anyway, so they're not really in any urge, so they are going to hold actions for the moment. Okay, Ryuvi, you are up next. There's two hellhounds growling down at this... growling down and also looking over at you occasionally at Gromnir. They are both hurt, these hellhounds, by your insects.
Right.
Hmm.
Let's see. So, What options do I have? Now, I just want to double check what this says. Lightning bolt. Stroke of lightning forming a line 100 feet long and 5 feet wide blasts out from you in a direction you choose. Each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. Creature takes 8d6 lightning damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. The lightning ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. Now, question. If this goes out in a straight line from me to a wall, does it reflect off that wall?
Yeah, it bounces off the wall.
Okay. Second question. Am I going to hit Gromnir?
Possible. It's more that you might hit the iron door, which would transfer down to him. I mean, you could hit him, but I assume you would aim high. But even if you aimed high, there's a chance that you would hit the door with the Hellhounds on it. And therefore hit him because he's still under it.
Gromnir, how much health do you have?
Plenty.
Oh no. Oh, the question. The question.
Do it.
So,
Just
how
do it.
healthy are you feeling?
I'm over at this point. Like, just get it over and done with.
Here's my prediction for what's going to happen. He's going to roll a natural 20 and then max damage on top of that.
No, don't I get
I don't know.
disadvantage
Wait.
because I'm in metal
It's an
armor?
instantaneous. I don't have to roll on this. They just have to make
Yeah.
the save.
You just have to make saves, I
I
think.
have to make the
Oh.
save, but I still
how,
take half damage even.
how far, by the way, did you? How far out does it go?
100 feet straight in front of me. So
So,
I'm basically going to try to run it.
10, 12. Okay, so here I'm gonna trace out what I think this is going to do. It's been a while since I've done this, but
Been a while.
since I drew a lightning bolt. Okay, so assuming you move it from here, it would go like this: bounce, bounce here.
I'm not seeing any
Bounce
of this,
there.
by the way.
Yeah, it's got
There we
everybody
go.
on you.
Delete.
There it is. Yeah.
So
Yes,
that would
release
be
them out.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Then it would bounce again. 70, 80, 90 hit him, and then like that. So that's pretty. I mean, like that's 8 ball in the
Lightning
corner
bank
pocket.
shot,
You would
baby.
miss the one in the bottom right corner. Now again, I do have to warn everybody though. That is not necessarily exactly where they are, but it's pretty close because the darkness is gone. So good chance that you're going to hit those two dudes probably. But it could hit
Fire
Gromnir.
away.
All right.
Sorry, Gromnir, old buddy.
Miranda, yeah. Do you believe the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one? Why are you asking me this? It's like,
I believe that
One
one in
from
the,
there? Oh, well,
believe
it doesn't
that-
matter then.
It's
I
like he
believe that
wasn't hit by
half-dragon
anyone. He was
in,
just
in the southwest corner. I can just picture him going.
yeah, it's like, what the? Just
he's about to
I'm
step
feeling all
forward.
smug, like this is how you get out of red. What the?
So this is 8d6.
Yeah, no reason. Okay, what's the saving throw they have to make?
It's still 18.
And,
Oh, but what kind
Rob,
though?
Oh, it's
Electricity.
dexterity.
Dexterity.
No, I know it's electricity. I want to know
Rob,
what the saving
are you
throw is.
only are you casting this at just a straight level, or are you gonna bump it
I'm
up?
just casting at level 3, unless you think I should cast it
well,
higher.
every spell slot of when you hire, you add another d6 to the damage roll.
Yes, but I have fewer higher spell
Okay.
slots.
All right, just checking.
That's-
Just checking. Yep.
You know, I have.
Okay.
Let me just see. Let me just see how many I have left, because I have
So
at level 3. I have 3 at level. Oh, well, I could cast it at level 4, which would. I also have 3 of those. But what spells do I have at level 4?
I don't know.
Avard's Black Tentacles, Summon Aberration, and Stone Skin. Yeah, I'll burn a level 4 spell on that. Fuck it. So I add one more. Yeah,
96,
actually, I'll just do
correct.
it
D6 to the
automatically.
damage, so let's just make sure we
Yeah.
see about that. You'll be happy to know that all of them failed. Grom, you're going to have to make the saving throw also. And Grom, I'm telling you right now, you're doing this dex save throw at a. Let me think about this. You just failed a saving throw. I'm not going to allow you to roll a saving throw. You're
There's-
literally pinned underneath a metal
Can I just do
door
it
Iron
with
for
two
the
hellhounds. Yeah,
door.
you just
Do it for
fail
the
it
name.
straight up.
All right. So,
So-
here it is. It's at, I'm rolling this at level
Just
4.
for the
so I'm-
record, if I did roll, it'd be disadvantaged because I'm prone.
Right, exactly. But like,
Nice, nice. For those of you listening at home, that was a natural one.
0. It's a lightning bolt. I mean, of course. Like, why would you? She's like, she's like trying to like rock left or right.
No, he's rocking like, oh crap, it's an iron door. You know?
Sod,
No.
cover your eyes. This only hurts for a moment.
It'll only hurt for a moment.
And then your entire nervous system will be vaporized, so you'll be okay.
Why is it me?
You haven't taken any damage from the enemies yet, have you?
I
don't think he has.
No one's had a
I-
chance yet.
Well, because they just know he's no threat. Yeah.
They didn't even know he was there until just now.
Did it roll for anyone else?
No, what it's doing is
No.
it's putting it in the chat because you probably cast
Yeah.
it from the spell book.
Yeah, you got to cast it from the core page.
Oh,
So
okay.
look it up in the
Let me-
compendium, drag it to your sheet on the core page, and then cast it from there.
Yeah, I have it on the core page, I think.
Okay.
It's a lightning bolt, Miranda. That's why it's doing the cool ricochet effect.
Grom's just taking more damage
Yes.
from his teammates from the supposed
Yes.
enemies. Yes,
I'm sorry.
that is accurate.
How do,
And
oh,
he's
drag
taking
it
more
from
damage
the-
from himself. casting
Wait, I'm
spells.
sorry. What am I supposed to do?
Look it up on the compendium, which is the little circle eye thing. Just put in lightning bolt, it'll show up. Drag the words onto your core page. It'll show up in your attacks in the middle of the character sheet.
Oh, I can. I actually I can fix that because it's. I thought I had. Oh no, it is here.
Hey,
'cause I
guys.
have it selected next to it.
And then it should give you the option to cast it at a higher level.
I'm blind.
Apparently.
I
Or you can just
Hello.
roll 96 with a dice roller and call it good.
Yeah, just
And
type
add your-
+86. 86.
And then add your spell.
sorry. Now roll 20 has completely crashed.
Nice.
Outstanding.
Perfect.
So we'll presume that it was 840.
Yeah, exactly. Great.
Oh, that's I'm
Understood.
down.
Brom is
This is
vaporized.
Grom's, yeah.
Okay, I think Divinorium has the comment of the night here so far.
Grom is starting to consider if the dragon cults are really the bad guys.
I-
Who's the bad guy?
Hey, no matter where I turn, it's lightning, fire, death. Ah.
What exactly is the difference between a half dragon and a dragonborn? A serious attitude. That's basically the big difference. Dragonborns are more powerful than half dragons, but half dragons possess
It's not there, Rob.
a greater amount of toughness from their draconic heritage. But dragonborn, especially at higher levels, are just better versions of them. They're pretty close. The
And
difference is
Dragon-
Skyrim. What's up, Isaac?
And Dragonborn, because on Sundays my housemate and I play with a bunch of friends. We have delved into some serious lore. for the
Dragonborn lore. Yeah.
I'm
Is
just
it
gonna
they-
roll it at.
Yeah, just do
just
slash
gonna
roll
roll
up.
90
I don't know why it's not
96.
showing up.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
some bug with your
something.
character
Sorry about
sheet.
that, guys.
Not
That's
showing
okay.
up.
96
The
is fine.
Dragonborn hate the divine. They hate the gods. They are pissed at the gods. So if you ever have a Dragonborn character in your party and the cleric is like, here, let me, they're going to be like, no. You keep your divine crap off of me.
Yeah.
It's just awesome. We actually had that happen last weekend. It was, hello.
Aha. Okay.
Yeah, hold up.
Are you going to do your
not done
sorcery
yet.
thing?
I was going to say, there's
I'm
going
gonna
to be some
take two of-
re-rolling, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna use. How many do I want to reroll? I want to save
At
some of my
least
sorcery points. I'm gonna use 2. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
you,
gonna
Good
reroll.
no, you
question,
only have
Bryson.
to, no, Rob. You only have to spend 1, but it lets you re-roll. Each 1 sorcery point lets you re-roll 5, up to 5
Oh
dice.
wait, really?
Yeah.
Well, then you didn't need to
Really?
burn those extra 2 on earlier rounds.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
You
actually
spend
have
1
14.
sorcery point
So I
to
spend- okay.
re-roll up to your charisma modifier.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, that's
so
right,
I only
that's right.
needed to use. I only needed to use 1 because it's up to my charisma modifier. Okay, right, got it. So I have 14. So I'll.
Which is
so I'll
not
do that
bend,
again.
which is not wild mage, right? That is just
It's
sorcerer.
not wild
Yeah,
mage.
that's-
That
it's
is
just
just
metamatic.
sorcerer.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
I made definitely sure to get rid of the wild mage stuff because
that's fine.
the bend luck one I was really I wasn't sad to lose much, but bend luck I was a little sad to lose.
Yeah.
So I'm re-rolling 4 of them. So it's
What are you
is it?
keeping,
So
Rob?
He's keeping
4,
everything but
I'm
the 2
keeping
1s and the 2 2s.
7.
5, 5, 4,
10.
3, 3.
God, we're
Okay.
all terrible at math. So yeah.
Well,
That's
no,
why I'm writing them down.
Just
10,
do just do
17,
26 minus 6, so it's 20, and then he's just going
20,
to add his
yeah.
new dice. That's all.
I had to edit it.
Ah, you have not
did.
just an author, also a mathematician.
Terrible math. No, math, like Arv, math was not much.
What? Oh yeah. Oh, you. Yeah.
All right, re-rolling the 4 now.
Much better.
Watch back.
Much better.
All right. So
Yeah.
38 damage total is what we're
Correct.
looking at. Okay, and they all missed it, so you'll be happy to know that both of the Hellhounds are vaporized.
Yeah, sweet.
Gromnir takes 38 points of damage.
Sorry, Grom.
The only dark spot in this whole thing.
Bringing you down to 32 points, I think.
Sorry, Grom.
Okay, let's see.
Aren't you glad you're a paladin, though?
He's a cleric.
Cleric, whatever.
Aren't you? He's like, I'm a clerk.
I can just see like Ryubi leaning over. Aren't you glad you're a paladin? It's like, how long have you known me?
I've never cared.
Except he's like, how long have you known me? Because he's still shaking from the thing. Oh God.
Aren't you glad you have healing spells?
All right, that was impressive. All right, that is going to. I think you're
And
staying.
did we hear anything past the insect plague?
We heard a lot of yelling and shouting and screaming and singed flesh type sounds.
Remember-
Sizzling flesh.
In the Dark Knight, when the guy goes up to try to take Batman's mask off, and Heath Ledger's mocking him because he got electrocuted. That's what you hear from
Pretty
them.
much, yeah. Pretty much. Okay, that is going to lead us to Fight Fleet.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna. This is gonna go very poorly, but I am going to spend my action trying to help Gromnir lift up the door.
Okay. So I'm gonna. In this case, it's going to be reversing the usual equation. So you're going to make. Well, actually, there's two ways to do it. Oh yeah. So basically, you can just hold your action, and that is an assist.
And
for him.
I'm using my
Okay,
help
sounds
action.
good.
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead. So, Grom, you can make one more strength check, and you're going to be doing this with an assist. Actually, let me double check on the help. 'Cause I want to see if it's advantage or if it's a plus.
I believe it is advantage. But
I believe it's advantage.
I think you're probably right, but let me just check.
Yep, good to know. And this way we all know.
And the more you know, I continue to not understand why an index has. You look for the action. It's like, see under action. I'm like, just give me the damn page. Why do you send me to another place? It doesn't save you
Because
anything.
then the index would be the length of the book.
No, because because what I'm saying is, if you're going to put the entry in there, you might as well put the number next to it. You've already used up the spot.
Right.
Okay. So let's see. Right. Okay. Yes, advantage. Yep. Okay. Does not get used enough, that help action. All right. So go ahead and make the strength check at advantage.
We're not helpful. Arv, we're not helpful.
19.
19. And finally, the door falls as you push yourself out. Now you're still prone, and you're now lying on the ground, and all four of
Still
you
jerking.
are here, and you're like, ugh. So, Grom, technically you could still move, so you could stand up if you wish.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
that's so
just
good.
stand up. That's all.
And
Whatever
fall
I
right
can
in
do.
his
Swaying.
face.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, I gotta step away
Okay.
for just a sec, but I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. That brings us to the top of the round. Yep.
I still have my movement.
Oh, yes.
And I'm
Please
going
take
to tuck in up against this wall.
Okay.
Right up against that wall.
All right. With any particular purpose, just that's where you want to be.
Well, if one of these guys tries to come past me, since Sentinel resets the top of every round,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Try to hit him. Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's a
brings us-
reaction, so I can't really claim it. But go ahead.
Yeah. That brings us up to Cade. All right, Cade. So you are up. There is an insect plague between you and the bad guys.
Yeah, but
the
assuming they're
darkness
going to
is
be dumb and try to come at us, I'm going to move over here and hold my action, waiting for anything to come out of the cloud to attack it.
Okay.
But now there's no darkness there anymore, correct?
There's no darkness anymore. That's right.
And difficult terrain means what, by the way?
Movement is halved.
Right.
That's it? Nothing else?
That is all that means.
Okay, fine.
You could go.
That's true.
Okay. Now, is anybody? Let's see. So you're waiting. You're going to be able. So it's obscured. Fifely, are you peeking around the corner or waiting?
I'm basically waiting.
Okay. So then it's just Gromnir and Cade who'd be able to see directly down the hall. So what you see is, let's see. So these stairs lead downwards, and what you see is that these three guys are going to hop there's a tiny little retaining wall and drop to the ground. You don't know how far down it goes, but presumably 20, 30 feet. So
Can I get a shot off on him?
if you want to shoot through the obscured part, you could.
My Shadow Blade doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, I can
Shadow
throw it up to
Blade?
60. Shadow Blade, I can throw it up to 60 feet
Oh, interesting.
with no modifier with sharpshooter.
Okay, I would say you could get off in the first one, sure.
Okay, I would get advantage on him just be a regular attack roll. Sigh.
Oh, it won't be sneak attack this time through
No.
insects.
But it's a 23.
How bad you feel? That is a hit.
Yep, and he's gonna suck. 14. What a crappy roll. Okay, 14 points. Still got him.
14.
Though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. He's like, "Arr!" And let's see. They drop. All of them do the same thing, so they disappear somewhere into the darkness.
Oh, they were pretty smart.
Yeah, they are not like their hounds. Okay,
They're now
and
dead hounds.
that's correct. Now we're not out of initiative yet. That's going to lead us to Ryuvi may still not be here.
And I was gonna stab to him, drop the
Possibly.
insect swarm. Because now we gotta kill these bastards.
Right.
Adore his teammates.
Yeah. Oh, actually, where do they?
Oh
Let's
my
see if I
god,
can put-
so good. The entertainment value, priceless.
Oh yeah.
I think this actually supersedes the needle to the eye thing. I really do.
I just love how everyone else gets to have all this fun at my expense.
I'm gonna go find
And
that
it's
scene.
not only in this campaign.
I'm gonna
it's
go
in-
find that scene and watch it now after this is done. I
Yeah.
have to find that because it was too perfect. It was too perfect.
There we go.
Oh god. I'm gonna wait for Rob to get back here.
Oh man. Doof, 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 doof. Oh man. Yeah, rogues can be. There are ways to
Yeah,
deal with them.
There's ways to nerf them. Yeah,
There are ways
that's
to deal
true.
with them. But yes.
But a 15th level rogue.
Oh yeah. Listen, these guys, as was pointed out already, stopped the rise of Tiamat, for a reason. So,
I
but-
held a door.
But so far, this is the first combat encounter we've had, and I think they'd feel inclined to feel pretty
Oh,
good
I
at
get
having
this
reduced
feel
Grom to 1/3 of his hit points, having knocked 60 points off of Fifley, and also knocked out of the spider form. Ryuvi, it is your turn. You are up, and yeah, if you want to shout that at him, Kate, you can
As
do
I
that.
threw my blade, I said, "Drop the insect swarm, please,"
So you could do that
Alright,
if you
I-
wish.
because
Yep, I
they're
will.
leaving.
Wait, but they're leaving? What do you mean they're leaving?
They
They
jump
all leave
over-
down the stairs.
Yeah, they jumped because there's a little wall here, so they just jumped over it, and Cade hit one of them as he was going. But they have
they're
run down
still
the
up,
stairs.
yeah.
Now this door is
So I
now.
dropped yeah.
Its initiative is so you drop it, and then you could move
Yeah.
if you wish. Like initiative is still up, and this door is flat. So
I have nowhere I need to move to.
okay, Fifley, then you are up next, and Gromnir is on deck.
Okay. Well, then, what I am going to do, and you'd be amazed how well this is going to work, is I'm going to cast Heal on Gromlin.
It seems reasonable.
Not Cure Wounds,
Heal.
Heal. So,
You restore 1d4. No, I'm just kidding.
70 hit points, yeah.
yeah, 70 hit points.
Yeah, 70
Much
hit
better.
points. Look at that. Oh. Okay. You sure you can see him? Are you sure? Just kidding. Okay.
Oh,
You
misfire.
accidentally
I
heal
heal-
yourself.
No, you hit on the door. Goes to the door.
The door is healed and comes back up and is again locked. Like, oh,
Right, yeah, exactly. Damn it! And the door's like, I did, damn it! That's my job!
The door's
No!
like, thanks, guys. You're the best cult of dragons ever. Okay, all right, so good work,
Tell me all about
Fifley.
the cultists down here.
No invaders have ever treated me so well.
Are you moving, Fifley, or are you staying where you are?
No, I'm staying right where I am for now.
Okay, Gromnir, you were up. And, yeah, I'm looking at we're past time. Yeah, no, I see it. We're finishing up here in just a second.
As we head down, just chase them. I mean,
Well, it depends. We're still in initiative. I got to see what R wants to do.
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Like,
Oh yeah, I was gonna start going down. Yeah,
I think we just start the chase, yeah?
Yeah.
They already know we're here. So yes.
okay, so
No-
Fifley's
give them
going
no
to
chance to.
run down the stairs. Sorry,
No, Fifley was healing them. I was. If you give me the opportunity.
I saw the wrong thing.
Well, it's my initiative, so Grom's
Oh,
first.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Grom's
sorry,
first.
sorry.
I was like, wait, what are you doing? Back up here, rogue. Okay, Grom, you get to go first. Are you running
You want
down
to
the
shake
stairs?
that door off?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Do you stomp extra? I was
Yeah,
gonna say you
yeah.
stomp
You're right
extra
back
loud.
under it now.
Slips and falls.
Oh man. All right, let me just move this to the bottom layer. Okay, so that we can.
Bromner doesn't have to crawl under it to get down the stairs.
Oh man. Okay, there we go. All right. So 10:20. Right. Okay, that's Grom. Back up to the top. Cade, now you're up.
Same thing.
Okay, so do you want to double move it to get there, or do you want to?
Yes, I do. Full sprint.
All right. So that is going to be enough to get us, I think, to a second map here. Actually, wait. Let me go over there. Hold on a second.
Cult of Door.
Just a moment.
Cult of the Dragon Doors.
I want to make sure that I'm not showing something I shouldn't be. I think I have.
So now,
this
what
set
is
up
it?
already.
Gromner's afraid of mushroom people.
Frogs.
Frogs. Wasn't it mold at some point? Did you get like some
slimes.
spores or something? Slimes. That's it.
Yeah,
Doors.
So frog, mushroom, doors, and lightning.
And lightning. Fair. Yeah.
Okay, just
The
give me
needles.
1 second. All right. Now. All right.
It'd be nice if this kind of stuff spread out to all the other players as well. Like some people had weird things, but nope, it's just all grown.
This is what you get for being a knowledge cleric.
I know.
Things man or dwarf are not meant to know.
If you would just stay stupid.
Okay. One more thing,
couldn't be
and I'll be
afraid
with
of
you.
There's dust on top of my camera. I'm gonna just wipe that off there. Oh, God, there.
Okay.
Now I'm back.
Oh, sorry, I was not muted. Hi.
That's okay. It still sounded like you were barefoot, so it's fine.
I am indeed.
That's next life suing. Exactly.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
Writer cuts, all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh,
All right.
a
Perfect.
miter cut. Since he's a cleric, that also, nice double entrance Trende. Entendre thing. No, maybe not.
You use words goodly.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So, all right. I'm going to bring everyone over here. So you go flying down the stairs, trying to catch them. And that's going to bring us, and in fact, bring everybody over here.
The darkness. Oh, wait. There
Nope,
we go.
not to the darkness. Go ahead and put your character here as you skid to a halt at the bottom of the stairs, Cade.
Oh, that's not
Because
great. Yeah.
facing... There we go. Sorry about that, chat. Because as you
we're
all come to a...
huge.
Yeah, you're all huge, I know. Okay, there we go. As you get to the bottom of the stairs, everybody, chasing after them, you see that your friends have not been idle. They are currently standing down there, surrounding you with longbows drawn. And in front of you is a woman who has a beautiful dress, a beautiful gold necklace, has dark brown skin, and looks at you with with her eyes glittering. She has a large bow drawn, and there is a green-headed arrow knocked in it. And on the front of it, literally, you can see something is dripping from the head of the arrow onto the ground. And you keep, as it hits the ground, you hear kss. And Cade, you can see
it's acid.
that it's actually burning a little hole below where she stands. Behind her, there are multiple people that are dressed in various kinds of what looks like either chain or something like that. At least 4 or 5 of them in the rooms beyond, who all sort of stop and are watching you quietly. And she says, "So, it appears you have wished to find us. Now, we will have an opportunity to find out why." And that is where we will bring our session to a close this evening.
Good thing you didn't give me a chance to say anything.
Duh. You could, listen, you can, what do you want to say?
That's more of a joke.
And on the next
Spitefully,
and on the next
actually wasn't
episode
gonna
of
say it. He was going to be like, Tiamat, our mother, and call lightning.
That's funny. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, people, I should say, gentle persons, people of from the world. This was a pretty freaking funny and awesome session in a lot of ways, and I am very excited to see where things are going to go next. There was a lot going on too in that session once you actually got there. This might not have been the typical traditional way to get into the palace and go this direction, but you took a non-traditional approach, and listen, here we all are together. But great stuff from everybody. I will start. We'll get back to Rob as soon as he gets there, but I will start.
I'm here.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Here.
Oh, there. Oh, you just hello, I'm back. It's like the Necronomicon. So I will start with Ryuvi.
Like
so
Necronomicon.
that I was Army of Darkness reference. That Insect Plague and Darkness were two really big spells that helped a lot, Ryuvi, because it helped that choke point situation be even more of a choke point, and that was big. And also, there were sort of multiple occasions where using some of the stuff like that lightning bolt, for example, at the end, was super useful. Ding, 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 ding. Like, pinball, basically, or pool. It was
a lot of billiards in
the
my
called
life,
shot.
so.
Yeah, that was good stuff. How did you feel about today, and where will the lovely folks see you next?
I think I can only sum this session up in 2 words. No, maybe 3 words.
3 words?
I'm sorry, Gromnir.
This was the I'm sorry, Grom episode.
Hey, for once, I did 0 damage to him.
I really don't have a mean streak or vendetta out against him. He was just in my way. That's all.
Wow.
I don't have a ton to say. I'm not feeling so great right now. So I'm just going to say this was a really fun session. I had a blast with everybody. It was nice to get some hits in today and do some damage, and looks like we're going to be in an interesting place next time we play. I look forward to it. I'm GC Darkside Rob on Twitch TV. I'll be casting tomorrow on my channel. And I just took some NyQuil, so I'm going to put up my BRB screen and go pass out because I feel like garbage right now, and I don't know why. I've been feeling worse and worse as the night has gone on. So be sure to follow me on my channel to see what I'm up to tomorrow. Check out all the links on my Twitch page, and thanks to everybody for watching because you all are amazing. I love you guys.
Bye, Rob. Feel better.
Feel better, Rob.
Pass out because I'm.
Go into your separate bedroom and get some sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not loving that I don't know what the hell's wrong with me right now. So
That's a little unnerving.
Just get some rest. Feel better and keep us posted, okay?
yeah. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys next time. Much love, everybody. Peace.
Bye, Rob. That is Rob, of course. Moving right along. Cade, of course, was, showing off. One of the things that I was having fun with, I knew our first combat was going to be a chance for all the players to be like, I'm level 15, check out this awesome, right? But again, there are, things that will be opposed to them. Most of you, yes.
Yeah,
most of you, exactly. So obviously you were doing like an epic amount of damage throughout much of that, Cade, which was a big part of it. But also, you, under the circumstances, I think that Cade's usual irrepressible nature and everything may or may not have an effect here. We will see what happens, because the rogue is definitely a huge threat, which is something that they will be aware of. So we'll see whether that has any effect on what happens here as they continue to make their way into the palace and deal with the cult of the dragon. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the folks see you next?
Oh, awesome. As always, it's fun to play Cade, whether we're, hacking down hellhounds above sod, Gromnir as he's lying underneath the door, or whatever else we're doing. It was great. We are, because of certain things that people have to do, there will be no Ember Windfest this month, and of course this is the second session, unfortunately. Gotta wait for March to come back for everything, so people can find me here at the first and second Saturday or Monday, whatever. You guys posted. That's what I do. I do this here, and then I try to put out books. And everyone should go buy Mercenary Star, narrated by Trend on audiobook on Amazon, ACX, and Apple Books. If you don't like Amazon, you can buy it for Apple, which is weird. The Great Death Legion trilogy has been getting stellar reviews for production and story, and apparently Trent's done a pretty damn good job. And I guess I have to get him doing more of these.
He's a marginally decent voice actor. I mean, so it's whatever.
Wow.
He's a
Anyways,
dick.
so this is great, everyone. I hope Rob feels better. It was awesome playing with everyone, and yes, seeing Sod. I'm sorry, Sod, but it was hilarious seeing you under the door for 3/4 of the combat. It just was. So I had a great time. We will reconvene in March. So peace to everyone.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. And actually, yeah, when John is back with everybody in early March, we will be at that point be only a couple of weeks away from the launch of the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which John is prominently involved in. So you will get to see more of that, but and more Emberwind. And in fairness, everybody did get 3 consecutive weeks of House of the Red Pasha, so they got a good D&D with IMB fix, and you're going to need it because it's not going to be back for another 3 weeks or so because people are going to be out. But always fun times, John. It was fun watching you play Cade as always. So, the thing is, like, honestly, because I just looked at it, I'm like, okay, let me analyze. Is there anything? And I'm like, well, you stone shaped the door. There's the magical situation. You had briefly discussed amongst yourselves, should we have Fifely web this, but then chose not to do that. And then you got rid of the hinges. I'm like, well, the door's going to topple over. And it did. And they came up, and the illusion actually was a good call. And I hadn't even thought about that as a possibility. But then the illusion is not very strong one because it's just, and so that was going to break it. And so the entire fight, having you down on the ground, it was only a few rounds of combat actually, because so much was happening during each subsection.
3, maybe 3.5.
Yeah, but I do want to point out to everybody the benefit of 5e, right? So there are 4 Hellhounds, there are 4 of those half-dragon veterans, there is this other person that you've just encountered. So you basically got 9 combatants there, and then 4 combatants here, right? 13 combatants who have to go through turns, and essentially the combat was brought to an end, having eliminated 7 of those combatants. 5, I beg your pardon, of those combatants within 2 hours. That's in 4E. This would have been like a 6-hour extravaganza to get through this. So it is much more streamlined despite all that. But poor Grom, and then the lightning bolt. The idea of like, Grom, how healthy are you feeling with the door on top of you?
He just looked at his spells and went,
oh my goodness. And it was very atmospheric leading up to it by going through the sewers, and that whole sewer business was a lot of fun for me to watch you guys do. So how did you feel about today's Sod, and where will the folks see you next?
First of all, shout outs to Callanport door makers.
Yeah.
Or having quality iron doors that don't break. Best doors if you ever need a castle built and you need iron doors. Be sure to go to Callanport.
Oh, the ramp, the dwarf ramp.
Oh, that was fun. The interesting is that Gromir isn't really a combat character.
No, really,
So it works out at the end, I think.
Well, did you see Miranda's comment? Miranda said, Gromir at level 15, look how much friendly fire I can tank now.
Yep. It's funny though, like the more health I had, the more crazy problems I seem to come up with.
Yeah.
The higher level doesn't change the fact that I always get into these predicaments.
Yeah, you're trapped at higher levels perpetually.
Yeah.
Like, no wonder you spend your whole time in visions,
That's why I'm in books and libraries, because it's pretty safe there.
Yeah, a couple paper cuts, but that's
paper
it.
cuts.
Yeah.
Bleeds out. It's all over.
Bleeds out.
But I was able to use some spells that aren't really used a lot, which is good.
Yeah, find the path
is a really interesting spell, and being able to use that, I actually intentionally prepared that so if we got lost or anything, because it was an underground complex, we have no idea where we're going. That gives us at least a guide. But of course, the door.
Hard to maintain your concentration when an iron door is on top of you. Yeah.
But it was fun. Like even though you may think I hate this, I actually love it because it's D&D isn't always about the role playing and combat. You can have some funny moments like that, and that's great. I love all that. Seriously, I do. I mean, Gromir just seems to be I'm almost like a one-man Three Stooges.
One stooge, single stooge.
Yeah.
But it's always in different ways. Like, it's not
I know,
irrational to do
it's
what
unique.
you did.
Each one's unique.
I do want to point out, by the way, that if you had done what you wanted to do, which is to make the hole without it, but Cade was like, no, get rid of the hinges, you know, hashtag Blade Cade Marmodas. I'm just saying, like, if you had gone around, this would
I
never
know, that's what I was like, I can just go around this, and Cade's like, no, make through the hinges. All right.
I was like, outstanding. Here comes the...
That's right. He had to touch the stone to work it.
It wasn't, it wasn't just like me doing it. It was like dialogue of what was going to happen.
Yep.
Like the
now,
build-up
I
was
did
perfect.
say for safety, I'm going to construction after this, to web the door. But no, we didn't need to
That's
do that.
true. You didn't actually
Okay,
follow through. You guys have a
okay,
lot of
yep.
good ideas that don't actually get followed through. You're like, what about this? We could do that. And then you go on to something else and, you know. Tell the truth, Gromner did think, why did I come with these guys again? I mean, you know.
And he's the one who brought us together.
Yeah.
That's the funny part. Yeah.
Yep.
It's all for the Sword Coast.
Anyway, yeah, that was a blast. So you can see, if you want to see me, as I said, I've said at the start of the stream, I've got my Grumblers guide on Monday for 7 o'clock Monday, I think.
It's your last fix Assad for weeks too.
Yeah, for a few
you know,
weeks. So I go on work trips, yay, and mini holiday. So that'll be great. Yeah, you can see me sometimes randomly stream my channel, twitch.tv/sud_. And yeah, other than that, just see those two channels here and there, and that's it.
Good
Me.
stuff. Always a pleasure, Sod, and it was definitely an eventful.
Yeah, I just wanted to see, like, you know, I just want to go, okay, if I could have evade rolled that, or got out of that, I'll just roll it anyway, just for fun.
I gave you a deck save. You had a deck
It's a
save,
natural
and then you
one.
crit failed it. I mean, like, what can you say? You're like, ah. You're like also like the dude in Fellowship of the Ring film, the gatekeeper at Bree, who's just kind of like as the Nazgul, right? I always wanted that guy to have another line. All right, masters, I meant no offense, like underneath the door. But anyway, always a pleasure, Sod. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you did finally get out from the door. That leads us, of course, to Tren, who also, you had a lot of stuff going on with Fifely. You had the spider thing, then you were bashed into bite first with the Hellhound, and then you had to get, you know, you came back into your regular form. Sentinel didn't quite work, but you did get a big heal off on Grom, and, you know, so you were like heavily invested in what was going on, I think, clearly all combat. How'd you feel about today, and where will the lovely folks find you?
Well, you know, everybody's talking about, you know, how much health do you have? You know, kind of thing. As soon as I heard those words leave his lips, I was like, do I have heal prepared?
Yeah.
Immediately it was like, okay, good.
And
know,
you
it was
got
just like,
socked too. I mean, you got like 65 damage off of you too.
Yeah.
So
and yeah, I was like, oh, this is not okay. And the other thing that I was thinking about doing was trying to shove those guys down the stairs. But the only way I would have been able to do that
jumps
would
for
be
the
to turn
insect plague.
turn into a giant elk and then just you know, just go barreling, which I would have then trampled across the door.
Would be the first time you had an elk jump through things in this campaign.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
the return of the elk.
Antlers get hung up on the stairs. He's just dangling there.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So that didn't happen. But yeah, I had a lot of fun tonight. I think it was a really good thing with stuff that we did. And yes, as noted before, there I put the link to the newest BattleTech novel narration that's up there. That's up there in the chat. And I'm sure that John will give me something else to work on in the not too distant future, because I can only watch Rogue One so many times, you know. But it's one of my favorite Star Wars films. So yeah.
Like I say, other work coming in two forms though, Trent, soon.
Yeah,
Very
but
shortly.
that's like months away. You know,
I can get him started now.
We need that.
We'll
True.
talk.
True.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Fairness.
Okay. Yeah.
And of course, we'll see you on Tuesday for
Yes.
AIME. As
Right.
speaking of battles, that thing isn't over either. That
things not going well.
Yeah,
you know,
like,
'cause-
we've had two
'cause
big
Tana Bear
combats.
is sitting on a stool, basically just going.
Yep.
And it's like, oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're facing a big bad who has some kind of strange mind control ability over them. And Amal was so pissed off at him. It was great. She was just like, I hate everything about this. I'm like, I mean, not in a bad way. She's like, I hate this thing. I'm like, outstanding. My work is done.
This is my favorite enemy right here.
Oh yeah. Oh man, he is so smug. Ugh. Anyway, but that's where you burned you and like 50 other people, Lone Wolf. We used like 6 inspirations to try to keep them alive.
I used one. Yeah.
Yeah. But this was great. It was a really, really fun time and a good way to end up 3 consecutive sessions. I obviously love this campaign, as everybody knows, and this crew. But we will get more of them in March. So chat, can we get some love for the amazing players? Trendane Sparks, Sod _ John Helfers, and GC Darkside Rob. Much love to all of the wonderful peoples out there, and chat, I'm going to let them go, but players, gentlemen, great job tonight, and I will see you folks all soon.
Hi, everybody.
Stay away from lightning bolts.
Stay away from doors.
Oh my god, that was great. I love, because again, I love the visuals, right? So I just love the image that, like, it is literally Gimli. Like, he was literally Gimli in the film, where it's just like, like just constant. And that was absolutely cracking me up. It was great. And, they've put themselves in an interesting spot, because this is, again, this was certainly not what the game intended. I don't think the game intended for them to come in this direction. And the fact that they've done so means that they've short-circuited some aspects of what enemies might have been preparing for them, but they've also put themselves in a spot where they are not necessarily prepared for everything the way that they might expect. So it's going to be interesting, and this is exactly what something like this is designed to test, so we're going to get a chance to actually see all of that. As I close down my 6 quadrillion windows that I had here. Not quite 6 quadrillion, but man, I did have a lot. There were a lot of things that I had running at the same time, because I'm like, creature. So they have glitched the game. Yes. I mean, I knew that was an option. Oh, thank you, Nonstop. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Again, you also have learned the truth. You have learned the answer, and the answer is 42. Thank you, Nonstop. Yeah, no, this was great. I mean, because remember, Sod is right that a lot of stuff is not just about like role play or combat, but it's also just about having a great time. And I love those kinds of visuals, but also they are supposed to be super powerful, and the creatures they fight are super powerful and put them in these difficult positions. And they took a lot of damage. Like they took, I mean, between Sod and Fifely, they took like over 100 damage. And if you add in some damage that went to Ryuvi and Cade, they probably took as a group 130 damage, something like that. Yeah, something like that. That's what I thought. So about like 135 damage. No, Fifely took more than that. Fifely took like 60 damage. Because he got socked because don't forget, he also got socked as the spider. He took a lot of damage. So, yeah, so it was great. I really, really enjoyed that. And so, I'm sorry that you're not in a good headspace, Vizon. Yeah, definitely this was a lot of fun. This group has great chemistry, obviously. And so we've got that as well. Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting because, again, I've never really had the opportunity to DM a campaign that is this high level. I mean, I've DM'd high level one-shots once or twice, but a high level campaign continuation like this, not so much. And if they get through it, presumably they might move up to level 16/17, depending on how things go, might be 16. But that's if they win through, and there's no guarantee they're going to. There's still a lot of danger that's associated with this, which we're going to see. But in any case, it was great to see it, and I had a lot of fun with it. So that is going to do it for us for tonight, though. Tomorrow, we are going to be back here with Sound Clash the Clampdown, which is Brandon O'Brien's awesome game designed by him and GM'd by him for the Awesome Clash crew, with our new video intro and all that we had commissioned thanks to your generosity after our fundraiser last year. So that's going to be happening tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, Sod will be here for the last time in February, and he will be doing Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. And then Tuesday will be Adventures of Middle-earth, that campaign we just made reference to, so you'll see more of Tren there, along along with Brad Bollier and Mal Elmatar and Terry Tunes. That'll be coming up this Tuesday at 12 noon Eastern, and then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over on GOG with D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder as we move into that's a hilarious campaign. That's a campaign that's got a lot of fun and laughs to it as well, and they're coming into they are in the home stretch now, and they're coming to the ship where the king of the giants is supposedly being kept, and it's going to be crazy. So that's going to be happening on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Then Wednesday we have off, and that'll be the first time we've been off in a while. Thursday we will off, so we'll actually have 2 days off in a row. Again, first time in a while. And then Friday we've got Esper Genesis coming at you. That campaign is also going in awesome directions. And then Saturday we have got D&D with viewers. So if any of you have watched this and have not done that before and are thinking, I would like to play D&D with Arv, I want to see what that's like, I want to do a one-shot, you will get the opportunity, folks, if you are here for D&D with viewers on Saturday night, the 20th. So that's what we've got going on there. And then next Sunday, the Sunday after that, I believe, is the Speculate Twitch event of Blades in the Dark, which is, again, with Brandon O'Brien. And then Monday is off because we don't have Emberwind. Tuesday is going to be the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which reminds me I need to put that up there. And then over on GOG, that Tuesday will be Talisman Adventures Day 2. And that's going to be really cool because we finally get into a lot of the play of that campaign, so it's going to be pretty cool. You think CD&D is pretty close to the end? That's interesting, actually, Rock God, because I'm going to have to see about whether Shadow's going to continue that campaign, or like begin a new one with. I would love to see that campaign continue in some form or fashion, but we will see how that all works out. So the next chat decided game for me to play is right here. So you should get your votes in. It is Darklands, which is an adventure game an RPG that Dealad, the GOG stream team member who sadly passed away recently, she loved that game, and Kilgore Trout has played that, so that was one of the options. Frostpunk, a lot of you already know, is that kind of post-apocalyptic survival game, strategy game though, like survival strategy game. And Heaven's Vault, which is by Inkle, which is basically about an archaeologist translating languages and stuff like that on alien planets, which I think is really cool. So I'm excited for any of those. Like, any of those are cool. Currently, Heaven's Vault is leading with 5 votes, Frostpunk's with 4 votes, Darklands with 2. But you can get your votes in right now. That's going to be up until Tuesday of next week. And when Tuesday comes to an end, that session, then I will have that locked in, and I'll be playing that on that Tuesday. And that, I believe, let me just double check here. So we're talking 16th, 23rd. Yeah, that is going to be almost the end of the session. Oh, one thing I did forget. This Thursday is not off. I forgot. This Thursday night actually is the Our Vocalists. So Thursday night we have the Our Vocalists accommodating Little Red Dot, who has to do Thursdays for the last couple of months. She has one more month after this one, I think, where she has to do that, and then we can go back to our usual Tuesday night. So that's going to be a Thursday night, the 18th, and that is going to be a new game for the Our Vocalists called Neocab. So you're going to get a chance to see their amazing acting ability. I forgot about that. Our Vocalists the 18th, Esper Genesis on Friday. Saturday is D&D with viewers. Sunday the 21st is going to be Speculate, the Blades in the Dark campaign. Then Monday, well, I think they're calling that the Strange Friends campaign. Monday the 22nd is off. Tuesday the 23rd is, again, the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, followed by Talisman Adventures. Wednesday the 24th is Community D&D. Thursday the 25th is off. Friday the 26th, I think, is also Esper Genesis. We have 2 Esper Genesis in a row. And then Saturday the 27th is going to be more of Inkle's Sorcery, and that's going to be wrapping us up for the month of February because we only have 28 days. And that's going to lead us to March, which is going to be very busy. A lot happening in March for me. I've got the Greyshade Kickstarter, which is launching in mid-March. I'm going to be moving in March. I got a lot of stuff going on in March, and so I'm very excited about what the future holds. I'm also trying to submit a bunch of queries and stuff like that to things. I'm going to be meeting with a possible new web person tomorrow night to deal with some stuff with the channel and other things. And so, yeah, so it's very exciting, and I'm excited for all of it. But yeah, next sorcery is the 27th. Yes, that's correct, Marinda. Unless for some reason something gets canceled and then I have to put in sorcery. Otherwise, the next time it's going to be is the 27th. Yes, that is correct. So yeah. So, yeah, well, I have played it a few times already, Marinda, but I have a lot of tabletop stuff that I have to get in that I enjoy also. We made good progress yesterday. You got to admit, Marinda, right? We made a lot of progress yesterday. We beat another serpent, found the location of another serpent, got a weakness for someone else, got a bunch of gems. I actually felt really good at the end of that session because as much as the session before was kind of cringy, yesterday was just pretty much awesome all the way through. The time serpent and like we lowered the bucket twice. Yeah, no, it was great. I actually really had a lot of fun yesterday with that. So good couple of streams. And that's good because today was I was not in a great mood today. I had a lot of stuff that just, personal stuff and things I had to deal with and stuff like that. So I was not in a great space, and I'm in a much better mood now because D&D. D&D, say it with me. It was great. But anyway, yes, thanks to Marinda's, the freaking fast travel discovery. Holy cow. But so I'm glad, Vizon, I'm glad. That's one of the reasons that we do this. It really does make a difference. I honestly think that over the year of 2020, from basically February onwards, there were a lot of things that helped, obviously family and other things, but obviously the D&D stuff, so like the tabletop stuff and the channel in general was one of the big bright spots for me. I have my vaccination set for early March, and then obviously the second dose is going to be 3 weeks or 4 weeks after that. So basically, knock on wood, if all goes well, I should be fully vaccinated and protected, because you want to wait 3 to 4 weeks after, by the end of April, which means that I and a lot of my fellow citizens in America anyway will be finally vaccinated and continuing to see the virus drop and drop and drop in terms of viral load and so on. And so I am very much looking forward to getting back to cons. I am very much looking forward to being able to take my damn mask off so I don't have to have my glasses fog every 3 seconds. I know we can't do that immediately after vaccination. We have to continue to, be patient and wait for the science. But there is going to be a world where I'm not going to be constantly masking myself and where I'm going to be able to hug people again and I'm going to be able to go to cons again. I am not going to huddle in my house the rest of my life. And so there is a world, and it's a world that is after vaccinations. So thank God I am, as much as I'm nervous about the needle, I am looking forward to feeling like I'm protected and safe, and so that's great. You got your second shot last week. That's awesome, Nonstop. Congratulations. Two weeks to go. I guess 2-3 weeks to go before you're fully protected by the vaccine. Now I know it's not fully effective, but again, I want to make clear to everybody, just as a quick note, we have to be careful not to undersell the vaccine. There's been a lot of that. I actually read an interesting New York Times article about this. There's been too much underselling of it. This is not you get this and then you have to do everything exactly the same for the rest of your life. No. The vaccine is the end of this pandemic. It's just that we need to be patient to allow enough people to get vaccinated and to allow time after we get vaccinated before there is exposure. So you can't get vaccinated and go out and party that night. You're not protected yet. You have to wait for a few weeks to get your second dose and then wait a few weeks longer. But after that 3 to 4 weeks after that second dose, you are then protected and vaccinated so that you can then go and be with other vaccinated friends in a much safer environment. So I just want to be clear about that, chat. Don't undersell this vaccine, okay? You should get one. You should get vaccinated. And no, it is not the case that nothing will ever change if you get it. Ever. You you have to do that. So, yeah. And I want to note about, what a couple of people just said. You went to ER on Monday. Wait a minute. Whoa. Back up. I want to talk about what Triffid and what Rock God said, but I'm going to back up first. You're in the hospital right now for COVID? Nonstop? Is that true? Disagree, Vizon. At a certain point, it becomes like, oh my God, dude. First of all, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. Are you doing okay? I mean, did the vaccine help at all? I'm really sorry to hear that. Did the vaccine help at all? Like, did it make it less? I mean, you got it sometime after the first shot. Oh, that's scary, dude. Well, I mean, you've got your second shot. The shot is at least finished. That sucks, dude. But at least you got the second shot. And that means now the vaccination protocols are going to build up. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Wow, dude. Please be safe. I hope you're doing okay. Are you doing all right, man? I mean, I'm sorry to hear that you're in the hospital. I know you've had you've had other medical stuff that you've talked about before. But are you doing okay? Are you hanging in there in the ER? I guess so, or you wouldn't be on Twitch. I imagine. I guess if you were in terrible shape, you wouldn't be on Twitch, I guess. But like, let us know how you're doing, dude. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Right. No, I can certainly imagine it. And Visor, what I would say is it'll always be in the wild, but it's going to be way, way less virulent. And the effect of it is going to be far less. Similar to what you would get with the flu, similar to what you would get from something like that, because they're going to continue to model up these viruses, these vaccines rather. So it's not going to be what it is now. It's not going to be one of those you have to stay in your house all the time. You can never stay at a hotel. You can never go to a conference. You can never go to a basketball game. That's not the case anymore when everyone is fully vaccinated and the infection rate is dropped. Most people that I've heard, including people I know personally who are virologists, say that by the end of this year, life should be in a fairly normal state, relatively speaking. That doesn't mean that there aren't still people who are immunosuppressed that are going to need to continue to wear masks. It doesn't mean that we can't be vaccinated. So it's really important to kind of note that. Yeah, I agree with that, Dunsel. I agree with part of that. The virologist information, though, I've gotten, basically the one of the people I was talking to who literally is in studies this, is like there has never ever been a vaccine made that works as these work in the history of mankind that do not also prevent future infection. Like pretty much every reputable infection person tells you, this absolutely is going to prevent infection. It's just they haven't been able to run studies on it because they had to get the vaccines out to people. So they had to go through the safety protocols, which they did, but then they just had to vaccinate. Right now, they are detecting and determining infection rate. He has zero question in his mind. There is no question that it will not be infectious after this is done. But the point that you're making that is really important is that's only after vaccination is complete and full. And that means not you get the shot and you're good. That means you get the shot, you wait 3 weeks or 4 weeks, depending on which one you got. You get the second shot, you wait another 3 or 4 weeks, and then you hang out with people that have also done exactly the same thing that I just said. Then you're in a much better position. But it is not the case, though, that you do the vaccine and then nothing at all changes ever. That's not true. But it is true that you have to continue to be safe for a significant period of time. So the science is moving it in that direction. You had a hard time breathing. You were on oxygen. They had to lower some of your transplant medications. Jesus, that is terrible. But you're making a good point, Dunsel, of course. Safety continues to be met, but I try to make that clear. We have to continue to be vigilant. My point simply is we can't undersell it by making it seem like it will not change anything at all for people in their lives ever, because then no one's going to take it. So it's got to be clear that it is going to do something. All right. I mean, I don't want to argue with your viral. That is not at all what my people say. I mean, I'm just my people, meaning the people that I know that work in this field. So if you've heard different, that is not what my people say. I actually have people that worked at Pfizer who that just no. They say there's no way that it's going to do that. But again, differences, listen, different strokes. Neither you nor I are virologists, so you may well be right. One of us may well be right. The key is stay safe for now and follow the science. We'll be able to see how the tracking of infection rates goes. And as long as you're tracking that infection rate and watching it happen, I think we're going to be in a much better state. So just watch the science is basically the point. No. Disagree, dude. I don't want to argue with you about it. Disagree. That is not the party line. They used to work at Pfizer, and these are career scientists who literally risked their lives to make this. No, sorry. This is not a big pharma thing. I have my own suspicions of those companies. This is not a big pharma thing. I promise you. This person is a person who plays in my band. Okay. This is not a big pharma guy who sells the party line. This is not the case. I promise. That doesn't mean, though, that he's the only one who could be right about something. He's just one person with a very educated opinion, but you have folks, too, that you spoke to. So, again, let's not argue. Everyone needs to be safe and follow the science. I think that matters. So, yes, we do need to make sure that we get everybody vaccinated. But the one thing I want to say about the 70% rate, too, is that remember, Visor, you don't need to get 100% of the people vaccinated, because even today in diseases that have been eradicated, we didn't have 100%. You need to get most of them vaccinated, right? And what that number is, that's the real question. And usually, as Dunsel says, it's like over 70%, whatever that is, 70, 75%, something like that, where you really get to the point of what we call herd immunity. But it's definitely not 51%, So it's got to be at a high enough level. Anyway. Let me get off this subject because I don't want to, those are all that I've said so far are facts as I understand them. And I think I'm pretty comfortable with them, but I don't want to go any further because I am not a virologist. I just have talked to several of them. Yeah. Again, I don't want to argue, Dunsel. I have been following it very closely myself. So let's go back up to, I want to get back up to, first of all, Nonstop. I'm super, super sorry to hear that you've been going through all this crap, and I'm glad that it seems that they've started to work on getting it under control, but hang in there, man, and please keep us posted. I didn't know that you had ended up in the hospital because of this. That's awful, so hang in there, dude. The second thing is, as far as, I wanted to go back up to what, where are we? To what Triffid said and to what Rock God said. Definitely helped me through 2020. I'm glad I found enjoying this community. I really appreciate that, Triffid. And Rock God, I'm glad that Community D&D filled that creative void for you this year that you couldn't do with photography. I'm really glad because that meant that it's doing one of the things the channel is meant to do. We are creating a community here, and I'm hoping that it's providing a way for people to be able to do things that give them joy and bring them joy that they wouldn't have otherwise in a safe way. So thank you so much for being a part of the community, both of you who said that, because you're both big parts of this community. So thank you. And I hope folks found a way to get that. And Nonstop, I hope we found a way to help you laugh a little bit without coughing maybe and in a better position. So, yes, we are wrapping up Shadow. We just finished actually. Otherwise, yeah. So everyone needs to stay safe is my overall point. We will get there. Just make sure that you're reading and watching and following the science and stay with there and hang in there Nonstop. Definitely. I'm sorry to hear that. In any case, and also Vison, I missed this too. I'm sorry to hear about your dad and hang in there. And I'm glad that the vaccine is coming. And I totally get how frightening that must be. I'm so sorry to hear that. And, again, just, best wishes to you, best wishes to him, and hang in there. Best thing you can do is try to be as safe as you can for him also and for your family. And, again, I obviously best wishes to you. All right. With that said, I got to rise up on out of here. Lovely, awesome session today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did as well. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please make sure to check the YouTube out, which is !arvtube. Discord is !arvcord. Twitter is !arvtweets. Website is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !arvshop is the merchandise area. ! Downer Gandalf of D&D. You're bringing up issues that you're dealing with is never a downer for me in this situation, Vison. You did not dominate or, override the chat with that. You just brought up something which is obviously bothering you, and that's what we're here for. So no problem at all, man. So tech difficulties with CD&D on Wednesday. There are 2 VODs from it. Only one got over to YouTube. Oh. No, I didn't know that. All right. Well... Okay, all right, I just made a little note to do that. I will do that. So yeah, I will make that, I will check that out and I'll try to add it. It'll be like a part 1, part 2 type of thing or something like that, I guess. So anyway, did you locally record it, Shadowed? I assume you don't have like one single video somewhere recorded that I could just upload? If not, it's no big deal. I'll just upload a second one, but no, it's cool. That's fine. That's fine. It happens. No big deal. So yeah, anyway, arvaneleron.com is the website. Arv shop. I already said that. Arv Treon is the Patreon. Yeah, no, that's cool. No problem, Shadow. That's fine. Arv Treon is the Patreon where you can support the channel and all the stuff that we're doing here. Get inspirations for the players, which, we might have needed a little bit tonight and we might need on, Tuesday for Invention Middle Earth, and Esper Genesis hasn't gone yet and all that. So all that kind of stuff. So that's happening. And that obviously supports the channel. So that is appreciated. And of course the sub button, which allows you to subscribe to the channel, and you can get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff as well. On the so that's the financial side. On the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation Point Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Exclamation Point, let's see, Greyshade KS is my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is launching in the middle of next month, and that's going to be huge. And I am very excited about that. It's going to be a lot riding on it for me, a big deal for me. So hopefully we'll be able to get some good stuff for you. I think you'll enjoy it as well. Thank you as always for the positivity live suing. I always appreciate that. And last but certainly not least, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Really important to affirm and assert the importance of Black lives. That is a link there that will give you educational resources, information about political advocacy, about successful protest, about places that you can donate and support financially, all at that link. And exclamation point Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Really important to reach out to others, as a few of you have done tonight. In fact, when you're feeling down, when you are not feeling things well yourself, please reach out to folks here. If you see others here that are not doing well, please reach out to them also, because that can really make a difference when we all pull together. We are going to do a raid tonight. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch Raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is PG version of 50 Shades of Grey. No, nothing to do with that. It's a better book. Oh, snap. It is. 50 Shades of Grey is terrible. Exclamation point subraid, which is Arvany Hype, and then Twitch Raid, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany What, Arvany Woe, Arvany whatever else. So all of those things are available to you when you are brought over automagically to the place that we are going to be taken to for the raid. And just make sure. Last night when I finished, there was like literally Grey Dybbuk. We were able to raid Grey Dybbuk, but he was the only person who was on because everyone else had signed off at that point. Let me see here. 1 second. Let me just check and see. Okay. I know then who we are going to raid. Lovely. Okay, cool. I know who we are going to raid. So I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Okay, cool, Rock God. Thank you for my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and Triffany Mats, the best in the business, as I've always said. Welcome to my subscribers. Thank you to my subscribers, Arudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffany Mats, nonstop. Again, feel better nonstop. Seriously, man, hang in there. Please keep us posted. Commander Dunsel, Craigery, I'll see you soon, Craigery. Crit Twitch, Divinorium, Lone Wolf, Marinda, Mrs. Dunsel, and Trendane. And also, thank you to those who are Patreon supporters in that group as well. I really appreciate that. Yes, no, I've seen, yep, I know. I've seen that. But that's, yeah, again, that's not the information I was given. So, and again, not just by the Pfizer guy, but anyway, don't want to argue about it. Like I said, everyone needs to follow the science. And I'm sure Dunsel is doing that too, because Dunsel is an awesome dude. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Another TT viewer, Aiton. Thank you to Bladio. Thank you to Buns, to Kappa Panda, to Carbo, Commander Root, Dino, Electrical Longboard, Extra More, Gladestone, Gorgar, Live Suing, as always, Marin Hoffman, Optic Nerve, Praetorian, Radio Johnny Panda. I'll talk about the players in a minute. Silly Gnome, Tauntaums, U Christensen, V&K, Virgo Praz, Vizin, Zinthos. Special thanks to Red Lear for the raid today, which was awesome. And super special thanks to my wonderful players, to Trendane, to Sod, to poor Sod today, to John Helfers, and to GC Darkside Rob. Feel better, Rob. Thank you to all of those lovely people. You are all wonderful folks, and I'm going to see all you wonderful people soon. I will see you folks tomorrow for Sound Clash the Clampdown, Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern with Brandon O'Brien as GM. Until then, everyone be good to each other, and I'll catch you lovely folks soon. Everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.